We are back. You are back. It's so good to be back for eFIBA Season 2. It's game day number 2 for the Asia region. And oh my God, we've got so much jam-packed action today because today's broadcast is unlike any other, because not only do we have the Asia region going down today, we also have the Middle East. That's right. We're going to have 2 regions playing today, but we are going to go ahead and focus on Asia first, and then we'll get to the Middle East. So listen, if we've got 2 regions that we got to focus on, it can't just be one caster. I need my teammate, my brother from down under, Nate the Great. What is happening, brother?
Double trouble, right? I know we had a spooky European sesh last time. You got 2 of the best this time out for Asia, particularly get things started. I'll tell you what, India, it's the most prepared I've been. We got a long night ahead, but one of the best. Bring it on.
It sure should be a lot of fun, especially with game day number 2 in both the Asia and the Middle East as well. But again, like we said, for first, we're going to go ahead and focus in on Asia, because the top 2 on the leaderboard after today will go ahead and move on to the Asia finals. Now, these 2 teams will go ahead and meet next week in a best of 3 to determine who's going to go on to eFIBA World Finals in Jönköping in a couple of weeks. And that's going to be exciting. There is a lot at stake here, Nate.
I tell you what, there's a bit less on the line after that excellent pronunciation, India. I don't know if you've been practicing. I still just say Jönköping, and I try to say it really quickly and sweet. More importantly than what I guess we have on the line, yes, a big day. Some big decisions are going to get made.
It's going to be a lot of fun where we go ahead and break it down. But you know what? Let's go ahead and break down what happened the last time we were on, because you had, like you mentioned, Chris and Vince that figured out together which of the 6 regions are going to be the ones to move on to next time on Halloween night. It was a crazy day where we found the 6 nations. So let's go ahead and take a look at the lead. I'm actually going to have a little recap video on how things went down.
Game day 4. Happy Halloween! It's truly evil. I love it.
And the moonlight is out.
The ball's on the floor. Big bucket right there. Hey, this is high quality international 2K. 12 seconds left. Here comes Spain. 2 to shoot. It's missed. The Finns hold out.
The number 1 finger. I love seeing it.
We beat Spain a lot of time.
So that was a horror moment right there. We thought you were being attacked in the studio. They're making it look easy. It's 18-cent Finns. This is nightmare fuel right here for Turkey. That's a blockbuster win right there, okay?
Yeah, it tastes bad.
Oh, nice little alley-oop dunk. That was nasty.
We've shown that we can beat anybody.
Was that a Captain Jack Sparrow poster on the wall behind him? But there is Captain Jack.
Are you not entertained?
I mean, it just could not get more spooky on Halloween night for some of the nations that did not go ahead and make it. But Nate, we've got 6 nations that will go ahead and move on to the European region. It's going to be madness. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard so we can find out which one of those 6 nations is moving on, because here they are, Nate. You've got Turkey, France, Spain, Great Britain, and Portugal. Any surprises for you from these top 5?
Oh, not necessarily a surprise. That 5th spot in particular was big time up for contention. Germany, I feel like will be so close yet so far. Greece, who I know at the very least I was bigging up early doors, game day 1, and then all of a sudden you're sort of outside the top 8 full stop. Maybe no surprises. Turkey, defending champs, rivalry versus France. You get those big moments, you deserve to be top.
Well, those are the top 5, but from the PowerPoint that we've been talking about this whole time, we've got 6. We've got 6 nations that go ahead and move on, which means that we need to now go to the lucky loser knockout bracket. So let's go ahead and take a look at how that all played out. Nate, you had such great competition here, but there can only be one. It was Poland versus Ukraine. And my man, I believe you had your dog fight with Poland, and they came out on top as they are our 6th nation to make it out of the lucky loser knockout.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Spot on, India. Green is good. And as you say, I get it right very occasionally. Most importantly, for Poland in that big encounter. First, of course, getting over Serbia. Can't forget that start of that day. Over the top of Ukraine, our our hearts, our something, our compassion goes out to Sweden because the home crowd vibes. It would have been something else. We know they're going to bring it in the audience. Sadly for them, they can't bring it on the stage. Congratulations, Poland. They deserve it. They are the lucky losers.
They sure are, and they will be the sixth nation. You're right. Green is good, whether it's on there or the money or bracket, whatever it might be. You're absolutely right. Green is absolutely good. We love our props here. But Nate, let's go ahead and recap and show everybody the 6 nations that are going to go ahead and move on so that we have the full picture. Because again, you have Turkey, Spain, France, Portugal, Great Britain, and Poland that just sneaks in through the back door as well. Now, I feel like a lot of these nations, they're the favorites coming into it, right? Now, who do you think is the ultimate favorite going into the finals for Europe region that we're going to see next week?
Oh, it'd just be absolutely amiss of me to not mention Turkey, but what about Spain? Mario might have an Italian-sounding name the way that I say it, but the veterans for Spain looking so good. France, the chip on the shoulder. What about Great Britain? That ridiculous first quarter against the top dogs. And then Poland, everyone likes an underdog run. I now feel like I've mentioned basically every nation but one. Turkey, to answer your question, India should be favorites. It did sort of finish top, and yet I look forward to seeing maybe a little rematch versus France, maybe a bit of revenge or a bit of a statement against Great Britain. There's still a bit to play.
And, you know, Turkey almost had themselves a perfect season. I believe they dropped 1 game, but still one heck of an accomplishment from them. And I can't believe you didn't mention Ronaldo from Portugal. That's just insane to me. That's baffling to me for someone who's from FIFA. But remember, though, folks, it's 2 nations from the finals that are going to move on to Jönköping in Sweden at the end of November, as they are the region with the most countries. 2 of them will move on to Sweden, where every other region, it will go ahead and be one. And speaking of every other region, let's go ahead and come back to today, Nate, because today, once again, is the second and final game day in the Asian qualifier. Now, here's how things are going to go down, or as they say, the headlines as follows. The top 2 on the leaderboards after today, we'll go ahead and move on to the Asia finals. All right. Now, those 2 teams will go ahead and play next week in a best of 3 to determine who's going to go on to Jönköping for the eFIBA World Finals in just a couple of weeks. Now, the points that the nations gather are going to be determined with the leaderboard. So, Nate, can you go ahead and make this a little bit more simple for me?
Yeah, I really like the way that we're doing it in eFIBA Season 2. In short, India, it's to make sure that because we've got regions with different sizes, the different amount of nations competing, and of course, just trying to encourage more nations to get involved. You can see a little example there on your screen. So with a group of 5 nations, your first nation, 17 points, Nation 2, 15, Nation 3, 14, Nation 4, 11, Nation 5, 9. That transfers through to the leaderboard to make sure things are nice and even. If that's making sense, India, in this region, in this group, a certain amount of points for where you finish in your group.
With the way your accent is, everything makes sense. You could speak gibberish and it would make sense, my man. But let's go, you know, it all just makes sense. Don't worry about it. Let's go ahead and take a look at how it's all going to go ahead and play out. Now, this is how the leaderboard looks coming into today, which is going to go ahead and determine, again, which 2 regions will make it out. We still have a lot more games to play, but you've got the Philippines and you've got Singapore leading the 1-2 spot, with Indonesia, Mongolia, and India rounding out the bottom 3. Now, Nate, top 2 nations again, we'll go ahead and move on. Do you think we're going to get any movement in the top 2 spots? What are you keeping an eye on?
Definitely, when you're saying top 2 India, I'm saying top 2 and it ain't first. That second spot is where it's all about. If you joined us on the previous game day, we're looking at this region, I was saying Singapore versus Indonesia. Of course, Philippines versus Singapore is the big rivalry, very friendly one, but a rivalry at that. Philippines proving themselves to be deservedly top after that first game day. So for me, check out that second spot. Singapore versus Indonesia. Massive. All due respect to Mongolia and India. Anything can happen. Skill boosters. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to count me out. I don't know why you would. But, Nate, let's go ahead and stop talking about me. I don't want the attention. I want you to put the attention on our community, because this time around, as always, we're going to put them first. But, Nate, what exactly does that mean?
And hey, community, if you want some jokes, some more India references and whatnot, we can do that all night, all day long, wherever you're watching from around the world. Community, it is about you. eFIBA Season 2, we're looking forward to it being a competition that comes back again and again, gets better and better and better. So if you got a question, you got a piece of trivia maybe that you sort of want asked, that let's think this one through, India can answer, and I'll ask it. I'll take that for the team. You're very welcome. And most importantly, your direct feedback, !survey in the chat right now. That's me typing it out, getting it ready, getting it there for you. You can give your feedback on how things are going. And hey, eFIBA hoodie. What about FIBA basketball? A code for NBA 2K24. You get to give your feedback, shape the competition, and you get a prize potentially as well. How good?
I mean, listen, you know I love me some hoodies. Matter of fact, I've got one right now, but I love the eFIBA one. The pink one looks nice on me. I've been told I look good in pink. Let me get a pink one. Hopefully we can go to snacks when we get to yen shipping. But now it's time. I've got a little magic trick, right? Whenever I do this, something happens on the screen. You ready for this? Now it's time to dive into the skill boosters. There we go. There we go. There we go. See, it happens every single time. It's like magic. But as we go ahead and enter game day number 2, the skill boosters are not the same as last time. So let's go ahead and take a look at the 4 active skill boosters for today. Nate, I'm tongue-tied, brother. I'm going to need you to break this one down for me.
It's going to be a fun one. Good thing we got 2 regions to cover as well when it comes to their skill boosters. Beautiful people. We have 4 that are active in a different game day, so to speak, and to make sure that they're standard across the different regions, confirming then again for today, you get a skill booster point in addition, of course, to your result points. If your nation concedes less than 30 points in a game, 1 or more players gets a triple double, a nation has an assist to points ratio of 35% or more in a game, a nation winning against an opponent with 10 or more points on the overall leaderboard right at the end of the round. Basically what happened in India, that one got a bit wordy, a bit confusing for my small brain. So we're just going to focus on the top 3 today. And I look forward to seeing which players step up. That trip dub is something that these teams have been going for early. The center, sometimes the power forward, the one to look out for.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if those things can go ahead and play out. But for now, we've got game day ready to go. It's the Philippines taking on India, and this is a rematch that I hope India has been waiting for, because Nate the Great, don't you forget it, 221 points were scored by the Philippines the last time they played India. It is an eFIBA world record. Of course, you've got Philippines in white. That's the team you want to lock in on as they're up 11-2.
I don't think we're going to see it again, India, and I've only said that to steal your line from you, because it is that man, and I mean the man, India, who made the prediction that he believed the world record would get broken. I don't know how you do it, India. Superb work as always. Surely it couldn't happen again. Surely India will have a much improved showing.
I believe they will. I believe they'll go ahead and kind of learn some things, especially because something that I noticed last time the nation of India was out on the court is that they relied a lot on their post moves, right? They didn't really try to make any three-point shots. And then, of course, Philippines just had a guy hanging out at the right hash and then at the left hash like they were twins and just knocking down shots. I'm hoping India can go ahead and play a little bit of better defense this time around. And, of course, 𝐂𝐿 is going to talk about pace and what that looks like, as we've got a 16-2 lead here, with the Philippines obviously on top because of the scoreboard.
You know that I'm big on the skill boosters, India particularly, and you know what, don't worry about that. I got too excited about the skill boosters, as I always do. Who was talking about a bit of post moves and some hook shots in here?
I mean, listen, I wish I could do a little post hook, whether it's in the game, whether it's in real life. My height kind of makes it a little bit tougher, but that's quite all right. Nice little jersey they've got on the left-hand side, as that's going to be taken away. Going all the way down the court, left-hand side. It's going to be a shot, but they're going to miss it. Offensive rebound secured. Bringing it right back out to the right side. Corner, bang.
Shooters galore, India. Goodness me, you don't get to over the 200 mark without a little bit of... I was going to say, I'm trying to tone it down and say a little bit of firepower. I don't think that's a thing. I think you either have firepower or you don't. And 1 through 5 can shoot that rock. We heard from Clark with an interview. He got to take the shot for the big record at the time and said, I was feeling that one. But to be honest, for the rest of them, you can give it to any of my mates. The left hash, right hash. We'll just keep putting up shots. We'll keep draining them.
Well, you know, you and I have talked about this quite a bit, but we've got to remember to ask the Philippines whenever they come on about what they think about what Moody said, right? About how ANZ is the best region outside of the United States. I know how you feel about it, brother, but I'm curious how Clark and the other Philippines feel about that one.
Yeah, if we get the interview, feel free to load up on that question, double down on that question, and then I'll just sort of follow in after we get the answer, because we have a bit of a spirited debate. Philippines, historically, I'll say it, they have the edge, but we've got some other APAC stuff coming up. Who knows?
It'll be interesting for sure, no question about it. As the free throw on the second one's not going to go. And once again, just going all the way down to the right side is a three-point shot for the team from Philippines. India's going to try to return the favor. Oh, okay, at least they took a three-point attempt this time. Usually you don't see that. They always try to go inside the paint.
It was very much paint presence. Again, that's the optimistic, the positive way of putting it, as we should. You had Prince 07, 09, I think those numbers are correct. Now I'm not trusting my own notes, who hit a few three-pointers in the game against Indonesia, where they put up 48 points. To be honest, outside of that, it's not looking too good for India. From distance, Philippines not going to have any trouble pulling the trigger. With take, of course, but from range, off the dribble, it doesn't matter. India, they're going to have some fun with it. Let it fly.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to kind of take advantage and pile things on as we go throughout the broadcast here. And, of course, we'll have a lot of matchups. We've already kind of mentioned how the Philippines are completely undefeated. Not a single team has taken them down. Matter of fact, the closest game, I believe, came when they were playing against Indonesia. Shout out to Vince again for the lovely notes. 33-29. That was a close one, but they still found a way to go ahead and get the job done. Matter of fact, you've got a tournament that, you know, the 2K League is hosting in the APAC region, so that'll be fun to kind of witness as well. I'm sure a lot of these players will be participating in that. So a lot of competition, a lot of reps for the Philippines to get under their belt as they go ahead and try to advance to the Asia Finals.
Yeah, I should shout out 𝐿𝐺𝐸 as well, the infrastructure that I know that Clark and others have talked about, being very grateful for, and it's why you're going to see them dominate in eFIBA on the big stage, dance with it, have a bit of fun with it, and then when they're looking towards some 2K League aspirations, the same names, let's say, popping up, with big thanks to 𝐿𝐺𝐸.
The other game that we will have started momentarily is Indonesia taking on Mongolia. That game, to my knowledge, has not started yet as I'm looking at the screen. But as soon as that tips off, we'll kind of get you some updates at the very least. But for now, we're going to lock and load here. It is 39-6 in the second quarter. Doesn't exactly look like a repeat of last time in the terms of record breaking, but it is still the Philippines that are dominating this one. But it's kind of what you'd expect. I don't think there was true expectations of India to kind of come out and pull off the upset, but I do think that they're finding their structure and their foundation a little bit when it comes to 2K, you know?
Yeah, I like to think we provide, you and I, a good mix of, I was going to say triviality, but that infers trivia. Let's go with lightheartedness, and then also just sort of calling it like it is. And by that, I mean, we know the result, basically, this one beforehand. I guess anything can happen, is what I like to say about eFIBA Season 2, but this matchup, the world record, the rest of it, the inability or lack of ability in three-point range. India are just a newer nation to the game. We want to grow it. We want to expand it. Philippines believe that they're the best outside of North America, so this is just what you're going to get.
Hey, you know what happens when we have a blowout, buddy?
I don't want to say the words. You tell me.
It's time for a quiz. It's time to see
how already?
Ready.
India, please. Brother, I love you.
It is 43-8. What do you want to talk about? Talk to me.
Mate, I'll bring up my notes on anything that's not trivia. I've got some cool...
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. You go ahead and look through your notes. Wow, what a beautiful deep shot, by the way, from the right hash. We can do it 2-in-1. We can multitask. But why don't you look at your notes and you let me know, what is the Indian Basketball Federation called?
Is that a trick question?
What do you mean? You're saying we don't have a basketball team? And by we,
No,
I mean, you know, the
You
nation of India.
said federation. So do you mean the federation or do you mean the team?
What are the Indian Basketball Federation called?
Yeah. So then I just want to say Indian Basketball Federation.
You would think it'd be that easy. No, it's called the Young Cagers.
The what? Go again?
The Young Cagers.
All right.
That's
Can I
their
Google
nickname.
that? No.
Yeah, of course. We've got 4 screens for a reason, brother. You can go ahead and Google it.
All right. Young
Yeah.
Cages, Asian
It's like the
basketball,
nickname.
Indian team. All right, but oh, man, look, I don't know who's sending you the trivia, and I don't know if it's you. I'm scared to whoever it is that I might get in trouble for.
Yeah,
it,
you
but
might get muted, buddy. Watch what you say.
It's happened. It's happened. The webcam will go down mysteriously, but. Is that not what the national team's called? You know, not the actual federation.
Yeah, whatever. You lose.
Give me something here. Technicality, please. I'm desperate when it comes to trivia.
Well, right now it's India that's desperate to get some points up on the board, but they're not going to be able to with that shot as that rebound secure. Down the line they go. It is 1 on no one as they get the easy slam. 56-10. The Philippines are on top. Again, you've got the crispy outfits. You've got the Philippines on the right. You've got India to the left. Looking nice and sharp, much better than the gameplay on the court, absolutely. Oh, okay, you had a defender right there at the right hand. Look at that. India was right back to the right side, but then, you know, maybe not so much defense on the left side.
Not so much. I've gotten behind the, I guess it's, what, Young Cages? This is the problem. When I don't know what the words mean, I'm really scared to say it in case it's a massive, like, wind-up and all of a sudden I'm, you know,
And you get canceled?
offending half of a nation or something, yeah.
We do have 1 billion of people in India, so be careful, yes.
But, you know, putting it all on the line here. Up the Young Cages. Let's go. 12 points for the Indian Federation, the Young Cages, that I
man.
love and you.
I love it. Here we go. We'll see if they're able to kind of close off the second quarter strong. Again, let's see if that other game has started. They're loading up right there. I see 4 folks loaded up. We're waiting for a couple more as the alley-oop attempt goes down. Why not? When you've got the lead. Man, did you see? There was a clip I saw about how the Washington Wizards were down 20 and they had an alley-oop play on a fast break. It's like, bro, you down 20. What do you think? Is that okay or is that not okay?
Pull
that's
to
a deep
Kuzma.
I'm
Lovely
sorry.
shot.
Real quick, what a deep shot. That was insane. You don't see that often. That's like a 36-footer if I've seen one.
It's why they're sort of testing it probably from range. Respectfully, if there was a game to see how like deep you can shoot it from, it is this one. So might as well stay around those parts, particularly with take. You get Mamba, you might as well let it fly.
And of course, you want to test those things out so you can see what it's like to play against other folks. You do go ahead now and have a little bit of team take from the squad from the Philippines, as that one's going to be. And you're bringing it back out. Excuse me, taking like a multiple tabs. See, that's what happens when you look at the dirty feed versus the program feed. You can predict the
good,
feed.
like you said, 4 screens going on. I've learnt to go on program for what it's worth. I'm staying live with the rest of all the friends because
I can
otherwise-
hear people yelling in his head every time I do that.
Maybe not just in his head as well. Maybe in the WhatsApp chat, maybe in the Twitch chat, you know.
Yeah. Can you imagine if he just pops up in the Twitch chat? He's like, stop looking at the wrong feed.
Oh, who's that friend that looks after social media? Absolutely smashing it, but yeah, not
Our
my
brother
mate,
Sonny.
apparently. Yeah, is it Sonny? There might be someone else as well, but
I'm sure he's got
Yeah.
a squad, yeah.
we've had some key disagreements, which I don't think Philippines are having, judging on what we're looking at, the webcam and the comms and whatnot. How, like, lovely was it as we approached the half, the friendship, everyone getting in for that group photo. It is good vibes leading to good gameplay for the Philippines for sure.
Especially when just about every single teammate of yours is in double digits. It's always good to be on the winning squad as they've got 24 points each with their guards. I mean, just dominating on the offensive end to no one's surprise. As Zava has got himself 8 for 9 from the three-point line. He's shooting fantastic. India's taken 4, perimeter shots. Haven't knocked down any, so they're still having a tough time to find the green window. What do you think, Nate? Do you believe India will hit a three-point shot?
I do. Based on sort of what I've been trying to watch and find out, and what it looks like is happening in this game so far, it's sort of in Philippines' best interest to protect the paint as much as possible. And I feel like we've seen quite a few perimeter shots at least attempted, as you say. Not yet made, but at least attempted. And I don't mean without reason or good passing or whatnot. I mean they're being left wide open now. Hear me out on this. If they let India practice their three-point shooting in this game, and they know that they're still going to win it, could that be the difference for them? Could that help India to lift their game against some of their rival nations going forward? Yeah?
I will say, I do give major props to India and all the other nations that continue to show up, even though the games may not be going the way they'd like. They can easily quit, right? But I love that they still have the pride and the competitiveness in them to go ahead and continue showing up, to continue battling, to make something happen. Oh, I thought they were going to try to shoot that one. Man.
This is how you improve in anything, and certainly in eFIBA Season 2. You got to play the best to get to their level, and then one day beat the best. If I've seen that correctly, by the way, I said center, power forward is what you're looking for your triple-double. A triple-double in eFIBA Season 2 on this game day is a skill booster, baby. So Philippines, playing with love, playing with heart, and getting an extra point for their trouble.
We are going to go ahead and have, like you mentioned, that triple-double, get your skill booster. And then, of course, we're also on 30-point watch, right? So if you hold a team less than 30, you do go ahead and get a skill booster. I believe we've got, what's crazy is that we are streaming on so many different channels that I think we have a question in the chat. But I got to go and check out which chat.
Yeah, where? Where though?
You know what I mean?
I've also got that little notey, and I'm like, no, I can't afford another monitor, and the ones that I've got do not have any questions on them. So,
well, here we go. They're going to try to come back. Oh, he's going to go and dot it to the left side. And I'll be honest, someone's playing a prank on us because I'm looking at the eFIBA chat. And I don't see a question.
It ain't there. I'll tell you
So
what, this
someone
is
in Denmark is playing
for the Lego incident that will be brought up until, I'm an old man. I incorrectly sort of attributed Lego to not Sweden, if I can put it that way. And
well, I mean,
I shall forevermore be punished.
I got the notification too. Like, what did I do?
Oh, that's just because you're associated with me. That's
that's fair. You know what? I'm happy to be. I'm happy to be, brother. I'm happy to be.
Thank you very much, Nico, you absolute king. Do you guys think the Philippines are on the same level as the likes of Turkey? We talked about it a little bit in the open at last game day, if I can just jump in India off the rip, because we were talking about them versus Australia and whatnot, and that Australia were described as the 2K coach of the league, as the best region outside of the Americas. Historically, at the very least, Philippines have been better than Australia, so you sort of put all those dots together. Sure, then they have to be up there with the best of Europe. What we're mostly excited for is to find that out. To be quite honest, in Jönköping in Sweden, but what about for yourself, India? Are they on that same sort of level or not?
I think it's so tough to kind of judge. I think, unfortunately, I'm not even sure which way I'd go. I feel like both nations are so talented, right? They both take it very seriously. And I'm not sure. I'd have to kind of flip a coin and see which way it goes. I think it'd be a great battle. And that's honestly, call me a broken record, call us a broken record, the beauty of having the federations play in person, right? Because all the trash talking, all the latency, all that goes out the window, and it's all about who can perform the best in those clutch moments. When you need a 3 to tie it up, when you need a 2 to send it to overtime, all those clutch moments we'll find out together. But I promise I'm not looking to duck your question. I just genuinely don't know because we haven't really seen them play with an even playing field. Now, I will say this, Turkey, Nate, does go ahead and play in a tougher region. So I feel like they're more battle-tested, right? Where I feel like the Philippines are not. But while you go ahead and give your answer, let's go ahead, or while you give your thoughts on what I just said on playing in the tougher region, getting you battle tested, let's go ahead and jump to the other game that we've got going on, as it's a bit more competitive. You've got Indonesia taking on Mongolia. Nate, what do you think, though? You think the Philippines have just kind of had like an easier schedule, so they may not be as battle-tested as the European side of things?
All right, so you know that I make notes while we're doing this, right? And most of the time, I sort of reserve them for little patterns of play or key stats that I like to bring up in future weeks. Then I normally hit you up with one, and you're like, "Oh, Nate's got like a cool stat this week. That's his go-to." And we repeat this process. I started writing down the questions that you're asking me, and I got up to the fourth one, and I gave up because I'm like, "Bruh, I've just been asked 4 things in about a sentence." So we can start off with Philippines, and I'll just say, yeah, they're pretty good. What else do we have? 𝐂𝐿𝐻 in the chat said Jordan or LeBron, who is the GOAT after today, 21 seasons deep. LeBron looking pretty good. I got asked if I could put some Avicii on. India's the big Avicii fan here, but you know, I could step up as well. Mongolia, Indonesia is the 4th question that I got. And after that, goodness knows where we're up to. I maybe haven't given Mongolia their credit and their respect. If you heard at the top of the stream today, and to be honest, last game day as well, I said they're comfortably 4th in this group, and that's with no disrespect. 4th in this region, in this group, could be a lot higher in others. It's just that Indonesia, Singapore particularly, they're a class above. What's about to start off here? If the other one's a blowout, India, Mongolia might be about to set this group on fire.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun to watch. But I do know that the folks at home have a little bit of feedback for us. So let's go ahead and smash exclamation survey in the Twitch chat so we can go ahead and get your insights on what you like, what you don't like, what you want to see, what you don't want to see. Anything that you want to give us feedback on, let us know. Shout out to Vince watching us bright and early. And again, appreciate all the notes and everything that he does for the broadcast as well. As we've got a close one here. It's a 1-point ball game. Mongolia on top. That shot is going to go ahead and give Indonesia a 2-point lead as we start things off in the second quarter.
That's the way that they want it. A big shout out wherever you're watching from around the world. This is a truly global competition. 61 nations from around the world. We look into different regions. I'm sure that makes sense. We want to play locally, make sure, to be honest, even here in our first one of the day, here in Asia, the connection and the distance between these nations can be, let's not go with severe, but sort of up there. So we start off with regions. We try and find the top nation from each one. And if it's Europe, the top 2, they are heading to Sweden to play in a live event finals. And basically, fam, we find out who the world champions will be in NBA 2K24, courtesy of eFIBA Season 2.
We will go ahead and find that out together. And for the folks at home that are just joining us, it is Indonesia that is in red, and it's Mongolia that's in white. And shout out to them for making it a little bit easier with the gamer tags, all uniform. And that's got to help,
simplicity.
Right? Yeah, that's got to help too. Like, I don't know about you, but like if my room is messy, if my office is cluttered, so is my headspace.
Dude, how you got the webcam on here when I'm tidying up during the day, mate? That was me, like, for so much of this afternoon, being like, we got an exciting night, but a long night ahead, India. I want to be in a good headspace. I'm going to tidy up the study. Yeah, great minds think alike, apparently.
Yeah, look, the folks in Denmark know just how messy my office is. Thank God for the backdrops, you know what I mean?
Did you cover it up? Is that what happens?
Amen to that.
Oh, okay, so slightly different strategies there. But
yeah, I've got the beard to cover up things on my face, and then I've got the backdrop to cover up my office space, as now it's Indonesia that was down early on, but they go in and take the lead. A beautiful shot from the top of the key makes it a 3-point ball game.
Stop that, India. I ain't having any of that. I know it might have seemed like I was a bit down myself last week. The trivia just sent my morale absolutely plummeting, but mate,
I know you're gonna hit me with
the hoodie. Oh, I might take the hit for you, mate. I don't know. You're looking sharp. You got the tidiness.
That's what you should do. When HQ sends you the trivia question, just take a stand, bro. Just don't ask me. You know, help me out.
Could you imagine? Just like, no, I draw the line. I'm here for digital basketball pixels.
You know what'll happen. You know what'll happen. They'll create a burner, and then they'll ask a question in the chat, and that'll be the trivia.
Big shout out to 𝐿𝐻, by the way, who's the one talking about Jordan or LeBron. We had the pleasure of talking to him on a previous stream. 𝐿𝐻 got his particularly European opinions and strong ones, but has been talking about Asia before as well. Thank you very much, Alper, for joining in.
Appreciate everybody hanging out with us today. No, that's the beauty of it, man. It is a worldwide event. It is 8:30 in the morning for me. I know it's like, what, 11:30 for you? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So we are all awake at different hours of the night. As that one's going to get stolen away. Now we're going the other way. Oh, he didn't pass it to him? Oh, I thought he had his teammate wide open. Down low, but nonetheless, they go ahead and get the rock. And they get the 2-point lead.
It's like, as long as you get there eventually, hey, India, one mistake, you're like, I wish you could have that one back. If you can make amends nice and quickly, you'll never think about it again. It's where one mistake leads to 2 to 3, and you start doubting yourself. Those little moments, they can really stack up.
You've got, apologies, you cut off there for me, Nate. Did you ask me a question? I hope not.
No, sir. No, sir. Just sort of saying that those little errors, you don't want them to compound. If you miss the wide open man or whatever, you score nice and quickly, you forget all about it.
Good. I just want to make sure I missed something and wasn't rude to you. Let's go ahead and jump to India taking on the Philippines, because we got the last minute of that one, and it is 155 to 27. And Nate, while we've got a minute, and it's, you know, not exactly a close game, let's go ahead and tell the folks that are just joining us how this is going to play out with the Asia qualifiers. I'll go ahead and tee you up, and you take it from there. We've got 5 nations that are competing in the Asia qualifiers. How many of them are going to move on next week to the Asia finals? And then how many of them are going to move on to Sweden?
Sir, we are looking at the top 2, yes, the top 2 of which we've said, and looking at the score on your screen if you're just joining. Philippines, they're kind of decent. They're in top spot. They may well stay there. However, the top 2 will head on to the regional, because that's where we're at, the region fam. And as you said, top 1 progress from those finals to the world finals. Is to say the Philippines are the team to beat, but you certainly got your opportunity to make sure it's you and your nation on that plane this week.
And of course, it's not just the #1 seed, it's the chance to go to an upset, as that one looked like they said it was a violation. Did somebody quit out of that?
Yes, sir. This is where we get to the stage. You might have used some boosts and whatnot, and maybe you've got that habit from 2K23. Unfortunately, you sort of don't want to quit out in 2K24 for any reason.
Well, what's interesting, and I'll go ahead and wait and hold my tongue, but I've got a little fact for you. It's not a fun one if you're, you know, a member of the Indian Federation or the Indian Nation, but it is 0 points that, well, we'll make it positive. It's 0 points that the Philippines gave up in the 4th quarter, which means they held on the defensive side and held India under 30. So, you know, we'll wait for confirmation. What I say is not official, nor should it ever be, nor should I ever have that power. But I believe that's another skill booster for the Philippines.
Under 30, friends, you got a sort of, I don't know, lock in, if you like, there when you need to. And it's to say the Philippines are that good, they can kind of do what they want. Play defense for basically 1 quarter and chill for the other 3. It'll get you your skill booster or the opportunity thereof. There was some triple doubles in there as well. India, they're just having a time.
In cricket, we call it a half century. In eFIBA, we call it a 50 burger. And that's what Ice Too Fast from the Philippines got. 51 points on 19 for 24. Raise it halfway, though. Halfway. Remember, halfway. Okay, you know your little cricket facts a little bit. I like that.
Reminder, the exclamation mark survey, by the way, just got another ping on that, and I appreciate it very much, because I feel like I say it too much. Same with skill boosters, you know. I watch these things back, I'm like, dude, why are you screaming about skill boosters? But I get excited about that. I get excited about the survey. If you're watching on Twitch right now, type for me exclamation mark survey, and you can give your feedback while you're watching. Where are these nations? I want to compete for my nation that wasn't here, of the 61 that made it through. Fam, you got questions for India, you got questions about the court. I don't mind what it is, you let us know. And for your trouble, you go into the running draw to win yourself an eFIBA hoodie, a FIBA basketball, or a code for NBA 2K24. Takes about a few minutes, easy as that.
Mention wherever you're watching. We've got a couple of Twitch pages up, and on the FIBA account, we've got over 1,200 people watching. So we appreciate you for tuning in. And I believe, Nate, lacking means lagging.
I'm with you. I got there like a little bit slower. That's sort of how I got this job, actually, India, I'm pretty sure, is when they asked, like, what are your qualifications? I said, I'm like India, just a little bit slower, like 12 hours slower than the world. So,
well, I'll tell you what,
I could be a 2IC,
slow,
co-captain, vice-captain.
Who isn't slow and who's turning it up right now is Indonesia. As it kind of was a back-and-forth ball game, but now they're up by 8. They go ahead and get a chance to make it a double-digit lead before we end the third quarter. Plenty of time here. Oh, nice little step back from the left side, but he's not going to be able to make that shot. Down they go. Look at Indonesia getting back on the defense. Oh, and they go ahead and block that one.
Yes, please. You got to be shooting that with take as well. I find that when you get angry that it doesn't go. You step up on the defensive end, indeed.
Mongolia, very much still in this game. Trying to make it a little bit closer than it currently is. Defense being played from the left side by Indonesia. The rotations were there, but the center just scooted up a little too much, allowing for the backdoor cut. And you've got Indonesia. Fuego, who's got badge, has to pass it up the court to go ahead and advance it. Left corner cut. That was going to get denied at the rim. It's Mongolia with the block, and they're on the offensive side.
Need to lock in. This is big, India. Big! You sense it. A bit of momentum. Like I said, you get a big stop. You start to fire up. You get locked in. The timeout call is smart from Indonesia. These could be big moments at the end of the third.
It was a 9-0 run by Indonesia to start things off in the third. And now it's a 5-0 run by Mongolia to cut into the deficit. And let's see if they have another stop in them. Last time around, they had a block at the rim. Oh, that was creative, Nate.
Seal off that India chat, by the way, because Sonny's saying maybe they're watching them play cricket right now on a separate screen. Oh, by the way, lockdown. They're locked in and the foul by your other player, of course. So going back to Sonny, Cricket World Cup going down. It wouldn't surprise me if sort of not too unhappy to get that game done. Watch a bit of the game in between their games today.
Well, see, right now they're on a break as they're playing Sri Lanka, and they're up 357 with 8 wickets. Yeah, maybe I got another screen. You know, I got four monitors for a reason. But let's just be thankful that, you know, the Indian cricket team is performing better.
I guess that's the thing that maybe some of our international viewers don't quite understand. By the way, Fuego on flames, yes please, 10-point lead. Is that basketball might not be the main sport of a lot of these nations, indeed, with football and some variants there. Well, basketball can slip down to second, third, or even lower, but we want them to get started because the more that you go into it, the better you get. Mongolia, you might start green time dunking all over a team that some had as the second favourites in this group. Point being, don't write them off based on one game, one season's performance. eFIBA's coming back with a vengeance. Maybe India will be too.
We will find out together, me and you. That kind of rhymes. That's cute.
Yeah. Can someone, is that like a sonnet? I don't know. We'll make it happen. Bring poetry back.
I hated haiku because not only did I have to make it rhyme, but I had to count, like, to make sure it was actually a haiku.
Dude, it's like poetry's meant to be self-expression, and then a haiku's like, yeah, express yourself, but do it like this. I'm like, nah, you're missing the point.
Shot's going to miss there from Mongolia. 10-point lead for Indonesia. Everybody pretty much bunched up on the right side. Now they kind of fan out, spread out. Back and forth we go as Fuego has it. Right corner dot. Back to the right hash. Calls a cut. Mongolia's all over it. They are swinging right now. And right when I say that.
Vitinho! To be fair, Fuego does take the large majority of the shots, not afraid to chuck them up. Their game against Singapore last time round, something like 5 to 16 shooting late in the shot clock. He'll often sort of throw the grenade, as we occasionally say. Just chuck up something and hope that it hits.
It is 50 to 37. As Indonesia got themselves a comfortable lead, and Mongolia is going to try to cut into them in the fourth, but they're not going to be able to, or going into the fourth, rather. Let me not predict what's going to happen here.
I don't know how quick your eyes are, by the way. That box score, way too quick for me.
I know, I could have hit pause.
Got a 20-piece, and like I said, he's going to chuck them up. You get your bigs rolling into the paint. It's nothing too crazy. That just makes sense. Make sure you can get the board, repeat and recycle. My point is just that when you do get the offensive board, it often goes back to Fuego, and we repeat that process again and again.
You know what's funny is you mentioned the box score and trying to pause it on time. We've got the dirty feed, which is like maybe a millisecond, then the program feed, and then we've got the Twitch chat. So then it's like you've got 3 chances to pause it, but you just have to be so quick and know where to go.
I will confess that I have used the Twitch chat as like a verification occasionally, but for me,
Yes,
as you say,
absolutely.
the dirty feed that you speak about, the sort of raw feed, man, it's just not my guy. I've locked it down to 2.
A little behind the scenes look as it's, as we're going to get into the crunch time to call this game. Anytime I see a shot, I'll be like, and that's a right corner shot by. What a slam dunk there, as you can tell. And then you just look at the Twitch chat to know who it was. And by Twitch chat, I don't mean the actual chat, but I mean the delay on the Twitch screen.
Twitch stream, man. I got you. I'm following. Hope you are enjoying it. eFIBA stream. I see Brody in there. Shout out, mate. Getting on towards midnight here. Down under. And it doesn't matter if your nation's involved or not. We just love our 2K, and you can sort of pick a nation, like a what's the right word? There's a better word for it, and I can't be bothered to find it out right now, India. But you have, if you're in the tournament, your second team. Any type of tournament, you're like, oh yeah, my home nation is, for me, Australia. But my second team is, if you're not involved, you can just make me your top team. Make it 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂. 10-year 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 fan. You can claim what you want.
I always like to say my heart wants X, but my head says X or Y. You know what I mean? It's, you got different teams. It's all right. It's totally fine. Coming into the fourth quarter, we've got 20 points by Fuego from Indonesia, as he's kind of making things happen on the offensive side. You mentioned that he is the one who takes the most amount of shots. He definitely does for his team. We'll see if Mongolia is able to make this a bit of a closer game as we get into the final 3 minutes of this one. It's Indonesia in red. It's Mongolia in white. That's going to be an easy slam down low.
Simple, and it's going to be the key if Indonesia are going to try and close out this game. 3-point shooting, why not? You open up the floor, then you open up the paint. Don't worry about your skill boosters so much in this one. Make sure you pick and roll, your fundamentals are down. Limit the turnovers, limit sort of sloppiness early into the shot clock. 10-point lead should be enough unless the 3-ball starts to go. What about defensively? Play all 24 seconds defense, please. Mongolia not going away.
The last time these two teams played, it was Mongolia that unfortunately took an L, 38-69. So a little bit of a tighter game this time around, but the result of the dub might stay the same. You had Valentino, who scored about, 32 points on 7 steals. It was an incredible game for him on the defensive side as well.
Tell you what, that's one of the beautiful things about everyone doing their own notes is that I get to stat check, make sure that my calculations aren't terrible, and I feel vindicated or just embarrassed when I realize there's a massive error, for example. Okay, I won't give you one of them. Maybe a bit later on if there's a blowout, because you've got to lock in here Mongolia with the pick and pop. Not confident to take it. What about Bill? Where is he? Feed inside, and one would be nice. They get none of that. Head to the line. It's not looking too good in what could have been a big game. Don't forget, friends, if you're just joining Mongolia, we're up in that second quarter, and things start to fall apart quite quickly.
They sure did. That third quarter, as you alluded to, what's a fun word to say? 20-7 in favor of Indonesia, as it really did make a difference in that third quarter. And they've continued to hold on and maintain the lead as that shot by Mongolia, heavily contested, nowhere near a great release. As Indonesia knocks down that one, shows them how it's done as the lead gets extended once again.
That's the dagger right there, I'm afraid, for Mongolia. I always like to talk about little things, and then friends that are certainly better at this game than me be like, mate, that's so obvious. Are you kidding me? Friends, we got developing nations that are newer to the game, and we want to encourage anyone watching, anyone to get involved, any nation in particular. So, takeover. We like that taken a bit earlier. In your defense, if you're against me here, 2K League, commentator Dirk says, no, even if you've got a few seconds left, save Mamba because of the extra. No, sorry, Dirk, I still disagree. When you have that take, make sure there are no seconds remaining without it, and please pop it in a bit of advance when you take your shot. Otherwise, you stand there, you're ready for your catch and shoot, then you have to hit another button. It might seem like a small detail, heading to the line for 3 here, by the way, but you just want to pop it before you get to your spot. Every millisecond counts, not just for your three-point shot itself, but to get the shot off itself. That was a bit of a ramble, India, but point from last time out, last game day. Don't care if it's Dirk, I'll stand up for what I believe in. Pop that takeover nice and early for me.
I appreciate the breakdown. It's always fun to kind of nerd out on 2K. And don't forget, we've got over 1,400 folks that are watching on our Twitch channels. We've got a couple of them up. So, we got to make things a little bit simplified. Explain it to me like I'm 5. And what I can easily explain to you is that Indonesia is going to easily go ahead and take this one thanks to the third quarter that they've had. The second half has just been brilliant for them. 66-51 is your score with there about 30 seconds left. Top of the key. That shot's going to go. 69-51.
It's encouraging signs, India. Again, it's going to hurt for Mongolia. We talked to a lot of these players. One of the repetitions that we've heard. When there's been a loss, goldfish memory, short memory, put it out of your mind. You know that you've done sort of what you needed to do at times. There are going to be moments that haunt you, whether it's Halloween or not. It's going to hurt. It's the start of the day, fam. Top 2 make it through to that regional final. Keep positive. Who knows? Step up against the Philippines. Anything could happen.
Oh, absolutely. And that's a beautiful shot to end things. That's the way you want to get the job done if you're from Indonesia, as that's exactly what they do. They go ahead and take care of business against Mongolia. Just a dominating performance, especially in that third quarter. Nate, I feel like there's always that one quarter where you can just kind of separate yourself, and it was the third quarter for Indonesia against Mongolia.
Yeah, I call it the moving quarter, which is quite cringe. That's why you see me do the cheesy smile. But consistently, it's where we see big momentum plays and swings. That classic between Spain and Great Britain. There was one play at the end of the third. Then we had that crazy last quarter. It just, yeah, I don't know. For some reason, changes everything. You have a look at teams that win a third quarter of a game in eFIBA Season 2. They often win the game in its entirety.
Well, you also had, again, 50 points from Ice Too Fast. Fuego, you had him dominating in terms of performance as well. So matter of fact, chat, if you have any questions that you want us to ask Fuego, let us know. We'll try to get them on the broadcast. We'll try to get your questions answered. And let's go ahead and bring in my man, Ren Lucas Tambunan. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. If I didn't, please blame Nate the Great. What's going on, Fuego?
Hello. Just got off a bad start with a good win.
Well, tell me
got there
then,
in the end.
you did. Tell me what happened in that third quarter that helped you come out on top.
I mean, in the halftime, we decided to make an adjustment and basically slow down the game, and we just feed off their energy, and we basically locked in the third quarter.
We talked about it. We were noticing here something changed. Thank you for mentioning that you were slowing it down. We could hear a lot of excitement and sort of buzz there. What was the communication like at halftime?
I mean, I told them scoring, so stop the PG and let others score, and the others can score. Just the PG.
Now, when it comes to on the defensive side of things, right, let's go ahead and talk about who you believe is going to be the biggest challenge in your region, and how do you plan on taking them down?
I mean, shout out Clark. That's my guy, but we're going to beat him today. We're going to stop him. We'll just get them to 15 points, max. Under 15 points. Over under.
You said you're gonna hold. Hold on. Where my pen? You know what? I got one pen left. You said you're gonna hold Clark to how many again?
15 points. Under 15.
15. Under 15. All right, look, I've got 15 and under marked right here. That's how many points you're going to hold Clark under. Nate, what do you think, man?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it might not be a skill booster. You get an India booster for your troubles if you want. We know it's a friendly rivalry. We were talking about that last time, Ren. Have you guys had much of a chat since that last game day?
Yeah, we did, because we're going to meet them in Manila for the 𝐂𝐄𝐂 event. So I told them I'm going to beat them and I'm going to beat everyone in the Philippines.
All right, well, now are you going to, like, how confident are y'all?
I'm pretty confident with my team. We just had a bad week. Last week, we lost against Singapore. That's our bad game. This week, we got to win against Philippines. And 4-0 today. So we can qualify to the
I
finals.
love the confidence, man. Best of luck to you, pal.
Thank you, India. Thank you, Nate.
Absolutely, man. And that is Ren, who is Fuego from Indonesia. Nate, I mean, just an incredible showing by them. What do you think? Holding them down by 15 or less?
I'll tell you what, Clark would be having a big smile right now. I think maybe the vibe that I'm picking up on as well, with that slower first half that you heard Ren rather talking about, their eyes are already fixed on the Philippines. So never mind my sort of pre-stream predictions talking about that battle for second spot. They're putting it all on the line. Maybe sort of that nothing to lose mentality coming for that top spot. Skill boosters could be crucial, but maybe that India booster versus Clark as well. Bit of morale booster.
Well, hey, I'll tell you what. Right now, we're going to boost ourselves over to Singapore, taking on the Philippines. You just saw Philippines take care of business against India. Singapore had themselves a bye in that first round of games, but now we will go ahead and watch them take the Philippines, and this should be an interesting one, as of course Philippines want to continue their undefeated streak, and it's Singapore that's looking to make sure they get at least the second seed, if not the first one. As you see, a quick 2-point lead for Philippines as we've got under a minute left in the first.
Bring it. It must be really difficult to have that bias, I guess we should call it, when you got 5 teams, and obviously 2 teams playing at once, 2 games at once, bada bing, bada boom. You got to wait early on. I feel like those warmer hands, warming your way into it, we've already seen a nation sort of warm their way into a game, a slow first half, and then you turn it on in the third. Do you agree with me there, India, or would you personally prefer that sort of rest, check out the competition before you have to start playing?
Oh, man, you know, it's tricky because if you're going to actually watch the gameplay, what exactly are you getting out of a gameplay where your opponent is beating somebody else by 70 or 80, right? That's not really watching film that's going to be beneficial to you because they're just kind of running around and having themselves a great time. Not any real plays, rotations on the defensive side are working out. So I would say I would much rather go ahead and actually play the game than watch my opponent play, especially if it's in a blowout fashion.
I respect it. There's some variables going on. I like it. You always got a good comprehensive answer. Even for the stuff that you didn't know about the trivia, I felt like I was learning some things.
Yeah, you know, I try to make stuff up as I go, you know what I mean?
It's fun and educational here at eFIBA Season 2. Wherever you want, you got it.
Pulling up the feed here, you've got the end of the first quarter as the Philippines are on top, looking to stay undefeated throughout this tournament. But Singapore stands in their way right now as we start the second quarter. A little bit of backing up here. Not going to have the post move that he would have liked. 𝐂𝐓 from the left-hand side. Thought he had himself a little bit of a crab. Had the open shot, couldn't get it to drop.
Yeah, that space just a little bit harder to get depending on how good your handles are, your dribble moves and whatnot. Shout out CB or the 𝐂𝐄𝐂𝐕, who just seems to get unmatched space and separation. It's something to aspire to, but I like the confidence, at least early on when the game's very much on the line. Why not?
0 points, obviously, in this young game so far for MPJ from Singapore. Every shot that he's taken thus far has not been able to go, as now it is 17-8. And the lead just continues to go for the team, for the nation of Philippines. From the top of the key. Going to the left side, trying to find something. Nothing there, so calls a wrap to get to the right. And that's going to be stolen away. Have a little bit of a fast break opportunity. Tried to get baited by the defense, Nate, to dot the right side. But they're a little bit too smart as they go ahead and take the easy two.
Philippines. Nothing changes. I don't know if I'd be calling him out. I'll tell you what. I know, like, different nations and whatnot. But can you imagine if you, mate, we've had to sit there and wait to play the #1 nation in this region, and then you're just calling them out. You're saying, I'm going to hold Clark under 15 points. Philippines, we're coming for you. And then poor Singapore have to cop it. I expect, if nothing else, Philippines, whether they've heard those comments or not, they'll be stepping up against India. India as the individual. It's fair to say that was the perfect warm-up for them.
It really was. You just want to make sure that you don't have like a letdown game the next time around. As so far, every time Philippines gets on the court, they take care of business. That's going to be a jump ball. 22-8. And again, the skill boosters you've already got acquired for Philippines is they already have the triple-double, and they've already gotten holding an opponent to 30 points or less. Again, these are the unofficial skill boosters that Nate and I are going to try to point out. We'll wait for our lovely, lovely operations team to confirm things and make it official, put their stamp on it.
I thought you were saying that we were making up the skill boosters. I'm like, nah, India, those are definitely the active skill boosters this week. I promise you they are, but I see what you mean. Our points accumulation, my literal notepad and pen, yeah, that is unofficial.
That's cool. See, that's you're organized. You've got a notepad and pen. I've got post-it notes that say, hi, I'm India. I don't know why I don't even know why that says that on the post-it note, but
yeah, we did that.
Oh, that's right, because because you kept calling me India, and someone said, why do you keep calling India when it's two different nations playing?
Yeah, thought I was the not the sharpest tool in the shed, shall we say, but India the nation, India the individual. It's all happening in eFIBA Season 2. It's hard to keep up, I understand.
Yeah, like I said, someone got mad at me because I called JT a great color commentator. You know, it happens. No worries, man. MPJ shoots that one, not going to be able to hit the basket this time around as well. He struggled on the offensive side, and his team is showing for it. Going the other way. Backs it all the way to the right side, and they find the bottom of the net as they continue to do so. 24-12.
I really like the early pass. It's not quite a break starter, fam. It's a bit different. When you grab a rebound, you used to just hit both bumpers and that ball goes straight to who you need. Of course, if it's not even your rebounder who's making the pass, you've got to have a little bit of bravery, ambition, even is a risk of turning over in your shot clock and momentum and whatnot. Against the Philippines, India, what I'm trying to say is you might as well throw it early, try something a bit different, because otherwise they are going to grind you down. They are #1 in this region for a reason.
And it's tough to kind of come back from a deficit that's 15 or more. Your morale goes down. You then start to kind of make careless mistakes. You try to find that shot that is your 15-point shot. It just doesn't exist.
Science has only come so far, India, one day.
I had someone the other day tell me that there's a conspiracy theory about how we don't have teleportation yet. And I was like, huh? She's like, yeah, the airlines keep us away from it. And I'm like, all right.
We've had some advancements in eFIBA. I'm not sure teleportation's quite on the agenda, but !_survey if you want to see teleportation in eFIBA Season 3. Get it happening.
Nice.
Let us know.
Well done. Well done. 31-12, Philippines on top. Less than a minute left in the second quarter. MPJ looking to get his team right back into this one. The Philippines are in whites. Singapore is in red. Down low, back up top. That one's going to be stolen away. Going down the court, slowing things down with a pump fake, and they're going to get wrapped up for a foul. That is going to be the one to give, so the next one will put them at the line. Got their take. He's going to go ahead and try to find a little bit of space. He had the open shot, but he couldn't get it to go. Offensive rebound secured at the free throw line. Less than 10 seconds to work with here. Goes to the left. Finds a man down low for the finish.
Tell you what, Zaka's got some quality. Philippines, 1 through 5. They bring it every time. We talked about some nations with deeper rosters and whatnot, happy to rotate it around, give everyone a bit of a go. They're like, we know our 5. We know what we're doing here. They are some of the best for a reason, and they'll close that out very nicely on track if, let's say, the under 30 skill booster wasn't on the cards last time. It could be again. Unofficial skill boosters, don't you worry. More importantly, Philippines would just be delighted with keeping their opponents to a 4-point, yes, 4-point second quarter. At the start of the previous game day, India asked if it's top 2, is it Philippines and who? And I said, yes, it is, my friend. Philippines and Singapore. If this game day is anything to take it by, it looks like Singapore have not been able to increase their standard. The likes of Indonesia, even Mongolia, who were, 1 and 3 last time out. I don't know, that top 2 spot, it really is on the line.
They had 8 points in that first quarter, Nate. 4 points in the second quarter. Talking about Singapore here, they're 25% from the perimeter. Again, MPJ has just kind of struggled. But I got a question for you, though. When it comes to the Philippines, do you believe that it's their offense that's their biggest asset or their defense?
Dude, what a question. What a question. I love it because we don't talk about defense too much. Your big chase down block, you sort of highlight defensive play. And I'm not talking about eFIBA Season 2. Any type of 2K broadcast, India, myself, mentioned Dirk, Harris, JT. Everyone is very much in the same loop. You want your slam dunk, your green times, even like a great pass seems to get the highlight, the plaudits over good defense. It's because it's the team comms for mine, India. Team communication, one of the most underrated things that on defense, your rotations, making sure you're covering for your mate, as we'd say here, down under. It's what makes the Philippines so good. Is it better than their offense? I'd argue yes. If you want the short answer, it's just yes. Long answer is everything else I've said. Their defense is definitely world class. Their offense on occasion, maybe if it doesn't go missing, it's just in comparison to their defense. It really is elite anywhere from around the world.
Whether it's between castmates, relationships, or on the basketball court, virtual or not, communication is absolutely key. I could not disagree with you there at all. Especially, on the offensive side, defensive especially, you want to make sure you communicate on the rotations, what to expect, tendencies that you might be seeing. And of course, on the offensive end, you want to talk about what's open, what a defender is doing every time you call a certain play, if they're dropping, and that one's going to be out of bounds. Looks like he tried to dot it to the left side. Looks like somebody tipped it, excuse me. Let's go ahead and see. And the next matchup that we have going on, folks, is going to be India taking on Mongolia. That one is off to a fast start for Mongolia as they are up 24-0. So I'm going to try to spin this in a positive light, okay? For the past 9 minutes of basketball, India's been held to 0 points.
So what was the positive?
I tried. I didn't say 10 minutes. I didn't say 10 minutes.
Oh, man. Oh, dear me. I called it. I didn't call it. I just explained it at the start of today, India. We're so glad that the nation, India, are here. They are going to improve so much from being a part of this competition, but you've got to start somewhere. You've got to find out where your standard is at. And India, the nation, are just finding out in some of the roughest ways.
Well, I'll tell you what, India, see, this was the positive, man. This is the positive. Like I said, India's on the board. They got themselves a bucket. It is now 36-2.
Thank you for finding that positive. I just wasn't patient enough, which is my life issue, full stop. I should have known it was the case here at eFIBA as well. Just that positive will come India every time.
Yeah, you sound like my ex. That's fine. No worries. 40-16. Philippines on top of this one. Less than 2 minutes left to go in the third.
So did you date my ex or what's going on?
Oh, boy. The podcast we could have, and what a block we do have as that one goes out of bounds. We're going to stay
I got
here,
blocked
though.
too.
I'll tell you what, buddy. I'm going to take a sip of water. You take over.
I think that's probably fair. I think I've warranted a little bit of coverage. Make sure that we forget that ever happened. Fam, when we have these sort of big up margins,
She feels
we
the
have a
same
bit
way
more
about you, by the way.
fun with say hello for me, Vids. Whoever next is up. 40-18. Friends, the three-point shooting that we were talking about, it sounds so easy about timing your shot, practicing your green timing and whatnot, to even get open against this Philippines team. I said against India, again, the nation, that they were more or less encouraging them to shoot, and I speculated as to why that would be when they're locked in. They might allow you a 2. Maybe even there's a chase down block coming if they do let you in the paint. Their perimeter defending is just superb.
Indeed is. It is 48 points for Mongolia at the end of the first quarter. And if you're wondering what pace you need to be at for the record, it is 55.5. So they are about 7.5 points short per quarter. Mongolia is, if they're looking to break the record. As we're going to see if you have Singapore that can come into this one a little bit closer than it currently is. That's the left side. Misses it, however. And now MPJ is going to take that one. Can't connect, man. Just struggling on the offensive side.
Yeah, and that's the thing when you have so many that are contested. And finally one does go. It is, to be quite honest, sloppy position that leads to wide open shooting in the end. After I give them the big rap about how hard it is to get open, it all goes apart when you're just chucking that ball away. Or we know that the on-the-ball strips are quite OP, 2K24. They remain that way. It's going to give Singapore a little bit of a sniff away, a look back in, but they're going to need a lot more greens in the fourth to make this something of a contest.
They indeed will, but we'll see just how many more they need and if they're able to get them or not. 2 seconds left. They're going to launch that one right before the end of the quarter. And our score is 42-23. An update on the other game is 54-5 with about 4 minutes left to go in the second. So this one's a bit more competitive, so we're going to kind of rock on with this one for now.
I'm not sure about the, what do we want to call that, language barrier or potential like that, but I remember last time we were talking about India, encouraging India, if the three-point shot is not going, whether that's a timing issue or whatnot, to at least maintain their spacing. I haven't seen that so far today. I'm still seeing a lot of bodies in that paint. It's basically impossible to get in their 2K24 contest out of nowhere. I'm a little bit concerned that that hasn't been an improvement week on week. I thought that might have been a more simple thing they could achieve.
Yeah, there's just so many things that you have to work on that you got to start somewhere. So they're making the improvements I feel like they need to. But again, as they get more reps in, right? Because I believe the team, the Philippines, they weren't this good when they started off, right? But it's the more reps you get, the communication that you talked about, getting the muscle memory for your shots, your IQ, watching film. Those are a lot of different things that you can do to get better at the game. And I feel like that's what India, that's what a lot of other teams around the different nations, around the different regions around the world are going to need to do. And I expect a lot of improvement for a lot of the countries for the eFIBA Season 3 that hopefully we'll get a chance to experience next year.
And I think there's, apart from some of these simple things on the court, you can talk about off-court infrastructure and ways to improve. There's a plethora of 2K League talent, coaches and whatnot that want to help you out, that would be more than happy to pass on information. I said for the Philippines, you got Laos Group Esport, LGE, who have been, what did they get them? A gaming house started, I believe, in August, is what Clark said. There's money you can spend, there's free advice, there's certainly ways to improve on and off the court. It's just a matter of, I guess, how professional you want to take it.
By the way, Nate, I just got word from HQ that if I don't answer your trivia question properly, I may not come back for Season 3. So I'm going to need you to slide me the answer or the question beforehand so I can look it up, yeah?
Mate, I got you, all right?
I appreciate it. I appreciate
it. This mic's live right now after what happened last time, that clip. I wake up one morning and you see that on Instagram, I'm like, never again.
Oh, man. And that's right. India did just get a wicket. Only gave up 2 runs and they got a wicket. Hey, see, it's positive thinking, you know? What's... Never mind.
I thought about running with it. I don't know. I am too many screens already, man.
I was just gonna say India's got more wickets than they do wins here, but you know, trying to stay positive. 54-29, Philippines on top. Less than 3 minutes left to go on this one. Time is just flying by. This is round 2 of the matchups that we've got going down today out of the 5. We saw India take on Philippines. Philippines secure business there. You had Indonesia take on Mongolia earlier today, and it was Indonesia that came out with the dub. So this is the second round of matchups where it's the Philippines taking on Singapore. You see the score right in front of you. Then it's Mongolia that has a expanding lead against India as we get round 2 coming to a close shortly.
Hey, that's just Asia, though. India, I know you know, but for our viewers watching on that might not, we're sort of double trouble today behind the mic and on your screens. Bring on the Middle East. Some big games. Look, Saudi Arabia have been on flames to start off. You would not want to go anywhere. Going to have like a short break maybe. I might want a coffee, but we'll be straight back. 2 regions. Bring on.
Amen to that. 60-34. I'm excited for the Middle East, man. It's been a minute since we've seen Middle East play out. And again, for the folks who may not have got a chance to watch this live, you had Saudi Arabia that went undefeated, and Lebanon dropped 1 game, which was to Saudi Arabia. However, it's Lebanon that is in first place because of what?
Skill boosters, baby.
And where is my wife?
Yeah, I thought you said you were magic, man. I believed in you.
I know. I'm sorry. It's past midnight for you, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't guess
Yeah,
by my
see?
son. It certainly is.
Well, yeah, the reason I say that is because my magic expired when your clock hit midnight. You know what I mean?
India's magic slippers. All right.
I'm not a father, but I got dad jokes for days, baby.
You'd be a great dad, man.
I think so too. I mean, I'm in the video game world. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Who needs to
Until
touch
you,
grass?
You get beaten in like a 1v1, like blacktop or something, and all of a
Oh,
sudden,
he's grounded, or she's grounded. Whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's simple. Go to your room. What? Final minute here as Singapore looks to make it a little bit closer than it genuinely is. 60-54, less than 45 seconds left in this one. Philippines trying to get it past half court. They finally do. Gets it to the right hash. That shot goes up. Not going to count. That one's a tip ball. We've got a loose one on the court. Singapore get it right back. Swing it all the way to the top of the key, and they find the green. But it is too little, too late.
Look, at least in here, in this game. Top 2 spots on the line. I know exactly what you mean, India. This one is done. Stick a fork in it. It is ready to go. Serve it up. But going forward, it is an improvement for Singapore. 69-30 last time out. I've been impressed with their on-ball defense. They certainly look up to, came out to be more aggressive here. And that could serve them very, very, very well against the, rest of their games today.
60-48, it is Philippines that continue staying undefeated as MPJ got himself going a little bit later on, but it was a little too late as we jump into Mongolia taking on India 97-25 with less than 4 minutes left to go in the third. As India, I believe they got 27 points against the Philippines, so they're looking to get more points on the offensive side. And of course, on the defensive side, you had, what was it? I think like 48 points that was scored in the first quarter. So they've fixed things up on the defensive side, but still a wide lead for Mongolia.
Yeah, 30 or less. We like to talk about. I was going to say it's a lock, and then you remember that they got held India to a 0 point last quarter. So maybe we'll just see how the rest of the third goes to start things off.
Trying to find a little bit of space from the left corner. Nothing there. Comes it right back out. Resets it to the right side. They've got 3 folks. Top of the key. You've got the take. But the shot release wasn't there. They do get the offensive rebound. Going all the way to the right side. you had about 3 defenders that were looking to guard it, but none of them got a good contest as they knock down the 3 and they get the 100 points. It's no longer a skill booster, but it's great for morale. It looks pretty on the box score as they're going to block that one. Bringing it down the court, and they get the easy 2.
The Hundi, the Hundo, if you're Chris, if you're watching. I know I've seen Vince in the chat. I can't remember if he says Hundi or Hundo, but however you like to say it, 3 digits, fam. Just a bit of a personal celebration, one of those things, a bit like cricket, to be fair. You get your tongue, raise the bat and whatnot, but not a skill booster, not an SB today. Who knows if it will be brought back in transition. Set your feet, son. With take, with badges, some say, making it look easy, and it's going to be something that we talk about a little later. I'll certainly be bringing up Mongolia's improvement, which is what I said I'm looking for. The very first thing Vince asked me, what do you think, predictions and whatnot? And similar to yourself, India, I'm saying, mate, we're just getting started. I can watch all the games, I can talk to the players, do the interviews and whatnot. I want to see, for the nations that are able, the regions that are able, from game day 2, from game day 1, what changes have you made? How have you improved Mongolia? Stepping it up big time, respect.
And it's tough to do that, right? Especially trying to find 5 guys and gals that want to kind of play with you, invest in the game, invest their time, resources, all of that. It's not easy. But you're seeing the product of Mongolia dominating here against India as that layup's going to go. And there is 30 points. Well, plenty of time left in the 4th quarter here as that shot from the left side doesn't go, but they get the offensive rebound back outside. I believe he was well inside the perimeter, so that's going to be a 2.
All right, India, we're going to have this discussion now. I don't care what anyone says. You can disconnect my webcam and the rest of it. Chase down block again. Yes, please. Saw one on social media earlier. But if you've got someone else, an opponent, of course it was Frago saying, guard the checks notes PG. What are we calling him? ENHBLGE. All right, I found the social media. It's the same thing. I got nothing else to go off here. I've DM'd asking for clarification. I got ghosted. We can't just keep calling him the point guard. But how do you put those letters together to make a noise? What you got for me?
Hold on. I'm gonna need you to say them letters again. Go for me one more time.
Good. You got some post-it notes, brother?
I do. I'm ready now.
The Mongolian point guard, ENHBLGE.
Got the typo. That's what I'm calling him.
The human typo. Oh, lock it in.
The closest thing I can think of is enable, but that's about it. Like, he tried to spell enable, but he had a typo.
I went for that in week 1, and someone in the chat, I don't know if it was like a call out or just, again, lost in translation, but it's why I went to the DMs. Speaking of questions, India, what do I have to say?
What did I tell you about this? All right, go ahead, bring it. What's up?
Because it's the type of thing, if you don't know, you don't know. And so I might just try and work on the fly here, see, why I'm here in terms of some clues and whatnot. But the question is, I'll give you a bit of filler time. What is the nickname for the Mongolian Basketball Federation? Now, again, if you heard my question earlier, to me, that means team. And so it's a nickname. It's also 2 words. And hey, I love you that much, brother. It's a color followed by an animal. So Mongolian Basketball Federation or team. 2 words, color followed by animal. What are they called?
Blue dabba dee dabba da. The Blue Wolves.
Wait a minute. This isn't how this is meant to go. Wait a minute. Did I just help you more than anyone's ever helped me my whole life? And my man still cheated whilst blue dabba dee dabba dying on me. I think this is as low as it gets for me. And I'm 6'2".
I can't, bro. I can't.
The genius, man. What does India not know? Exemplary preparation. Confirming. Mongolian Basketball Federation team, Blue Wolves.
Too easy.
You have to try harder than that.
And look, here's the thing. They've got it on camera. I didn't look away from the webcam at all.
Oh, mate, I saw the eyes. You know, thanks again for that little.
Shout out to
sneak
NVIDIA.
preview. Vince knows what we're talking about. Man.
Oh my goodness.
So creepy as well when I saw those eyes. I'm like,
I
oh, he's not
know.
easy.
But hey,
if there
here's
was
the
a
thing
time.
though. The eyes still were on the webcam, so I don't care what court you take me
Oh
to.
yeah,
My
mate,
eyes were
they're
still
no
on.
proof. Like, you know, we could look inside your heart, but as we can't do that, we don't have the technology. Exclamation mark survey, chat. Let me know right now. Do eFIBA introduce heart-seeking technology, considering the lengths people are going to avoid these trivia answers?
Oh boy, that's the type of fun we have, chat, especially if we've got a blowout. As you can see on your screen, it is 140-32. Mongolia really coming out strong here as they dropped the game earlier against Indonesia.
Got a JD in the chat. JD, much appreciated, friend. There's a lot happening in APAC at the moment. If you can hear me, JD, if you've got the audio on, it is 12:30 a.m. AU time. Thoughts on Mongolia? Love to have a chat. Love to see a big swat as well. And yeah, I would just put my controller down after that too. Fair enough. Mongolia, I had as a clear fourth, and I'm very sure I'm on record as saying that. My eyes may not have been facing the webcam, sorry, India, but in my heart of hearts, Mongolia in fourth. JD, anyone else in the chat? Anyone else watching? Got 1,500 people on the FIBA stream right now. Are Mongolia going to make a top two? Prove me wrong. Did you expect it? Because I got to be honest, it was Philippines, and then clearly for mine, Singapore or Indonesia. Mongolia out of nowhere looking great.
Those skill boosters are going to come into play. And again, we will show you the leaderboard at the end of the night. We'll show you the skill boosters, and then of course we'll reveal the final results so we can know who is going to play in the finals for the Asia regions. 143, excuse me, 143, 36, 220 left to go in the fourth. As we look to finish things off here, got themselves team take wide open from the right side. That one's going to go as well.
It's a little bit like weird. You have that out-of-body experience. I'm sure you're the same, India, because I'm looking at the number 146, and I'm kind of casually being like, yeah, like it's no 200 plus. It's not bad. If I just sort of take a moment to consider that we're looking at 150 as an inevitability here, I don't mind who you're playing against. Like, that's impressive.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially when you're clicking on all cylinders. My only concern is Mongolia plays Philippines after this. I would hate for any bad practices that Mongolia picks up from this game to convert over a more competitive game on paper against the Philippines.
Yeah, I think to ask you this about like a warm-up and what you prefer.
Right.
And if so, what was your sort of answer? Because so far the form
okay, you're
guide's
right.
saying, but
Well,
yeah,
so
what
both
do you
teams
say?
have played. So both teams have played, right? And obviously the Philippines had themselves a blowout as well. So I think if you're practicing, if you're the Mongolian team, it gets a little tough because you don't want to practice plays because then the Philippines can watch because their game ended a little bit quicker. But as long as you have your thumbs and you've got the muscle memory to kind of hit your shots and you've got the communication going, you should be perfectly fine. But nonetheless, though, Mongolia is going to have a much, much tougher matchup against the Philippines.
Fair enough. Twitch chat, again, let us know what you prefer. Sometimes a warm-up good, sometimes a blowout game is good, sometimes it's just like, well, what have we really got to do here, as India is telling you. The expert in trivia and in 2K, you can't really run anything, you don't want to give anything away, because then for the big
I don't
game...
cheat in either of them.
There are eyes straight down the line as per even like an inbounds play though. Imagine if Mario ran that for Spain versus Great Britain in a game that didn't matter, quote unquote. It would have been unusable basically versus Great Britain, so you're quite right, Frank.
I do my best. I believe we had a question from JD, and I apologize if you did already answer this. They're talking about when will New Zealand go ahead and play. My understanding is that we will have New Zealand play. I'm gonna look at my schedule.
I've given it a go because we changed it around. Just the 2 nations there. If I'm wrong, I'll just correct myself. But I think that's part of sort of the extravaganza that you and I have got next time up, India. Because again, just the 2 nations instead of doing like a group stage. JD, anyone else listening along? It kind of makes sense just to sort of go straight to a finals, and then the winner goes to Sweden.
Looks like that one's going to be on the 7th, as you mentioned. Man, so we've got, so after this, you and I are back. We've got Southeast Asia. We've got Middle East. We've got Africa. And we've got Oceania.
When you're talking about the big night tonight, I'm like, let's try and look into the present and not freak out India too much, because you might not have looked ahead to 4 regions in a day, mate. We're going around the world.
We sure are. And hey, I don't need a visa this time. We're good. Oh, man. 165, 41. Mongolia on top. India. Okay, so here's the thing. I got to check. You know what? I'm going to check. Oh, okay, I'm wrong.
Checking?
What I was checking was to see if this is the most points that India has scored in this tournament, and it's not. Shout out to Vince again for the lovely notes. I'm sure you have this as well because you're that type of guy. 48 points scored against Indonesia for India, and of course they've got 42 here. They're not going to miraculously come up with 7 out of their rabbit hat. I was going to say something else. I had to call an audible.
I'm a bit scared. My notes are different. I have the highest one as 52 versus the Philippines, because that was the game that they just let them score so that they could get their 221.
You know what?
Like they just let them score.
You know what? You were right. I just didn't scroll. It was a second page. You know how sometimes you forget to look at the second page? That's what it was. It wasn't Vince's fault. It wasn't your fault. It was my fault. It's okay.
Bruh.
You're never wrong.
I think we cut back to me as well, and you can see my face being like, have I just India, Vince, I'm so sorry.
52.
Okay. Go on, right. As long as it's not trivia, I'm genuinely okay.
52 points that did come against an L at the hands of the Philippines. You had Santa, who went ahead and scored 21, Prince, who scored 16. And it was, again, the highest that they've scored. And we'll see if they're able to kind of break that own record for them coming into this one. But so far, we've seen all the nations play in the Asia region. Anything kind of stand out to you at all, or is it kind of like business as usual and what we'd expect?
Yeah, just to quickly answer another question as well. We're just calling it Asia. So it's Asian region. Yep, we're just locking in on here. There's no other Asia that we're talking about. Man, it's still a wait and see, isn't it, India? I love eFIBA Season 2, genuinely. You can see it on my face, the passion, the excitement, but the unpredictability, even before we get the skill boosters. I've asked it in the chat, and I don't think I've gotten an answer just yet about Mongolia, well exceeding my expectations. Mongolian team, by the way, should you wish to respond to my DMs about your name pronunciation and whatnot, go for it. If not, maybe it's part of the tactic. India just under the radar, get into that top 2 spot.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think that's how it works in terms of, the stake skills of things. But we are going to have 𝐂𝐄𝐄, who is going to go ahead and come on a little bit later with us. He's actually ready for us right now. This gamer tag is actually another interesting one, but Sayantan from India is going to go ahead and join us with an interview right now. And again, interesting gamer tag. What's up, man? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the broadcast. How do you pronounce the gamer tag?
It's basically Lucifer. And thank you for welcoming you guys. It's
absolutely, and I love the sick jerseys.
Yeah.
I
Please
appreciate
continue.
you joining us. I know there's that lacking, as some people say, so I apologize for that. Quick, simple question: what's it like to play for the first time in the eFIBA Season 2?
As you guys can see, we are excited, but the thing is that there is a huge skill gap between us that we can understand. But we are also trying to improve ourselves with most of the games. But yeah, it's difficult in this stage. No one is willing to leave any space. So yes, we understand the difficulties of the game, and we'll be practicing. Let's see, next year maybe.
Love it. Looking ahead, as you should, to Season 3. I had a few questions for you, but I've now seen your jersey with eFIBA on it. Can you tell us a little bit about it? Very impressive.
Actually, this is from our Basketball Federation India. Very, very thank you for them. They actually supported our entire journey along with the esports thing. It's a very first time for India also, and they have been supporting us from the day one. So they have been sent us this wonderful jerseys, this Indian basketball jerseys, along with eFIBA. Shout out to Basketball Federation of India.
The 𝐂𝐄𝐂𝐓, I believe, is the nickname. Hopefully I got that one right. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that. And that's a sick one. Listen, I'll slide into your DMs. You have your people talk to my people. I don't have people, just me. And I need that jersey shipped to me in the US. I might just come pick it up. I don't know. We'll figure all that stuff out. But what's it been like for y'all as a team? Because obviously the struggles are there, right? You've kind of talked about it. It's y'all's first time playing. That's expected. What's the team camaraderie like? Well, how do you guys kind of bounce back and say, okay, we know we're not doing the best as we can, but we still got games to play?
The thing is, we all have been esports athlete for multiple games. So we have the sportsman spirit. If no one, so basically, I don't think no one's moral is down, but the thing is, everyone is trying their best. That's it.
Which is what you want, and that's all you can do. But I do have to ask for the rest of today. Are there any specific goals, anything you'd like to achieve from the rest of today?
We are just trying that we won't get 200, so we will try that. So it's very
That's
shameful
a good
to
start.
say, yeah.
Don't concede 200, but I'm going to follow it up. I'm sorry. What about on the other side, the positive? What's something maybe you as an individual? Give me something that we can look forward to when we're watching you play.
I will definitely try my best to score more 3-pointers or score more goals for my team. That's the way to go, I believe. And bye-bye, guys.
Well, hey, I tell you what, doso nahi chahiye kabhi bhi. That's the Nate. You're not going to understand that one, but I know he's got it, man. Again, thank you so much. Absolutely proud talking to you myself here. It's a moment for me. Best of luck moving forward. Take care, my man. And just for translation, so HR doesn't come to me, I said, you're right. We don't want 200 to happen again. But man, it's great, though, like we talked about. Shout out to the federations that help support the esports teams as well. It's not easy. You've got to get a start somewhere. And I'm glad to see a lot of nations, including India, getting that step. But we've got another interview. You've got, I believe it's pronounced Gunbold, a.k.a. MGL Fiska from Mongolia. That's going to go ahead and join us. And you can go ahead and ask the question about the point guard, Nate. You can go ahead and start us off here.
That's very kind of you, Fiska. An absolute pleasure. You are having a wonderful start to today. What's the morale like? How is the team going today?
Yeah, we just headed back to Mongolia. We are playing from Mongolia, our home country. Yeah, we still have some problem with ping, but we just trying our best. And it's good to see you guys.
Likewise. I just want to update our viewers real quick, India, in case you're like, hang on, of course you're playing from Mongolia. You're in Mongolia. We got the opportunity to speak last week. For anyone tuning in on the FIBA streams, you got to fly over, join some mates. There's sort of some friendship within the region. Do you mind telling us about that again?
Excuse me, can you repeat again? Because I didn't hear very well.
All good. I'm saying you're back in Mongolia now, but you weren't for game day one. Can you tell anyone who's new to watching eFIBA where you were last time and why?
Yeah, last time we just played from Philippines. Now we are playing from Mongolia. We headed back to our home country. And yeah, it's pretty cool playing from here.
Well, now your next matchup is the Philippines. What's the game plan to beat them?
Okay, first of all, we need to figure our defense because we just missed our position in our defense. Then we need to focus on defense because the Philippines is the most stronger team in our group. Then we will try our best.
I know you will. I have been very impressed.
Thank you.
And in fact, everyone watching in the Twitch chat is saying Mongolia are doing better than expected. Do you believe deep within you can beat the Philippines in this next game?
Thank you guys. That's very huge support for us.
Are you going to win versus Philippines though? That's what they want to know. Do you believe?
Yeah, that's a kind of hard challenge for us, but we're gonna try our best. And who knows, the ball is round and we have chance. Then let's see.
I'm writing it down, by the way.
Yeah. Take notes. But I mean, it's not just about beating the Philippines. It's about at least making it to the Asia finals. Outside of the Philippines, who do you believe is your toughest opponent?
Okay, Philippines. Another team is Singapore. Singapore is very good team. We didn't like waiting that like Singapore is very good. The previous round they were very good. And
All right, then one last follow-up for me on that with Singapore. Oh, no. We go night. Nope, you're right back. Singapore, toughest opponent outside of the Philippines. How confident do you think your team is in beating them? All right, looks like we might has lost his audio, but hey, we wish you the best of luck. That's going to be a great matchup, and of course, they are going to play the Philippines soon here, so we'll get a chance to watch that matchup. I mean, I appreciate the honesty from everyone that comes on the broadcast that has an interview with us, right? Because you want to have confidence, but you also don't want to be, as they say on TikTok, delulu.
I've got the different algorithm to you, India, to be quite honest. I can't wait to see the standings, though, for where things are so far. A big shout out to any and all of the players that join us. Let us know, as you say, India, their open and honest thoughts. I've not done it during an interview so far today, but I had to write it down. The quote, "The ball is round, so we have a chance." I might bring that one up in Yunshubing. I love that soundbite. That's fantastic. Agreed.
We all wear our pants the same exact way. Nothing to do with what's about to happen next, but let's go ahead and see if we can take a look at the group standings. I've got a whole list of these things, man. I've got you like all day long. Don't even worry about it. But here are the standings as they stand. You've got the Philippines and Mongolia rounding out the 1-2. And would you look at that? You've got Indonesia, India, and Singapore on the bottom three. And I believe you've got 11 points for India as they currently are in 4th place. But again, like you mentioned, it's that second and third battle that we're really focused in on today.
And very early on, of course, the uneven amount of games played for anyone watching. It should be somewhat straightforward. 5 teams and sort of 2 games at once. So, sorry, India, you ready for something, mate?
Yes, the 2-3, Mongolia, Indonesia. Do you feel like it's going to stay this way, or do you think it's going to flip-flop?
I'm with you because, yeah, it was Singapore at the very start, the top of game day 1, that I was like, they're my favorites for it. I know technically they're last, so I guess it was a classic Nate long-winded explanation. After that interview, Mongolia fam. I said they got the support in the chat. I might not get the response from players themselves about pronunciations, but the Mongolian fandom is there. Shout out anyone following. Make sure you are following the eFIBA socials, because Mongolian fans, not just today, maybe those regional finals, you could be a shoo-in, a chance. Oh, look, the ball is round, India, so we have a chance.
Indeed it is. The camera caught me stretching. I'm going to stretch some more as we go ahead and hop into gameplay of Singapore taking on Indonesia. And this is going to be a good one, as Indonesia looking to qualify for the Asia finals next time out. And Singapore looking to make a late push as well.
And anyone unfamiliar with this part of the world, in different tournaments, Asia very much gets a lot of the same fixtures. 5 nations in this group. India are newer. It means the other 4, and again, shout out Mongolia, who are probably the more recent additions, or certainly in terms of improving. I guess my question was lost in translation, India, because I was trying to say, I can talk about this, but it's an interview, and I'd rather you talk about it, brother. It's lovely that they got the chance to go to the Philippines, to play their games, that their connection, the friendship, they had it all over there. But back at home, Mongolia in second spot, maybe that hometown flavor, the hometown comforts is what it's all about.
Yeah, who knows what they're going to do if they do actually play the Philippines. Maybe they'll get a chance to travel out there and kind of play them in person, you know what I mean? Mess with their internet a little bit. I don't know. But anyway, 10-7, Indonesia.
Wait. So you're
I'm
gonna
kidding.
travel?
No accusation. No, I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
no. It's not an accusation. It doesn't make any sense, mate. You're gonna travel there, use their internet,
Hold on.
and then mess with it. Like that's a lot of money to then like screw yourselves over. I'm so confused.
See, there are a lot of jokes that I can make with this one, but I want to keep my job. So let me just say, we can share the same internet, but I can mess with your computer to make sure my speeds are faster.
The ball is round, so we all have the same chance. India. You can keep that tally going for me. It's equal game on all fronts.
What's going to happen more? Me stretching or you using that phrase?
I just thought it was beautiful, man.
It is.
Honestly,
Until you come to America and you play football. But yeah.
Come on, man. Why? We're looking for the positives. You drop that on me. And down under, by the way, goodness knows how many football codes we've got with different shaped ball. It's a moot point, man. Not a moody point. A moot point. It is all about the little bit of belief you saw from the man himself. Fiska, again, shout out. Much appreciated you giving us your time. He's saying anything can happen in one game of 2K. It's why I'm so grateful. eFIBA Season 2. We've got repeated game days, that we've got the lucky loser when it comes to Europe, and then of course you've got regional finals with the best of 3. It gives everyone the same chance. And India, you talked them before, when you get to Sweden, there ain't no excuses. That ball is round. Sweden, I'm sure, will be stunning. Everyone's got the same seat. There's nothing. There will be no excuses on that day.
None at all. It is all about what you leave out on the virtual hardwood floor. Right now it's 15-11. That's going to be a foul. Puts him to the line. And of course, in just a few moments, you will have Mongolia taking on the Philippines as India gets a bye for this third round matchup. We have already gone through 2 rounds. This is the third round that you're watching. We have 2 additional rounds coming up after this one. And then we will know, because math, who is going to move on to the Asia finals.
Or will we? Will we know? Skill boosters. I don't know what your calculations are like on the fly, India, but even this early on.
You know, sorry to cut you off. They're going to finish your sentence there.
No, honestly, it's sort of like ... was the end of my sentence. Like, do you know? Because as someone that clutched up last time we were here saying, I don't want to review any secrets, India, so there's going to be a twist and then another twist. Yeah, I did not have Mongolia second, Singapore last this early on.
You know how they have this trend now, since I'm doing TikTok trends apparently, about like boy math, girl math?
Oh yeah, dog math is another one that I saw. Yeah.
I've never seen that one, but that sounds interesting. Okay, you ready for this one?
Let's do it.
This has to do with the Middle East. Okay, I know it's a different region. eFIBA math is where you go undefeated but still come in second place. Hashtag skill boosters. Look at that. Boom.
You on TikTok, by the way, India?
Am I on TikTok? Yes, I've got 12 followers. I'm popping right now.
All right. Well, that's going to be a very lucky loser 13 very shortly, and make sure you're following eFIBA fam if you're watching on TikTok and socials. You get some of India's best bits as well. I rate that so hard, man. I rate that so hard because Saudi Arabia, for all their talent, ability, don't just look for them to be coming up fire. And a reminder, we got Middle East coming up after Asia here today or tonight, wherever you're watching around the world. They're ready for those SBs, India. They're trying to get them done in quick time.
Indeed, they are. They'll definitely paying attention a little bit more to them, as we are going to pay attention to the end of this first quarter. It is 21-15. Indonesia on top. The Philippine-Mongolia game has just tipped off. They are up 1-0. Soccer score for you real quick. By the way, Nate, my brother, I had you start the interview with the Mongolian team because I was hoping you'd ask the point guard question. And then I forgot to ask the point guard question.
Maybe that's my selfishness on display. I want the DM and some more. Left on red, India. It hurts, man. Like the whole team? Are you kidding me?
Wait, you DM the whole team and they left you on red?
Well, it's one of those where they don't all necessarily have an account they're particularly using. So I'm like, well, I might as well spread it out. We'll see what's going. But yeah, the receipts. It's not the first time. It won't be the last. But I want to know how to say your name. I thought that was reasonably selfless rather ask. But
Yeah,
also,
trying to show some love.
you came up with it. The human typo, mate. So I'm happy just to go with human typo for the point guard.
I like that. Honestly. You know what? It's the human typo. So we get correction. Otherwise, nice little slip. 25-19. Update required.
I'm like, who's going to say it, man? Who's going to say it? Because
you know what,
anyone
2K
that's ever played the game, mate, it's like a shared experience. You wait, I don't know, an hour for your mate to get ready, and then someone's like, oh, I need to change my animations, and then you get in 2 minutes into the game, or update required. Classic.
Yeah, relax, 2K. We'll update everybody on the Asia regional qualifier leaderboards towards the end of the day. Simmer down, be patient. Loose ball there. They're going to go ahead and get it right back. Nothing lost. And by the way, since we're still in the early minutes of this one, we've got over 1,600 people watching on our FIBA broadcast, and we've got other folks watching on our eFIBA broadcast. And of course, you've got YouTube, TikTok. You've got our co-streamers and their views as well. So quick little recap. What you're watching is game day number 2 for the Asia regional qualifiers, which means that after today, we will find out which 2 nations, the top 2 nations, will play on the 7th of November, for me at least, to get a chance to win and go over to Sweden. So right now we've got 5 nations. At the end of today, we will have only 2 nations. We'll say goodbye to the remaining 3. Then on the 7th of November, we will go ahead and figure out which of those remaining 2 nations, one of them is going to move on to Jönköping, Sweden at the end of November for the eFIBA World Finals, aka DreamHack Winter. That's going to be a fun one. So that's what we are playing for today, along with a chance to win a piece of the 50,000 euros prize pool.
Yes, please. Perfectly covered, India. One of your very best. I don't know where to start with all that info because DreamHack tickets are getting sold out nice and quick. To our Swedish friends watching, make sure you're there. Catch out the big finals that if you want your passion, a proper team esport, you're going to get it here. And as for the viewership, man, I said it. I'll repeat it one last time, maybe. This is a huge region. Middle East as well, to be fair. But in Asia, untapped in terms of potential. 2K League should be looking at it. The infrastructure, the money that's getting put in, the actual ball knowledge that these guys have as well. It is understated, underrated. And so when the Twitch chat's laughing a little bit, saying, come on, Clark, come on, Philippines. You can't really be aligned with Europe. Turkey, you think you're that standard? We may well find out in Sweden. For now, just have a look at the fandom, if nothing else.
I'm looking around because I've lost my post-it note. I don't know why my accent changed there for a second. I've lost a post-it note. Oh, nope, never mind, find it. The under 15 for Clark. So we'll see. You know, we'll keep an eye on it because you do have the Philippines taking on Mongolia. It is, okay, listen. It's still the first quarter, but Mongolia has a 1-point lead of 16-15 over I almost said Philadelphia. Over the Philippines. I saw the PHI, the acronym, and I said Philadelphia.
Okay, fair.
But anyway, we'll see if an upset's brewing over there. And of course, we'll switch back and forth as the games get closer and tighter towards the end of the 4th quarter. So far, Clark looking to make an impression on the scoreboard if he's out there.
Is that for an unofficial India booster, I believe. It's not going to help you on the leaderboard, but you get a bit of respect from Made in India himself. That's arguably worth more than a point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it might not get you to Sweden, but, you know. It's all right. MPJ struggled the last time out. Looking to get his team the dub here. Misses that shot. Rebound secured. Launches it all the way to the left side. Back out to the right. Wide open on the right side. And that's going to be a green. 41-28. Indonesia looking to run away with this one.
Well, it's a big response. Singapore, look, if I like to try and keep the positives, allow me this one on the other side of it. Looking good ahead of that first game day. It looked great during the first game day. This fixture, 55-47. I'm now got Vince's sheet open to make sure I'm comparing India because I'm worried that there might be potential discrepancy. We're all good so far. But what a response. Indonesia and Mongolia now looking like the main duo for top 2 spot. For Singapore, it's, what do you want to say, frustrating. MPJ dropped 20 consistently, like 20 plus. Not just during eFIBA, but during scrimmages and warm-ups. Like, we get these streams up and he's looking really good. I don't know. What's changed for Singapore? There's still time. We're just getting to the half. But what a turnaround from game day 1 to 2.
Yeah, man, I love that you watch those scrimmages. What determination, dedication by you. But let's go ahead and jump into the Philippines taking on Mongolia. Almost said Philadelphia again. We gotta wake up here in the U.S. But what do you know, Nate? Update required. And here's an update: 21-19. Mongolia on top by 2. Still very early. But I didn't expect this to even be this close, though.
It might be, it's sunny in Philadelphia, but the Philippines are seeing some storm clouds brewing, friend. What an upset it would be. Very early, of course. That's nice and cautious. But again, what do? You look at the form guide. You look at the encounters between these two, whether on Mongolian servers or otherwise. Over there in the Philippines, it's gone one way every time. In terms of the scrims, India, mate, that's not dedication. That is a man with truly little life. Many down under will shout out. I'm just a Twitch DJ watcher, that's what I do.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you being who you are. I wouldn't change anything. As that one was deflected, they finally get it, cross it all the way down. Tried to get it to the right side, but that was tipped away with a block attempt, it seemed. And that one's going to be a foul. Last time these two teams played, Philippines and Mongolia, it was 58-42. Philippines came out on top behind Zaka's 22 points, shooting 9 for 14. Got it 5 dimes in there as well. That one's going to be stolen away. Mongolia gets it down low. Oh, and he takes a little bit of a hesitation to get that shot up, which gets the defense enough time to get there and contest.
Just confirming for our viewers as well, we sort of use these names interchangeably, and maybe that's my bad for being like Zava, LCB, Clark, but all one and the same. The point being, the PG making sure he gets past that 15, and Mongolia saying, if we can't win the game, we'll at least try and get into your head rent-free. And if we're talking about that last game, did he not top score? I can't find it. I've got too many things going on right now, India, but point being, if there's been other games where Clark's been happy to take a back seat and let his teammates step up and rack up the points, in the big games, in the grudge game, even if it's a friendly rivalry, he'll put that hood up apparently, lock in and beat him.
I just need Clark to have his gamer tag be LGE_Clark, Just make it easy. As the Philippines go ahead and take a 1-point lead.
Too straightforward. Though that's not how we do things. eFIBA Season 2, make it interesting, keep you guessing.
Like, I go by India, but my gamer tag is made in India. I make everyone's life easy. Why not? Now, if I was born in Ohio, I'd understand. I wasn't.
I was like, hang on, why Ohio? But you just picked a random place, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm keeping up my USA geography. I just wanted to see if there's a little intro, but not.
26-23.
Atlanta, India. Am I making that up? Is that you?
That is me. That's right. Not
Yes.
Atlantis. I'm down south in Atlanta. Thank you for doxing me. I appreciate it.
I thought it was big enough. It wouldn't be too bad. Like,
Oh, it is. It is. It's fine.
I'll say, hey, I'm Nate from Australia. If you're knocking at my door, you've done very well.
28-23. You had the Philippines that were down 1. Now they've got themselves a lead. That shot is going to go out. Blocked away. Here comes the inbound with about 15 seconds left on the clock. 2:12 left in the second. You know, we're so used to gibbery jabbering. That's not even a term, but whatever. On these blowouts, we forget sometimes that we've got a close one here. All eyes are going to be on Mongolia to see if they can go ahead and pull off the upset. They gave a little bit of hope as they were up 1, but it's the Philippines that come back strong as they're up 7. Less than 2 minutes left to go in the second.
Love to get that feedback, by the way. Exclamation mark survey, the easiest 3 of your life in transition. Didn't even bother running back. Exclamation mark survey. You typed that up for us. Would you like more of a traditional style 2K commentary? Is that your jam? Do you want more stats, less stats? Do you want us to keep jumping around the games? Sort of chatting with you on the Twitch chat? Let us know.
Yeah, let us know if you want more quiz, more trivia, more games, more nations,
Okay,
which nations, you know?
Yeah, not more trivia. We don't need a survey for that.
We know.
Wolves. Oh,
The way I said it so arrogantly and confidently is what made me happy. I'm not going to lie.
yeah, it broke my soul.
Oh, man.
Straight down the barrel into my heart. It was like, yet another trivia elf. Next loss.
36.
It's tricky as well, like in terms of the nature of this game. Respectfully, when your point guard has got Christmas take, which is what I like to call it, and the Philippines are locked in, you're watching during the warm-ups and whatnot, it's as much as Mongolia can improve and have improved, you heard it from the team themselves. Like, I tried twice. Do you have belief? What's the positive looking into it? And they're kind of like, better defense, keep Clark under 15. Philippines are #1 in this region for a reason. They're so hard to even compete with, over a quarter, a half, let alone a whole game. Then you hear that Mongolia have gone back to the home nation where their connection is less favorable, let's say, on paper, at least India. Like, Philippines should be comfortable favorites. In my margin, before today, I said 30 points.
30 points. Okay, wow. That's a pretty big margin, no question about it. But, I mean, hey, at this pace, they might have a chance to go ahead and prove you right. You know, our producer started typing in WhatsApp, but then he backed out. So now I'm just curious. What he was gonna say. It's like a little tease. It was like a little dot. You know what? One thing I hate, and I'm gonna lock it on this game, I promise. One thing I hate is that production has all the power. Like, they can see our webcams, they can mute ourselves, they can record whatever, they can do whatever, they can watch us eat. And I don't trust them. I have trust issues. I just want you to know that.
Dude, it's my favorite thing. It's like, people are like, really? And I'm like, being wrong is awesome because you get to learn, or it's funny. Yeah, I feel like you win either way. So in production, it's just like, congratulations. We now have a skill booster wipe that's just going to run for like an hour. Enjoy that noise in your ears. You just got to laugh.
Dude, I was doing a broadcast one day and I was just eating my Chester's, hot fries just in the back when I wasn't on camera. And towards the end of the night, they had a whole montage of me just eating popcorn, Chester's, drinking. And I'm like, cool. Now I just look like I just eat the whole time. It's great.
Well, look, we keep saying there's nowhere to hide for these players in Unity. What about for the casters, mate? You're going to have, the pillow? I don't know. There's going to be some things found out.
It's going to be a fun time, man. I'm excited. Mongolia, they had the lead. I think it was like 23-22. And then the Philippines just went on a beautiful run of 41-26. And look at Clark. He's got the hoodie up too, right? That's what I'm saying, bro. We the hoodie gang. Just,
I said before, India, I said he put it on. He's locked in, just like India at the top of the show. He's ready to go. 15 points or less? No, it ain't happening. Don't worry about the game. Don't worry about your SBs. He wants that India booster.
He sure does. And so far, he's doing a great job contributing to the team.
Quick,
Mongolia, what's up?
I'll answer anything. Lovely shot, by the way, Clark. Respect. Green time midi, undertaken. We've made that point enough. I've made that point enough. The mid-range in 2K24 separates the top nations from the rest. Not just your confidence, of course, to take it, but you make it look as easy as a layer, a dunk, or whatnot. But in terms of viewership, fam, we got multiple streams. We on multiple websites. We're on the front page of Twitch in some countries. It's real passion, fam. This part of the world, they have viewing parties to watch some of these players. They're superstars.
I mean, yes, we talked about the co-streamers, and of course, you've got people watching the co-streamers. You've got other people watching us as well.
just, I guess, as you can tell, get my guard up a little bit when it's like, sorry, this isn't America, so why are there people watching? I'm like, you don't understand the passion. You don't understand particularly how good the Philippines are. I said, world-class defensive team at a bare minimum. I stand by it.
I am so excited for the crowd that we're going to have in Jönköping, Sweden. Especially if we had Sweden make it. Unfortunately, they did get eliminated in the lucky loser knockout. They did go advance a couple of rounds, but couldn't win it all. It was Poland that won it for the European side. So we'll get a chance to watch them for the European finals on the 9th of November, Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, the Aussies watching before when they were asking when it's at, and I have to sort of quietly be like, next day, friends. Next day, we're ahead of them. We know what happens. We're in the future.
Mongolia. 3 minutes left in the third quarter. 48-32. A few seconds to work with. Got to go ahead and chuck a shot up. Throws a grenade to the left side. That one's going to miss, but they are going to need to get things together on the defensive side and on the offensive side for a chance to come back in this one, as the gap is 16. 2:51 left to go in the third.
I'll clarify what I said before about Clark sort of stepping up in the big games and with a point to prove, even if it's a friendly rivalry. Right there, he's more than happy to make the pass to Dot, to be the team guy. Hey, 15 points or less, he just needs one more. Last time out, he was 22 points with 5 dimes, 9 for 14 shooting. The 5 that he missed were 3 points, some of them late on in the quarter and whatnot. He's a team player, but he can be him when it counts. We're shooting takeover now. I dare say that India booster is looking good.
I'm telling you, man. That's like +7. It may not count towards anything, but, you know, it's still brownie points. That's what it is. 52-32. 2 minutes left in the third. Mongolia on the offensive side, the team in blue. A little bit of traffic on that left hash. That's going to be a loose ball, and that's going to be taken away by the Philippines. It's a 2-on-none fast break opportunity, and they get a 3 out of it.
Mongolia, as I said, he can compete for 1 quarter. And then, from the very words of the players themselves, I don't know if we believe the ball is round is the best I can give you. It's one of those, your SBs, even the result itself. I'm sorry, you might have some type of belief. You basically know deep inside what's going to go down. What you can do is start working on some things for the rest of your games. Philippines are going to get top spot, fam. Skill boosters, call me out on it. I could be wrong. If dunks aren't going, maybe you think about putting on dunk timing next time around. There are little things that you can change game to game. eFIBA Season 2 gives you that opportunity. So what? You lose against the top nation, your competition is far from over. Bring it back. The fixtures from Mongolia means that they got an early leap. If you like, they got a chance to put themselves out there, get ahead of the pack. They were looking good in second. They still could stay there. Oh my goodness. Unless the power forward flies out of the corner and just blocks you in front of, thousands of people. That hurts.
Defense being played. And speaking of bringing in the viewers, we appreciate Austin with the party of 4 with the raid. We appreciate it. And welcome to eFIBA Season 2. You're watching game day number 2 for the Asia Regional Qualifiers. Top 2 are going to go ahead and move on to the finals next week.
Tell you what, we got multi-games going on in India. We love it. I love it about eFIBA Season 2. I keep saying Philippines looking really good in this one. You got the multi-games, brother. We flicking across. We getting wild with it, making sure that you got the updates and, you know, the standings, unofficial as they are. If you hear it from India and I, we're sort of doing our best. But what about here? With 40 seconds remaining, obviously, the game's done and dusted. The result, the predictions, I said for Singapore, it's all going wrong. It's getting even worse. Indonesia stepping up big time. Mongolia, I think that's your battle for second. It's changed, India. Singapore are struggling. It's great news for Indonesia and Mongolia.
Yeah, especially when you're the team that's beating them. It helps you on the tiebreaker side of things. So way to step up there for Indonesia against Singapore, as they're looking at least go ahead and move on to the finals. And then you just got to beat Philippines if they do go ahead and make it, which I believe at this point the math is in their favor. If they do go ahead and make it, Just got to beat them twice. That's the tough part. If it was just beating them once, I'd say it's possible. Beating them twice, though, is going to be that much tougher.
But fairness, which I know we've had skill boosters, lucky losers, stuff like that at the start, the very start, I will say, game day 1 and whatnot. We had a few of the players even being like, that's a little bit odd, isn't it? And then they realize it's a bit different. In fact, it's just an opportunity to get more points. If you're good, sure, win the game. You can separate yourself from the pack. We still want fairness. We got that. It's the first thing I said when I looked at it, when I was approached to commentate on this competition. What's the nature of it? The response is multi-stream, having a bit of fun, jumping around. But then the rules, the efficiency, the proficiency, and the fire from Indonesia looking good for second. It would be hard, a best of 3. But hey, based on this passion, this form, India, surely you're giving them every chance. Out of anyone else so far, they've looked the most likely to take them down.
They sure have, and it's Indonesia that's going to come out on top of that one. They get the dub against Singapore, and I would say on paper they will look to get another dub when they face India in match number 4. I'm sure that one will tip off here momentarily.
And it's your big end to the day, the last, well, I say the day, we got Middle East after this. In Asia, that's your end to the day. Philippines, Indonesia. It's what I'm alluding to. I should have just come out and say it. It's going to be massive. If anyone could do it, based on form, based on camaraderie even, it is Indonesia, and they'll get the chance at the end of today. Could that be something that sees them top 2, maybe even top spot? Who knows?
Yeah, you know what I'd love is for us to check out like the standings ahead of round 5, just to see if, say, Singapore needs to beat India by a certain margin, or what needs to happen there in case Indonesia loses. Of course, now you just saw Indonesia beat Singapore, so it'll be interesting, man, because all the action is going to get broken down today. At the end of today, in about 2.5 hours or so, we will know which 2 nations will be playing next week in the Asia qualifiers. That's a loose ball going the other way. I had to make sure we were calling the right game just because of multiple tabs.
You're all good, mate. The 30-point margin that I spoke about, that was certainly not looking on the cards when we started. Mongolia holding their own. The Clark shows out. That banter with Clark as well, making sure he gets past 15. Have a look. 15 even. I wonder if we'll go to the video replay to see if that gets him out of the... I don't know. Was there even a punishment, or was it just verbals? We didn't really get confirmation.
Verbals. It was just verbals, you know. Well, it was just straight up verbals from the Indonesia team, I believe it was.
Oh, of course, but like Mongolian team, because it's this friendly thing that your point guards have got going and whatnot. Last time out, Clark, who again, my apologies, LCB on your screen, and the top right is sort of how you know exactly what he's on if we haven't got the box score. So he's the man with that massive indicator. If you're watching along on Twitch, shout out. If you're new to 2K, you can also just look at that top right. We are seeing if he can get to 16 points or more, because there was some friendly banter and rivalry before these with these 2 nations before this game got underway.
Indeed we will. 75-40, less than 3 minutes left to go in the third. Philippines look like they might be in for an upset at their expense, but they go ahead and turn on the jets and just take off after that first quarter. You hear a little bit of background cheering as that one's going to be stolen away. Philippines get it down low. They're going to get the easy slam. Coming back the other way.
We talk about the skill boosters and whatnot. It's why I was sort of excited about a bit of the India booster. Just to describe for our viewers watching on, it's a very tight-knit region where it's not, oh, we want you to have every disadvantage or whatnot. It's come over to the Philippines to play your games. That's what happened with Mongolia in game day 1. You can see the smile on the face of the man, currently down by 37 points. They know who's the better side. You heard it from him himself. It doesn't mean that you're not going to have a bit of belief, a bit of fun at the very least. And hey, little wager, Clark, for his benefit, he stopped at 15. I wonder if he's waiting to take like the very last shot, or whether maybe 15's that mark for him where it's like, you don't lose and I don't lose. Yeah, get off the scorer's table, but.
Yeah. Look at that. He's just ready. He's just near the hash, ready to go. Is a teammate going to rock with him? Oh, the alley-oop attempt. They don't get it to go. Would have been nice. Would have been sweet. It is still all smiles on the left-hand side. And locked in with the hoodie up on the right.
You know what, India? I'm going to clarify as well. We're going to have a little WhatsApp chat. I thought the sort of thing was out there for like a group-wide thing. Like, let's all... Like, Clark is not going to make over 15 for the rest of today. Not necessarily just when we play him and stuff like that. I thought it was meant to be like a challenge, a call out to the rest of them. And that's why, on 15 points, you've got Clark shooting from way out. I could be wrong.
Well, I'll tell you what. He may have meant it for his team, but we've put the standard across all defenses for all the nations. As you see a shot from the top of the key. 87-45. Less than a minute left to go in the fourth. Shot from the free throw line. What's up?
He's still out there. Look at him.
Oh, yeah. He's just... I mean, he's...
If it is this last shot, I'm aware, like Indonesia, Mongolia, I totally get the... You're just wondering what's going on, man. But I don't know. We all know that they're watching along. We know the bands. We know that Clark. I feel like I know. He's got something a little special for us at the end. Maybe not in this game, admittedly, but maybe that last game of the day, depending on the overall score. There's a lot of love in this region. You see the smiles, win or lose. It's friendliness at the end of the day, but you got to have a little bit of fun with it. You got to have a little bit of that personal wager because Philippines, they're just that good.
Well, that's going to be the end of that one as they are going to go ahead and take the dub and continue to remain undefeated. Nate, to no one's surprise, Philippines continue to dominate, but it did look a little bit scary as Mongolia was up by a couple of points early in the second quarter.
Yeah, look, scary was last week, to be quite honest. The Halloween European special, there were some spooky results, some weird contests and stuff as well in there. And I mean like actual ball player contests, not the actual result. Point being, things are more to type today. The Philippines rocking and rolling. A big game for them to finish off today against Indonesia. For Indonesia and Mongolia, it's been a great day. For Singapore, a disaster. Friends in the Twitch chat, literally, one of the comments I think I saw was, oh no, it's all going wrong. From game day one, Singaporeans just looking like it's, I don't want to say 1 foot into the final, but maybe it felt that way today. It's just, I said it's all going wrong. What's going right? Their opponents' results even going against them. It's just the way it goes sometimes.
Well, I'll tell you what's going on right now is the Philippines on a roll. So let's go ahead and bring on Clark, who has just been dominating things on the offensive side. Yeah, why are you just sitting at the right hash? Why are you not moving around?
I'm fixing my controller.
Come on, man. I said to India, there's a little cheeky smile going on. The hood is up to lock in, but there's something else going on under that hood. I've been saying, Clark, by the way, thank you for joining us. It's all friendship in this region. That's what it is, right? Rivalry, but a very friendly one at that.
Yeah, thank you for having me, guys. It's just about, competing and making sure the community is well known outside the traditional basketball. It's all about esports now.
You guys have so many tournaments happening. You've got the APAC tournament. Now you've obviously got eFIBA as well. How are y'all staying locked in to make sure you don't have 2K fatigue?
It's kind of tricky because 4 of my teammates in 𝐂𝐄𝐿 is also my teammates in APAC, but our lockdown plays for another team. So it's just playing every day. You can't think about fatigue right now. The mindset is to win, go to Sweden and win APAC.
It's very locked on there, Clark. I can see, as always, we had that beautiful team photo last time. Is the morale high? You're doing all right? Is there anything we can do to get those spirits lifted?
Yeah, the morale is high, but We'll take it one game at a time. Uh, uh, the next game is Indonesia, so we're looking forward to that because we think they're the team we're gonna face in the finals of Asia finals. So we'll see what's gonna happen.
Let me ask you this. I know you've got your team around you. So two things. One, ask your team to gather around. And while you're doing that, multitask and let me know who on your team is the biggest trash talker.
Three of my teammates went on a bathroom break, but here's our center, Rich. Our biggest trash talker would be our coach. He talks trash at the back.
Okay, is your coach?
Gives,
yeah, so go ahead and bring all the teammates that are, not having a bathroom break. Go ahead and bring them all in. Get your coach in here as well. And I want to ask the coach. And go ahead and bring your coach in. Yeah, let's
he talks so much trash, really.
We're gonna give him the opportunity
watching.
to because we've got a little bit of time.
Yeah, coach, he's gonna talk to you. You want to talk to our coach?
Yeah, I want to talk to the coach, but bring your whole team in, though. We want to see them all
I'll
on
bring the whole
camera
team
while
here,
I talk
guys.
to the coach.
They want to see you. Coach, he's gonna talk to you.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What is going on, man? Coach of the Philippines team. I've got a few questions for you. We're going to kind of go rapid fire. And then Nate, obviously, please feel free to jump in. You've got the squad there. You had Moody, if you're unfamiliar with him. He was the coach of the year in the NBA 2K League. He said that ANZ is the best region outside of the United States. What do you have to say to him in response?
I think we're going to see about that during APAC. And
okay, I like that.
For so long, we've been wanting to battle against ANZ, but we haven't had the chance to play at an even playing field, like on the same server or LAN event.
Yeah. Nate, I'll let you go, and then I've got one more for me.
No worries. Coach, thank you very much for joining us. I have a bunch of things I'd like to ask. I'll just go with the funniest one because we just heard it from your PG, from Clark. He said, you're the biggest trash talker in the team. Do you agree with that? What are you saying there?
No. That's not true. I just motivate the team. I think the biggest trash talker would be this guy, Ice. But yeah, we just want to motivate each other. Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you. And then, another one for me is going to be, we've talked so much about if you're the best team in Asia. But I want to know the folks that are kind of talking about, hey, we actually had someone earlier in the chat who talked about who is a better team, Philippines or Turkey? And why do you believe you're the better team when it comes to other nations outside of the Asia region?
Well, we had the chance to play against Turkey during the Singapore Olympics week. Yeah, but
I'm sorry.
I think it's a close match, and hopefully we can try it again in Sweden, and we can beat them this time.
All right. Well, hey, you got to go ahead and take care of business today and also in the Asia finals as well before you make it to Sweden. But thank you so much. Shout out to you, the team, and the hard work you've put in. Good luck with the APAC tournament. Staying undefeated here in eFIBA Season 2. We all wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. And that is Philippines. They've been dominating thus far in this tournament. Nate, pretty soft-spoken for a guy who I thought we were going to get a little trash talk from,
No, man. It's
maybe a little camera shy? I don't know.
No, the interview, and again, multiple people in an interview, but the interview where what was not said was more important with what was said. That it's, I was standing out there. I just controller. Yeah, it was my controller. That's what's going on. Oh, yeah, no, I'm not the biggest trash talker. Fam, there's a lot going on behind the scenes. We're going to have a big game to finish off today. I think it is, with all that professionalism, I mentioned 𝐂𝐿, the expectations, to be quite honest, on this side of the world, that they come out of here number one. You got to try and find a bit of humor, just sort of have a bit of playing it cool, not letting anything out there, knowing it's kind of yours to lose. So we're going to keep it close to the chest, a few cheeky comments, and then we'll talk to you when today's done.
Well, I think it's time to talk to you now because, you know, we've got a little bit of time to kill. You are on camera, so there's no hiding behind anything because it's quiz time. We're coming back to you.
Let's go.
We're coming back to you, okay? eFIBA World Finals, we know this year will be in Jönköping, Sweden. However, well, yeah, you know what? Put your hands up. You know what? Put your hands up. Put your hands up right here. I want your hands up right here. Okay, there we go. There we go. What is the capital of Sweden? Is it Stockholm? Is it Malmo? Or is it Copenhagen?
So I know that Stockholm is the, like, what do we want to call it? Flagship city. Malmo, I only know have a football team. So I'm going to go Copenhagen because I know what's going to happen when I say that as the answer. You ready? Nico, you ready? You want to go?
Copenhagen is the capital of Denmark.
Yeah, it's the Lego thing. I'm ready. I know what the setup is and I'll go again. All day.
It is Stockholm, you know, so you had it and I was afraid that you had it, but I appreciate you being a good sport. I just want you to know when it's my turn to be in your shoes, I'm not going to be a great sport. I will pull the camera. I will pull the Ethernet cord and I will be RB. You're going to have to carry the show, brother.
I just enjoy taking the bait, mate. That's going to be the most, like, there's no way that it's not Stockholm. Like, again, Malmo, respectfully, I know of, like I said, is having a football team. Copenhagen's Denmark. Oh, Lego. And I got that one last time. I'll play that every time. Bring it on, Nico. I'm answering Denmark answers for all my questions.
Oh, my goodness. Could not ask for a better teammate, my man. Love your sportsmanship in this. We're still waiting on a couple of games to tip off, but just to kind of recap what we've had in round number 1, you had India take on the Philippines. Philippines go ahead and won that one. I feel like someone was just in your ear. I hope they didn't have anything up their sleeve. You had Indonesia taking on Mongolia. You had Indonesia, they're taking care of business there. Then you had India take on Mongolia. Mongolia won that one. Singapore taking on Philippines. Philippines take care of the dub. And then, of course, through and through, it's been domination from Indonesia and the Philippines, who are going to go ahead and face off, not next, but then the match after for the final round, which could have a lot of implications, Nate. But next up, we're going to have India taking on Indonesia, which I feel like we may know what the result of that could be. So I want to focus in on Mongolia and Singapore. What can we expect out of that one?
Yeah, Twitch chat will tell you themselves, unfortunately, for Singapore. I do apologize if I was slightly harsh, but it looks like the sentiments are echoed. It's just not looking very good. It's not your day. Then all of a sudden, Mongolia stepping up. But Indonesia versus India. You said it's going to go one way, India. Is it the chance for those skill boosters that maybe they haven't had the opportunity to focus on just yet? For India, we got to hear about their improvement, how they're multi-esport athletes, I believe was the comment. So, hey, this is the time to develop your 2K part of your game.
You know, for a second, I got excited because I thought India was up 27-7, but then I read the other acronym and I realized that wasn't the case. Indonesia.
It was Indianapolis for a moment as well.
I hate you, but you know what? You're not wrong. It's Indonesia taking on Indianapolis.
Being wrong makes for a better broadcast every time, I'll tell you.
Amen to that. It is 27-8. India looking to see if they can get their first dub again. Shout out to them for continuing to play. Shout out to the federations that support all of these nations and making this possible. You've already got team take for Indonesia as we're less than a minute left to go. As they go ahead and secure the rebound, get it down low. They're trying to be selfless with it. The pass, the assist, and the dunk puts them at 30 points with about a minute left to go in the first. India down low. Going to take that shot from the right elbow. Not going to go. Rebound secured by Indonesia. And just like that, they get the easy slam dunk the other way. And of course, after this matchup, you've got Mongolia taking on Singapore. That'll actually be going on simultaneously. And we'll get you updates and maybe even show you a couple of games and highlights from that one.
wanted to say certainly zero, and I actually do mean zero disrespect towards India here. We're just trying to call it like it is. We said that they're, what do we want to call it, a developing, a tier 2, tier 3, 2K nation, and then we've got the opportunity to hear from them, and they'll tell you that themselves. We're not going to get better until we start playing the best. The predictions are not meant to be brutal, mean-spirited, anything like that. It is simply Indonesia, who are looking good for second spot. You heard Clark himself say, to be honest, they're now looking like they're going to be our main rivals in this group after before potentially it was Singapore, then Mongolia. It was like the dark horses and your underdogs and whatnot. It's Indonesia, and they're going to make a statement here against India. There's just no other way about it.
None at all. And that's why all these games, all the skill boosters, all the point differentials, they all will come into play, the head-to-heads. If we do have some type of tiebreaker, that's where things get a little bit juicy with the 5th round of matchups. Calls a cut from the left side. That one's going to be easy. 40-8. The most anticipated matchup since Indonesia started talking trash about Clark is left to be seen. That's going to be the finale for us. India.
Yeah, I would say it was friendly, eh? Do you reckon we're stepping over that line a little bit, India? I mean, you and I mean, do you think with so much on the line, there's a lot of 2K being played at the moment? You keep hearing the references to the APAC Invitational that's coming up. Maybe the friendly rivalries starting to become a little bit more intense?
I think only if the other side continues to dominate. I can't speak for the APAC regions because I'm not familiar with exactly all of the rosters to see how you may have a couple of mixtures in players and rivalries. But I feel like here, it's not a rivalry if you don't win, right? So the Philippines are going to continue dominating, and if they do so, it's not a rivalry. It's just not. It's like the Clippers and the Lakers.
Dude, I was about to say, that's still a rivalry, and then obviously Lakers have ended that massive drought today, but I would have called that a rivalry headed in today despite Clipper dominance, or not for you?
You got to continue beating a team. You got to have their number at some point, you know? 48-8 as Indonesia continues to dominate on the court. They fling it to the right side, man wide open inside the paint. Now here, that's interesting what India did there. It was a 3-on-2 in favor of Indonesia. So India said, okay, cool, we'll guard the perimeter, folks, to make sure you don't get an easy look for the 3, and we'll give up the 2. Obviously, it's a good strategy because you know Indonesia can go to knock it down. It doesn't really come into play when the score's 2-8, but I like.
So when you say good strategy, India, what do you mean by that?
I mean it's a blowout, and I need talking points.
Yeah. I'm glad that you're happy to say. And for what it's worth, I actually do
Unless
agree
you
on
want
your first point
again.
there. Your initial one, because what I was going to go with was you didn't get the opportunity to play more offense, like in terms of takeover and stuff like that. It's not going to be as brutal with the shooters. Obviously, the big men can shoot, maybe activating a shooting take or getting Mamba or something like that. But hey, you allow them the quick 2, you get that ball back. You can play some offense. That's what everyone likes to do.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. We'll see if the more reps help them out or not.
Maybe our viewers watching along can relate if you're playing in the rec or something and it's one-sided, and I mean you're on the wrong side of that. You just sort of be like, you know what, just take the 2, mate. This contest is done. My teammate might be away, like microwaving something. I just want you to score so I can get the ball and we can have a bit of fun with it. You mentioned the Wizards, 𝐂𝐿 Poole, Kuzma. I was for it in here and I'm for it now. Entertainment all the way through. I don't care how much you're down by. You got to have some fun with it.
Yeah, I genuinely don't mind it whatsoever. I think, you know, you're there for the crowd, you're there for the highlights. I don't really care for it. The only thing for me is the flopping that some teams do. That I think is a bit of a no-no for me. But it doesn't matter if you're winning, doesn't matter if you're losing, doesn't matter if the game holds you back, whatever the case may be.
See that speaking on this region, speaking about one Fuego, he's updated his bio to include the 3 times rings aka 3 times champs. So maybe we're starting to see. Look, to be honest, I still don't know India. I don't know if it's bans. I don't know if this is actual, like, you know what? It isn't just the Philippines. I'm got some decorated stuff going on. I'm good enough to warrant some things. I don't know if updating a Twitter bio is reading into it way too much, but it's little things.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I don't think my bio could have any. I don't think my bio has any rings to it. But you know, nor does my finger. But you know,
not yet. Ladies, get on it. Caster extraordinaire. Well spoken.
That's what happens when it's
notes.
That's what happens, right? This just turns into an E-date instead of eFIBA when it's a blowout, 64-8.
Hey, look.
Oh,
it's love all around, man. I said that it's heating up. Actually, I'm going to go straight off that point. The chip dub is there. So skill booster, as I said, at the start of this game, apologies. Indonesia, maybe that's the way to go. I'm seeing some disconnects, which is rather unfortunate. We haven't had many of those today. I don't know, at this point, it really is skill boosters. You mentioned the point differential. I'm unsure that even with a win over the Philippines after what happened, game day 1 particularly, that's going to be a doubt. You heard Clark himself say, yeah, we're top dogs. We're happy. We're locked it in. But that game against Indonesia, like, we want to prove we're number 1 and we expect them to finish number 2. I feel like some of these players are starting to look ahead to that regional final for Indonesia. Skill boosters first, get as many points as possible, and make sure you are in that top 2. It's not Mongolia, maybe even Singapore that fly in at the end. Because how many times in here have we seen it? You think you're a lock. I don't want to mention the particular nation I'm thinking of, man. It was so brutal. And then I captioned it later and said, moments before, like, unfortunate events, because I don't know. Do we want to talk about it directly, or is that a bit
yeah, no. I do, because we had an interview with them, like you said. But hold on. I gotta. Oh man.
I can feel until you get there with me if you want, but we're talking Africa. If that's a nice. This is trivia. We're doing eFIBA trivia, and the answer's not Danish, so maybe we're looking good.
Oh man, what's up? What's up to Truly Honcho hanging out with us in the chat? Hope you're doing well on this fine November month. And yeah, this is a blowout.
Would you like more clues, India? I'm doing it. I'll do eFIBA trivia. So 5 letter nation that I'm talking about.
My gut says Cyprus, but like, you know, that doesn't really make sense. I know, Nate. I see your face. I'm just telling you what my gut said, and I understand it's not a possibility. You know what? Stop laughing. I can see.
I didn't laugh. I bit my fist. I was like, no, that was painful. All right, positive as per the team that did end up overtaking them with the skill boosters was Côte d'Ivoire, who you really liked talking about.
Right.
I love saying, remember Côte d'Ivoire?
They both start with C's.
There was a nation, I'll give you one more chance, 5 letters, that said, we've made it through. The social media went out, we've done it, we got 4th spot, and then we found out that the SBs, that Côte d'Ivoire overtook.
I'll tell you what.
Starts with G.
Ghana.
Yeah, let's go.
Well, here's where we are gonna let's go. Let's go to Mongolia taking on Singapore, as Singapore's got the lead of 19-7 late in the first quarter. But yeah, that was a tough one, man. You're kind of celebrating. You put out the press release, if you will, and then unfortunately you get the rug pulled out from under you.
The rare L, common Nate L, but in terms of forgetting a name or a detail, the Ghanaian co-streamer, I really do apologize. I've forgotten your name. I'll go look it up and make amends. But that post went viral, and then homie tags me on Instagram, and the Ghanaians are all celebrating and getting into it. It is eFIBA, it is 2K. You got to have it in perspective. It still hurt. It still hurt to look at. They were so excited. Yeah, never have I seen such certainty met with such disappointment when it comes to eFIBA. But for Côte d'Ivoire, hey, there's always a positive. India, they played the skill boosters right until the end of that broadcast. All of a sudden, their sort of drudgery turns into elation. Côte d'Ivoire with a chance in those finals and whatnot. Morocco, Algeria, and Egypt, I believe, the other nations. Bring on.
Of course, you have Morocco. That's the defending champs for the Africa region.
What I'm doing here, by the way, is when we did Africa, when we were on it. And why are you talking about Europe? Why are you talking about Europe during the African stream? And I was like, uh-oh. Hey,
that's
friends.
right. That's
We're talking
right.
about Africa during Asia. I've made amends to at least some degree.
Yeah, there you go. 27-7. Singapore is on top. Sorry about that. Looks like my feed had just restarted, so I don't know if I had lost everybody or not. Mic check 1 2. Looks like I hear you.
Mate, you're fine because I wanted, like I said, to make immediate amends. Slymore, like SLYMORH3 is about as good of a shout as I can do and say go follow that man right now on social media because he commentates 2K over in Ghana. And it was just lovely positivity, not just about his home nation, but about the region full stop. Yeah, commiserations, Ghana. You're getting a shout out on another region's sort of broadcast, and you brought a lot of excitement and joy. Bring on season 3 and the revenge stories that we may well have.
We will see if they're able to kind of get their revenge or not next time around. What do you think? Does Mongolia have a chance to come back in this one, or is it just going to continue to be a bit of a blowout here as the other game is also a blowout, 86-20?
Yeah, a few cliches which I guess we get to at this point, but the shooting slump and that slow shooting start is so hard to recover from. It only takes, what did I say last time out? 3 was the magic number, 2 back-to-back misses. That third shot is going to be what it's all about. And when your opponents are hitting contested threes as well. Are you kidding me? This group, man, Indonesia will be the happiest of all because if Singapore take this one out, yeah, that Indonesia, yeah, they can just have fun with it. As much as I've just gone and said, Ghana were having fun with it, and then it didn't turn out so well. If you're from Indonesia in the Twitch chat right now, let us know how you're feeling because based on my little calculations, things are looking lovely for you all. A lot better than they were at the start of the day.
Indeed they are. Mongolia still trying to get in the double digits. They're going to go ahead and get that much closer with a little bit of a hook shot there. 35-9. This is round 4 of matchups. Things get really, really spicy when we get to round number 5, where you'll have Indonesia taking on Philippines, and you'll have India taking on Singapore.
Yeah, it might have to be one of those. Lovely drive and dunk, by the way. Good take, good take. What happened to Singapore at the start of the day? Like last week, you're thinking, okay, fair enough, Philippines on top. We talked up that rivalry. They were talking it up, and then things start changing. CX4, not just on broadcast, as I talked about his sort of story career so far, but in the Twitch chat, CX4 spam was going everywhere. Today, silence on all fronts.
I don't know, man. We might have taken a chance to talked about it. Not quite sure what's going on there. Trying to see if you'll have Mongolia get a little bit closer in this one. As it is 42-11. And the other game is also a blowout as well, as it is 88-23. So not quite competitive yet, but Mongolia might be the only team that has a real shot at getting this one to be a close one. But they've got to go ahead and close out strong in the second quarter.
Benefit of the doubt, how about I just go with connection? Maybe there's just a key, disconnect from a player, overall connection. Mongolia have really stepped it up at home. I was feeling good. I was delighted. It's one of those things that's not in your control, so you sort of just really hope, to be quite honest, that things go well. But this was big. This was like Mongolia win this game from 4th at the start of the day. We've got Nate himself, game day 1, Mongolia comfortable 4th. There's no way they could make top 2. It would have been beautiful. I'd watch that back. I'd retweet it. Why not? It's a heartbreaker. Maybe not of the Ghanaian level, but yeah, Mongolian fans, you've been terrific in the chat. I hope my calculations are wrong. I hope this game ends nice and quickly. I hope the SBs go in your favor.
Well, of course, they're not. This is the last game for them as well. So they're done with all of their games. They've already played 4 straight. So, of course, they're going to have a bye. And they're going to have to watch from the sidelines to see how everything unfolds and then get the official info after round 5 is played. As that's a nice shot. Had the cold rain, but he found a way to get it to go.
You know, I like to speculate as well, India. So I brought up, 3-4 different points. If it's as simple as your PG disconnects, I'm happy for it to be that as well.
Yeah,
not like I'm happy that it's happened, but if that's the reason, I'll accept that as the sole reason. It's quite unfortunate.
Yeah, and that's a tough thing, which is why I'm excited to be in Sweden in person. No nonsense. As that AI player is going to go ahead and turn it over as they called for the pass. Not the best time. Left corner was open for a second, but that's going to be tipped out of bounds.
We'd really like to hear from the Twitch chat. I said !_ survey, and I'll say it again for your feedback on what you've enjoyed, what you haven't maybe enjoyed, because your nation's not in there, so make sure you get your federation to get you in there for Season 3 and beyond. The trivia, the rest of it, the fun. I'd like to know, again, I'll repeat, about the commentary. Do you want some sort of hardcore, like, match commentary? Your stats, your play-by-play, breaking it down and whatnot. I will say India. The blowouts in the Asian region, mention with a disconnect or two. Mention with I've been really enjoying the different format just personally. eFIBA Season 2, bouncing around different games. We talk about the chaos of all the monitors and whatnot. It's got me energized at 2 in the morning, so I'm sure it's doing it for some of the viewers. At the very least, it's been very popular this year.
I mean, indeed it has, right? Especially with the format, like you mentioned, the skill boosters add a little bit of spice to it as well. So that can really change things up for us. You never know which team is truly going to advance until it is all said and done. You might have lost to a team, but if you get more skill boosters than them, then you might have a chance to move on to the next round. Another region that I want to kind of skip to is South America, because you've got Brazil and Argentina going on there. And I mean, Argentina, man, it'll be interesting to see if they can finally go ahead and take down Brazil. But keep in mind, they'll have to go ahead and do it twice, because it is a best of 3 for those regional finals as well.
Yeah, I mentioned it before. I'll repeat very quickly. Players at the start, skill boosters. What's going on here? It's a bit different. Oh, it's just an opportunity for more points. When you get down to it, and your Argentina skill boosters and the rest of it, you have to beat top dogs. As you say, you'd have to do it in a best of 3. FIBA have been superb with the rules and the format. A good mix of, like, innovation is probably the right word, and then ensuring we get the best teams through. And then we get to Sweden and everything's all fair, all even. Turkey, Philippines rematch, if you don't mind. Maybe we'll see that. Being a big fan of the combination of the 2 factors here. Singapore, big fan of the PG disconnection for your opposing team. And if it's been a rough day, you at least get this big dub. Last time out, India, I don't know. Game day 1 seems like so far ago that you wonder if you can read too much into previous results. As mentioned before, in this region, top dogs, these top nations play each other quite frequently, so the disconnect's kind of like a big deal. It's going to blow out what could be a fine margin. But they kept Mongolia under 30 for the skill booster last time, so that sort of insult to injury for Singapore getting the win, and then Mongolia don't even get to 30. Demoralization last time. It ain't much better in this matchup in game day 2. Miserations Mongolia. Let's wait until the end of the day. See if those other results and those skill boosters swing your way.
You mentioned how long it's been since we've seen game day number 1. You had Middle East that played on October 10th, and now the next time they'll play is November 2nd. So that's 3 weeks later. You've got to think that they've got more scrimmages, more headspaces, more time to watch film on each other, and practice and chemistry to come out stronger. So that'll be another fun region for us to focus in on when we go to them on the 7th of November.
It's huge, man, to keep up on. Not to mention then, as I've seen you in the Twitch chat, when we're not commentating, not behind the microphone, a lovely schlam, Mongolia, I tell you what, get your big in there, either get mashy or just make some emphatic points, because Bill's probably the unspoken member of the team if you like, I was going to say the roster, but even just the 5, and then when your PG's not there, of the 4 remaining, the chemistry between your point guard and center, absolutely massive. You'll hear basically every nation, certainly every top nation talk about it. Defensively, sure. Offensively, you pick and roll, you pick and pop. And the skill gap is probably the best term I can use for your bigs this year. Dunk meter, get that happening. Green timer is so hard to stop. Even the opposing bigs getting posterized. And Vince Chang, for one, loving that addition or the change to 2K24.
Got a little bit of an update for you on the other side. It is 90-29 in favor of Indonesia, as it looks like you had India unfortunately go ahead and have a few folks disconnect. So we'll update if that is going to remain as the final score or not, as we've still got about 7 minutes of gameplay left in this one.
Just a little update, if it helps, if you're wondering sort of what other teams, other players are doing when they're not playing. We got 5 nations in this region, which means the 2 games of 2. So we've got, I think India called it a bye, a rest, wherever you'd like. There's a gap for one of these rounds. I will say, when it comes to the Philippines, they're chilling. India, there ain't any scrims. They're not practicing shots. You're in the lobby. You can just go and take a breather, get a drink. They are going to be as fresh as possible at the end of a massive day.
Shout out to Harris, aka Sportstein, the man who gets everyone riled up over his big board, the man who's running social for Team USA's eFIBA team. Hey, your words, not mine.
Dude, whether it's a power ranking, your draft board or whatnot, I'll never understand. It's always the people that don't watch the stream as well, straight on social media. I can't believe, honestly, name whatever. This region's underlooked, and Harris would have said about 30 times, mate, I talked about how good Europe is. Like, I just haven't watched that player. Please calm down. It just goes to show it's a global esports, 61 nations in eFIBA Season 2. Not even Harris can keep on top of them all.
I mean, yeah, we're going to get to really see the talent as we get to the finals and as we get to in-person. That's where you truly get to separate yourself against the top teams, the USAs of the world, and USA themselves. They'll have players down there representing if they go ahead and win the North America region. So I guess a quick breakdown of how that's going to play out for folks is you've got USA, that's the #1 seed. Therefore, they are automatically in the finals of North America. They're not in Sweden, but they're in the finals of North America. And then the 2nd and 3rd place team is Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico. Those 2 nations will play in a best-of-1. Then the winner of that matchup will face USA in a best-of-3. And then the winner of that matchup will be invited to play in Jönköping, Sweden, right in the center of DreamHack Winter. And we'll be able to see who really is the #1 region.
If that's a little bit too much, if it's not, fam, social media is probably your best place to go, but FIBA.basketball, do you think? We got all the info, all the standings. I'm not sure if it exactly actually takes you to get tickets, because I haven't got mine yet. There's a note for me to write down. Get DreamHack ticket, make sure can be on stage with India.
I think we might know a guy or two for that.
I don't know. I've absolutely bottled both trivia and an entire nation's pride, so I'm buying one just in case.
Yeah, you're right about that one. You might, yeah, you're right. You might not have any strings to pull.
Speaking of which, I don't know if I want the video replay. Did I say FIBA.basketball and not eFIBA.basketball?
I'll tell you what, brother. Why don't you go ahead and say what it is right now?
eFIBA.basketball, just to cover any blushes. I'm going to find out right now, India, if you can just cover if you can buy a ticket from here. Speaking for a friend.
Sure can. 87-34. It's Mongolia that's trailing in this one. They had high hopes to come in and get the dub, but unfortunately they all fall flat unless they can put out a miracle in the last 4 minutes. Dots it to the right side. The extra pass is good as they're up now 90-34. Less than 4 minutes left to go in this one. passes it all the way across to the left side, back out to the left hash, takes a shot, that's going to be fouled, and we've got 3 free throws coming right up. I think that's the most excited I've been. It's been a minute.
I'm impressed. You've
Thank
done
you.
well.
I tried.
More than well. Our friends in the chat, 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 fandom, which is good. We're not going back to Europe, friends, unless you're going to mention it in the chat. I've made that rule for myself. But the response, 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂, maybe this time world number 1. What do you mean this time? Like, is this just lost in translation? For me, USA, sure. Like they've entered and they could be number 1 this time, but Frem, it's 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂. You're the dogs. You're the top dogs.
Top dogs.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, how else do I say number 1? Like, you're literally top currently. You're top last time. You've been top in clutch moments. You've had rematches like the France thing. You've delivered there. I'm just not sure how you could debate that they're not currently number 1, while respectfully appreciating many have got USA sort of marked this time round. It ain't happened yet. India, as you just said, they haven't even qualified directly yet for Sweden. So anything could happen. eFIBA season 2, baby.
Wait, did I understand you correct or no? Are you saying 𝐶𝐂𝐄𝐂 is better than USA?
I'm saying you can only go on what you can put in your Twitter bio, and USA cannot say world champions just yet. You can have them as your favorites, but you cannot call yourself number 1 until you deliver it, at least in my opinion.
Okay, I respect it. I like that. We're about 2 points away from Singapore having 100 points, or 100, said by Nate, a.k.a. Chris. You know, kind of like the Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott situation. 3-time Europe, 1-time Olympics for 𝐶𝐄𝐄𝐂. And now we will see if they have eFIBA to go ahead and put on their resume. Dots it over to the right side. Finds the green window. It is now 101-40.
Friends, you gotta bear with us again. We're gonna speak with the chat. Love the opportunity to do that during this competition. Mentioned that the rules and the process to find out our top team, spot on, honestly, impressed me. Blew me out of the water straight away. In terms of the different regions, games, maybe a disconnect or 2. Yeah, we got a blowout or 2. You can use whatever language around it you want. Point is, games locked in, games loaded, and Indonesia are the team that are looking the best for second position. A reminder is the top 2 will progress to that final series, regional finals. So Singapore have done themselves every bit of favor for sure. It just seems like it could be a little, rather too little too late. And for Mongolia, it's a disappointing end to what has been a tremendous day overall.
Indeed it has, and of course we have one more round of matchups coming up after this one. When this round 4 wraps up, you're going to have India take on Singapore, and then you'll have the Philippines take on Indonesia. That's going to be the marquee matchup to keep an eye on to see if it has any implications on who goes on and moves to the finals of the Asia region. And of course, if there are implications, we'll take a look at the leaderboards.
You got this, man. Like, again, between what you're saying, between what Demi's saying in the chat, I'm unsure who's said what at this point. I want to clarify. 𝐶𝐄𝐄𝐂, number 1, because you can only be as good as you were last time. A reminder, fam, if you've not seen it, fair enough. I encourage you to go find it on socials, on YouTube and whatnot. Turkey defeated France to be your champions of eFIBA Season 1. That's why I'm saying that's what makes you the world champs. USA get their opportunity by being introduced in Season 2, but you can't say it yet. I'm sorry. I don't know if this is an American-Australian thing. You can be really good. You can have the 2K league. If you've not won in eFIBA, you're not the world champs. It's 𝐶𝐄𝐄𝐂.
Hey, heard it from the man Nate himself. That's going to be a loose ball. Recovered, however. Gets it to the right side. Back over. Takes a fadeaway shot. That one's not going to go. $110.45.
Good to see Bill putting up big numbers. As I said, what can you do in this situation for Mongolia? It's a little bit quite unfortunate, whatever word you want to put ahead of unfortunate. You got to play until the end. There's been a smile on the face. There's been a high level of play. And he's won his battle in the paint. I'm well aware that his opponent's three-point shooting. So best he can do, play until the very end, get mashy with it. Snag, I know he's rebounded in addition times, but he still hasn't scored.
No, he has not. He hasn't even taken a single shot. The man has, however, grabbed 20 rebounds, 10 assists, got 3 steals. So he's having his impact known in other ways outside of just scoring points. And look, when you've got 110, your team's doing just all right without you scoring.
Man, I went for the positive again. Green time dunk. Bill, I know what you mean, but Snag ain't worried. He'll probably get to me. There you go. You knew it was coming. Waiting for it. 2.4 seconds left. All right, there you go. Hey, I've scored as well. We're taking the dub. Singapore had a tricky start to the day. They're finishing strongly, and after a great first game day, who knows, fam? With skill boosters, could they try and hold on to that second spot? Or is it too little too late? Shout out for the highlight play at the end regardless.
Yeah, we're going to find out soon how things are going to be broken down for the Asia region. But you've got 112-47 was your final score between Singapore and Mongolia. And then you did have Indonesia get the victory over India as well. That wraps up 4 of the 5 rounds that we have coming in today for the Asia region game day number 2. And of course, now we've got India taking on Singapore remaining, and you've got Philippines taking on Indonesia as well. I think there needs to be a debate in terms of Philippines not being the favorite on paper going up against Indonesia. But if the Philippines win, excuse me.
Oh, India, you got this, man. Come on, deep breath. I believe, because honestly, you're speaking like my notepad looks. I'm trying to work out the different equations for this second spot or whatnot. Hit me with a question. My answer is going to be like not coherent whatsoever.
No, you're perfectly fine, because I want to show the folks at home a group standings, but we're just calculating the math of the wizardry happening behind the scenes. But my question was going to be, do you feel like Indonesia has a legitimate shot to beat Philippines, or do you feel like it's just about, hey, we're just hoping to get second place?
Yeah, man, the latter is what I've said all day long, so it would be ridiculous for me to change that now. I guess I can't. And looking at the Philippines, as I said, taking a rest, they're taking it about as seriously as they can. Like, I mean that genuinely. They are respecting their opponents, to being like, we need to be fresh. We need to be ready. Indonesia, not with that ability to even, I don't know, what can you do in like a 5-minute break, basically? Bathroom, drink of water or something. You need to be ready from the get-go. We said against this Philippines team, don't worry about the third quarter, moving quarter. If in that first quarter, you don't hit your first 3 shots as an individual, as a team, you're basically done.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point that you bring up in terms of you want to get off to a fast start and go from there. But let's go ahead and put a little pin on that one, because we've got Lucas, who is going to be from Snack Season from Singapore. What is going on, Snag? We're glad you got the last bucket there to get yourself on the offensive side of things, man.
What's up, guys? Thank you for having us. It's the first time that Singapore is actually in this competition, so we're really honored to actually get to play for our country this time.
And it's great to kind of watch you guys play. What's been helpful to you to dominate on the offensive board and in terms of rebounding in general so far?
It's something about, well, actually playing real basketball helps me, because like being able to see the trajectory of the ball, you can kind of position yourself to get a rebound. And that comes with playing many years of 2K as well. So that's something only experience can really get you.
I like that because I saw a tweet, maybe even yesterday, saying basketball and 2K, they don't have like any overlap, and I disagreed. It sounds like you do too. Tell us about your passion for basketball.
Well, I've played for more than half my life, so basketball's been a real big part of my life, and it's allowed me to meet many friends who are still around my life. Even some of these 2K guys, we actually meet in real life. We're real good friends in real life and actually meet a lot. So that's one great thing that 2K has gotten me.
I mean, I've met great people around 2K. Got a chance to meet my man Nate. Looking forward to seeing him in person as well. What type of preparation kind of goes into it for you when you face these nations for the second time? Are you watching film from game day number 1? How do you prepare to face them again in game day number 2?
Well, something interesting about Southeast Asia is that all of us are actually really good friends. So Indonesia, Philippines, we've actually played together for many years now. So it's not just game day one we're looking at, but across the years, tendencies of players, like matchups that we've been playing. Even in the past few weeks, we've been having practices against each other. So yeah, we look to those to scout for the next game.
Yeah, I wondered if India was being a little bit like second game today, second game this hour, because it really is all the players, all the same ones on top of each other. Are you, though, at the end of today, hoping still, believing that you can be a top 2 team?
I mean, right now, if we look at the rules, it's out of our control, but we do what we can. So we have 1 game left in India, so we're going to take that down.
Well, hey, go easy on them. Wish you the best of luck. Thank you again for joining us.
you.
That is Snack Season from Singapore. We look forward to seeing how your nation goes ahead and takes care of business when it's all said and done.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. You take care. Nate, man, it's going to be interesting. I'm telling you, the round 5 where you've got Singapore taking on India. That, I think, you kind of know which way that's going to go on paper. Philippines and in Indonesia, that one's, again, a little bit favored in terms of Philippines, but you never know how things are going to go ahead and shake out. But what I do know for a fact, Nate, is that we've got the group standings up, and I'm ready to show you and the viewers at home what is going on before we get to round number 5 in the final round here tonight in the final game day number 2. Let's go ahead and take a look at those group standings.
Please. No more words. I need to see these.
You act like I'm hitting the button. Here you go. Philippines, Indonesia, Mongolia. So that's going to be your top 3, the battle of 2. And of course, you've got Singapore and India on the bottom 2 there. But Nate, Indonesia and Mongolia. Mongolia does not have a game to play. So I think it might be safe, unless skill boosters come into play now. But what are your thoughts here as you look at the top 3?
Yeah, we mentioned it last time, and I'm glad my absolute scribbles, honestly, those look ridiculous, are somewhat accurate or useful, which is to say that for Mongolia, that last result, unfortunate disconnect, is a heartbreaker. It's got to hurt. It means that skill boosters are their only way to make it through. When you look at the games and the way we expect it to go, it's even more unfortunate for Singapore. Shout out Snag, by the way, who's got to be one of the most well-spoken people consistently from this region. I love his polite, concise explanations for things and talking about this region. We're calling it Asia, Southeast Asia, whatever you want. It's like friendly banter with all the knowns. Again and again and again. It's small margins. So, yeah, bring it on the rest of the day, fam. The skill boosters, anything could happen.
Well, here we go. It is round number 5. It is the Philippines taking on Indonesia. The last matchup of the night alongside Singapore and India as well. So they'll kind of play simultaneously from what I understand. And it is a 10-9 lead for Indonesia.
No, we're not doing this again. We're not getting this excited.
I'm not saying anything.
Oh man, I think I'm saying it for myself, I get myself way too into it and I start believing. And it's a Philippines team. I could not have spoken more about their professionalism leading into it. Hey, preview's done. The chat is done. Snag has said his piece. Some teams, some nations, sorry, just gotta wait to see what happens. On the court, the ball is round, India. That ball is round. Do you know what the second part is? You have a chance.
You indeed do. And this one is going to go ahead and be a good one, I hope. Hope the blowouts are behind us as that shot's going to go from the top of the key as the Philippines are going to take a 1-point lead right back. About 16 seconds left in the first quarter. They've got take from the top of the key. That's it to the right side, but the defense is right there. In blue, you have Philippines. In white, you have Indonesia, and you have a turnover right there in front of you. The defense gets right back on track, though. Fadeaway shot from the left side, and they're going to miss that one right before the end of the first quarter.
Nice and tight, friends, the way we like it here in eFIBA Season 2. The third quarter's moving quarter. We'll wait till then so we make any presumptions, anything at all. But the fast starts from the Philippines have meant we haven't needed to get there way too often. Indonesia, hey, make your early shots. Try and take as many wide opens as you can, because I've seen 2 ballots in a row. Lovely feed inside, but 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐿's going to be key.
Defense is going to be something to pay attention to from both of these sides. And don't forget, you had, I believe it was Indonesia that said they're going to hold Clark to 15 points or less. This is the game where they get a chance to back it up and solidify their spot to move on to the finals next time out. Is this a preview of the finals? Who is going to win? You and I, we will find out together. Dots it over to the right side. The defense falls asleep, but he can't knock down the open shot. They get the rebound, and they get the putback.
Mentioned the green time standing dunks. You just got to stand there and wear it. You get a little bit too deep under the rim. You mean well, but maybe. Just like our friend Lucas earlier. You could use that real-life basketball skill. Does it help you get a chase-down block? I don't know. In transition, Clark, jam it down again. Big 4-point swing. Loved hearing that, by the way, from Lucas. You get to be like, man, I play basketball half my life. When I'm rebounding the ball in 2K, I do it the same way as when I'm playing hoops IRL. It's about positioning, making sure you're not too deep under the rim.
And that's what it's like. You want to make sure that, hey, you get the animations properly. So you know that if a shot's going to be high arcing, where exactly do shots like that typically go ahead and land? So you can go ahead and position yourself a little bit closer. Because you know they're going to be high arcing bounces as well as we get it to the right side. Shot misses. They get the offensive board. Back out to the right. Less than 10 seconds to play with. Bailout pass inside. Terrible catch animation. Back over to it. Got to go ahead and chuck something up, and they do from the left hash. That left hash shot is good. And we're tied up at 18 apiece.
Oh, the subtle changes as well. 2K23 to 24, where you get away with it. It's more about your height than anything else. Again, lovely early feed. I respect that, Clark. I see you. We'll say in 2K24, and of course, these players are using their own accounts, their own builds. Vertical is key. Take it from a man who's playing on a 6'7" center. High vert, you can out-rebound the 7 threes. It's little changes. Who's adjusted more quickly into the 2K24 cycle? It is only November. Part of the reason we love eFIBA Season 2, getting elite level competition so early on, and we get to discover these things on the fly.
It's 11-11 in the East Coast. Make a wish. It's 20-20 here in the Asia region. 22-20 now. The Philippines have a 2-point lead with 2:22 left to go in the second quarter. This is the matchup that we have circled coming into today. So the excitement is there. We are alive and awake for this one, as is Indonesia, as they're looking to tie it up or possibly take the lead. They are the team in white. Gets it over to the right side. Swings it for the extra pass, but they can't get that one to go, and that tip ball almost did. They get the putback, but the rim says no, sir. And it's the Philippines who control it now.
Oh, man, I love a good putback. Just one of the few, authentic self-plugs I'll give. Go check out Nate socials right now. I love a great putback. They're just not consistent, India, whatsoever. Get that O board and recycle the play. It might be good for a highlight clip in eFIBA Season 2 in a massive game. Just grab the board, friend.
And that's a massive shot coming in from the right side as they're looking to put on a little bit of a run on their own. Right now, it's a 5-0 run, looking to make it a little bit better if they can get a stop and a points on the other side to close out the second. A little bit of pick and roll action from the left hash. There's the slip. The defense rotates over, gets it to the right hash, but the defense fell asleep, and there's a little bit of hesitation. There was an open shot. They don't take it, and that one is going to go out of bounds, and it's going to be Philippines ball.
It doesn't happen on that occasion, but have a look at the little things in your big games. We talked about it. Well, I didn't talk about it. I was watching on 𝐂𝐄𝐄 versus France, and it can come down to one possession. It can come down to little factors, including the smalls helping out to rebound the basketball. Sure, you're going to see Clark take over offensively and whatnot. Defensively, he's going to have a job to do in the corner. You're going to run in transition. You're going to make sure you get that ball first. India's just told you it's bouncing around everywhere in 2K24. You get some wild bounces off that rim.
Gonna get a quick little foul to go ahead and play things in the half court. Top of the key action. Oh, he gets an ankle breaker. He gets the shot and he gets the green.
Not just big buckets, but comparatively big scoring. The Philippines, Indonesia last time, 33-29. Of course, going the way of the Philippines, as this fixture often does. Right now, Clark's having his way with it. There's some 3 attempts early on. I'll tell you how many. 2 taken, 2 missed. Then you start rim running, so to speak. You take your easy 2s, make sure Christmas take doesn't come and catch you in the cold India. And the little things are all going one way until then. Indonesia, big man, paint, green standing dunk. We've had that on repeat today and loved it.
They're hanging on to this one. They're trying to keep it as close as possible to stay within striking distance. It's the Philippines with the ball. Up 4. 4 seconds left. They call a play. Gets it all the way to the right side. That one's going to be stolen away. Not going to trick Indonesia with it. They have seen that play before, and they go ahead and take advantage of it as it's 29-25. Indonesia on top. My man from the Indonesia
on top. Hold that for just one second.
What's up?
They're playing well. They're playing very well. But Philippines technically on top of India. I just got to...
Oh, did I reverse it?
I thought you were just sort of saying like they're on top of their own game. Like they're smashing it, considering we expect the Philippines to be heavy favorites. I'm just making sure I'm that guy, dotting the I's, crossing the T's. They're 4 points down, but well in this contest and some of the best we've seen them play today.
Yeah, my apologies if I misspoke. What I was leading towards was that you had Fuego, who I believe said they're going to hold Clark under 15 points. The man has 14 going in to the second half. So if they can hold him to a point, sure, then you tied what you were going to say. But so far, he's a point away from breaking that. We're going to hold him under 15. As he takes a shot, and he's going to be over 15 points before we even get to the 4-minute mark in the third.
The India booster, baby. It might not count on the standings on the leaderboard, but it counts for some respect here. eFIBA Season 2. The banter was made. The bet was made. It's ended in the favor of Clark and India.
And look, he's smiling. He kind of knows it himself, I believe. If I could boost anything, boost my metabolism would be great as you get a slam down under. 32-27, 5-point lead for the Philippines as they've got the ball. They've got Take, dots it to the left side. I thought he was going to try to pull that from way down deep. But now he's going to get the reset back over. Calls a cut from the left. Looking for a fadeaway on that side. There's the fadeaway from the left side, and he misses it, but they get the rebound, and the putback doesn't go.
Man, I said go for the O-board and not the putback, and then make sure you kick it out. Like, sure, your green time standing dunk if you're in position and whatnot, but oh my goodness, the basics, fam. The basics, Indonesia, please. We're big fans of the underdog down under. We want to see a tight game all the way through. Let's make sure we're doing the fundamentals. Keep this a game in this moving quarter, the third quarter.
Down with 2 people on them. They go ahead and kick it out, and they're going to go ahead and green that one as well. We are going in for a good one as you've got Philippines taking on Indonesia. Will this be a preview of the Asia Finals that we'll see in just a few days? The Philippines miss a shot. It's Indonesia the other way, and it's Indonesia that's tied it up at 32 apiece, and that's going to be a timeout by the Philippines.
Man, the hoodies might be up. The confidence could be a little bit down for the Philippines. Tied up at 32. If you missed it earlier, we're saying the third quarter, even the end of the third, often dictates the end result. Indonesia stepping it up. A reminder, last time out, 33-29. Philippines, low-scoring game, but Clark kept to 2 points. There was a little friendly wager before here. 15 or under for Clark. He's on 17. At the expense, maybe, India, though, of his team's result.
And you can see the excitement from Fuego right now as that's going to be a shot clock violation. We're going the other way, and Indonesia has a chance to go ahead and take the lead once again here in the third quarter. They had one early on in the first half. They're looking for one here in the third. You can just see the expressions and the emotions on Fuego If you want to cheat, you'll see the expressions a few seconds earlier. But don't cheat. That's bad. That's naughty.
I hadn't even noticed. Respect to India. You're all over it.
Keep an eye on the expressions. That'll kind of tell you which way things are going to go. One of the plays I might ruin it for the chat. We'll see. Top of the key from the logo, dancing around, looking for a little bit of wiggle room. Nothing there. Gets it inside for the slip. The defense is all over it. Hands up defense. 5 seconds left. Gets it back outside to the right hash. Terrible catch animation. Gets the shot off. And they secure the offensive rebound. And they get the putback.
Man, look for some transition points. I tell you what, the defense just pushing up a little high. Worried about one deep shot straight away. Take it to the rim. Take you two. It's why shooting splits and stuff like that. You know I love my stats, India. But you take a shot or two from deep. And I mean like deep. The defense starts stepping up. You get an easy two. It's little things, man. Little things. But they're big moments and big plays. Midi green. Indonesia will not go away.
You had a trade of dunks, and now let's see if we have a trade of middies. Indonesia up by 2. 1:35 left to go in the final matchup of game day number 2 for the Asia regional qualifiers. Clark from the right side. Gets that shot off, but that looks like a contest came in late. It did, but there's another putback. And we're just trading twos at this point, and that's going to be a timeout by Indonesia.
Very, very good positioning from Don Wellian. I talked about the chemistry, your point guard, your center. That includes, hey mate, I'm chucking this up. If you could get into a good position for me, I'd very much appreciate it. Don says, no problem, because I can get 2 as well.
Down low in the paint, kicks it back outside. Has a slip, takes the 3 instead, and that's why he's playing and I'm commentating as they knock it down.
Oh my word. I said you take your deep threes, you open up the paint. What about when your bigs start making it from way downtown? Indonesia stepping up when it counts. 𝐂𝐄𝐂 did not attempt a 3 last time. I don't know if there's a build switch. You had 𝐅𝐻𝐿 2 for 5 shooting from 3 last time out. The things are changing. Game day 2's different, baby.
Back over to the left side. That's going to be a green bean. That's a contested shot, but it doesn't matter.
I'm trying to calm down, India, I promise. I'm trying. The contested greens. We're talking about the quality in Asia. What is it like? Can we compare it to Americas? Can we compare it to Europe? Have a look at some of these shots under closeouts, under pressure. Dribble moves and handles. Nice there. Not the shot to do. And bam. Every time, India. Every time. I'll speak up the region, talk a sloppy turnover.
It happens to the best of us. Do we have an upset brewing? Has the inbound pass. Over to Clark. Setting a pick. Or getting a pick, rather, on the right side. No shot clock, so they can take all the time in the world. The third quarter is all theirs to close us out. They get the slip and they get the slam. The deficit is now cut to 2. Indonesia pushing it to the right side. The shot's not gonna go, is it? No, it's not, because you can see the hand on the head of Fuego, letting you know that he missed it.
Fuego 3 for 15 last time out, including 3 for 13 from 3. This one is personal, not just that rivalry versus Clark, but man, he wants this for his nation.
They indeed do. The last time these two teams played, you had Indonesia that was so close to winning, but they just couldn't get it done. They had a couple of disconnect issues, but it's locked and loaded with the full squad now.
They kept their opponents to just 2 points in that final quarter. Can they step up the defense again now? Or there you go again, India. Wherever I want. Just the reverse of it. You can get 2 points within seconds.
It is tied up at 42 apiece. I won't ask Nate who he thinks is going to win, or else he'll reverse jinx it or jinx it. I don't even know what type of jinx this man has in his arsenal. But what I do know is they've got 8 seconds to get this shot off and possibly take a lead. It is the fourth quarter here between these two teams. The first seed and the second seed. He's going to fade away. Beautiful defense there. The ref calls no foul, but that offensive board has been secured, and they're going to go in for the slam.
Dude, the small man getting up now. This game has had it all.
This is what happens when you have great gameplay. The energy picks up on all sides. 44-42, 4 minutes left. The Philippines go inside, met with a defender. They kick it right back out to the right hash. He doesn't take the three. Had a defender flying. The left hash was open for a second. That shot's not going to go. It's a fast break opportunity down low, and it's a 4-point lead for Indonesia.
Huge, fam. I could go through that rivalry one more time. Have a look at the face cams. It'll tell you more than I could. The briefest of summaries. Sure, Indonesia have beaten the Philippines in big games, in regional finals outside of eFIBA. No siree. Is this the one?
TBD. We will find out together in less than 4 minutes. Gets it down low. Oh, they had a left corner. No, a misjudgment. But I don't blame them. They were doing so well. The putbacks, the dunks were going, the mashing was there, so he decided to go ahead and go up once again. The slip is there. The corner defender comes in time, and he gets the contest. Oh, and it's the putback by the Philippines!
Another green time jam, if you don't mind. Both guards for Indonesia with shooting take. The main positive for you Philippines, you've weathered that storm. Ain't no one on take right now.
We've got over 2,000 people watching this matchup, and we appreciate you for tuning in, and you are in for a good one. Kicks it right back out. The right corner is open for a second, but we're going to hang out here at the top of the elbow. He's going to knock it down from the free throw line. We are tied up at 46 apiece, and that's another timeout being called.
Highlight play after highlight play. If you don't like that, the confidence late in the shot clock to get to your spot, get separation, of course. No one comes at you thinking you're going to jam on me, aren't you? No, sir. There are tricks still in the bag. We haven't seen game day 1 or game day 2.
2:22 left to go. Can they take the lead here? No. Philippines with the rebound. Don't want to chuck it. They go ahead and slow things down. We're right outside 2 minutes to finish this matchup. Go ahead and grab this link. Send it to your mom, your Mima, your grandma. Tell them to tune in because it's about to be a good one. Trying to dance around. Has the open shot. Decides not to take it. Gets it down low inside. Looking for positioning as a defense. That's a loose ball, but the Philippines pick it right back up. The cut. The left corner cut is good for the lead.
Late in the shot clock again. 1 remaining. The poise under pressure to find that pass. Bring on this final 2 minutes, India.
I will bring it to you as they bring the three and they get the lead is what they take away. It's Indonesia on top. They're trading buckets. They're trading leads. But who's going to be the last one standing when the clock hits 0?
A battle of the Asian Titans. And I tell you what, they're stepping up, friends. Indonesia, it would mean so much, not just to these players, to the whole nation. The amount of times they've got their hopes up, only for a main final, a regional final. We get outside of eFIBA, and it's close, but not good enough. Always what? The bridesmaid, never the bride, whatever you want on it. This could be the historic one. They're only down by 1. Watch out for takeover, though, for the Philippines.
They lost by 4 last time out. Is this where they go ahead and close it out? It's such a great game. I got to make myself a little bit taller. 1 point lead, and that's another loose ball. They get the turnover. They dish it to the right side, slowing things down, though. You don't need to rush anything when you've got the lead. The ball and the clock is somewhat in your favor as well, with all things considered. They bring it all the way right back out to the left side. Traveling around the world, and that gets tipped by the defender. Here's Indonesia. You can see the butterflies, but who's got the guts? It's Indonesia as they take the 2-point lead. A big 3 from the left side.
Man, just that slight pause before the pass, it makes all the difference. Kept their heads. They get the lead once more. The dream's still alive. Come on.
Indeed it is. We are under a minute left. Indonesia up by 2, and it's the Philippines that go ahead and tie it up. Is someone going to come up clutch in the final possessions, or do we have extra basketball coming up in overtime?
Indonesia back their 3-point shooting. Can they keep their mettle here at the end? Will that be the difference? They've allowed the 2 for the Philippines offensively. Have they got another green in them?
Oh, that would have been a big shot. Doesn't go. You've got about 6 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. It's tied up at 52. The Philippines have been undefeated up until this point. Will that streak continue? He's getting bullied. He's getting harassed outside the perimeter, looking for a little bit of space. He finds the midi. The midi misses. Indonesia with the ball. Indonesia with the timeout. And Indonesia with the chance to pull off the upset.
Wide open. It's a great look. This time for Clark. It doesn't go. Will it be Fuego? And have your eyes on 𝐂𝐇𝐄𝐂𝐊 to take this potential game-winning shot.
Such a crucial moment that one timeout doesn't do it enough justice. You've got to call another one. 52-52, 7.4, no shot clock, and they lose the ball! It's a turnover! You can't cross. No foul. And they're going to call a time. They're going to call a timeout. Oh my God.
Every time, India, every time in this region, is it seriously going to be another dagger through Indonesian hearts? Let's find out.
Here we go. 1.7 to remain undefeated. And again, it is such a big moment that you got to call yourself another timeout. You can't take it with you in overtime. You'll be blessed with more anyway. 1.7.
Feed it to Don. Go inside. What do you reckon?
I've got no clue, but they're going to feed it inside. He's going to go up with it, and it's blocked. Blocked for the game. Tied up at 52, and we're going to overtime.
Oh, baby. You're playing the percentages. You've basically done everything right. Indonesia, I said, is this time the one? I don't know if it's for the W, but it's for overtime at least.
And in overtime, it's Philippines that go ahead and draw blood first as they go ahead and take a 2-point lead. We're going to switch league, just show you an update. 47-6 is the score here. Just want to let the folks at home know what's going on. But of course, our main focus is going to be on the other matchup. But just want to go ahead and update everybody, as India is going to go ahead and have a tough time coming back in this one. Just give us 1 second here as that shot's going to go. And we're right back, and just like that, flippity-flap, it's tied up at 54 apiece. They miss, but they get the rebound. It's the Philippines. Woo-wee. 6 seconds left on the shot clock.
I'm still thinking about that block, India. I need a timeout.
There you go. He tries to slam it on his noggin. Bounces off the rim, but they secure another rebound. That's back-to-back rebounds. Coming from the left side is Clark. They've got another 7 seconds on the shot clock. Has an opening, decides not to take it, dishes it right back out. Little bit of nerves kicking in. Flying off is the defense, and it's another offensive board. It's back-to-back offensive rebounds for the Philippines.
We're talking about the 15 points for Clark and how early that was. 19, India. They have well and truly got the point guard reduced, and he ain't hitting even the wide opens. There was that midi before, don't forget. Clark gonna have to facilitate. Someone else gonna need to step up. It can't just be Don. There needs to be a 3-point somewhere.
They get the crab, and that's the 6th offensive rebound that they've got, and it's enough is enough as he gets the putback. 1:30 left. Just an entourage of offensive
It can't just
rebounds.
be Don.
They get a chance to go ahead and take the lead. What in the world is Clark doing? Falls asleep on the left corner, gives up a big 3, and it's Indonesia that goes ahead and takes the 1-point lead again.
Crucial miscommunication. I can only assume he thought he was going corner. Not on that occasion, friend. Can he redeem himself offensively? Because he's standing hash now. Philippines offense drying up, and Indonesian offense flowing. It might be transition. They don't mind. They don't care. 1-point lead, 3-point lead. It's coming along nice and quick. Who is stepping up for the Philippines? Because I'm running out of names.
Another shot, another miss. The Philippines, I believe, have missed about 7 shots. I'm not counting the dunk that they got to go, but just anything outside the paint, they just continue to miss, and they're going to get another shot to go ahead and tie things up. Don't need to rush anything. You can take the 2, but that's denied. That's going to be blocked, and that's going to go out of bounds. It's going to stay here with the Philippines, though. What are they going to do? They've got plenty of time. Now looking at 10 seconds, and it's that inside game that's saving them right now, Nate.
Man, it is turnovers. It's offensive boards. You call them putbacks, like whatever you want, man. It's so doable for Indonesia. You see my reaction, pretty sure live right now. I want a good game. I want a close game. I can't lie. Like Indonesia, this would be huge. It would be massive. That's what my emotion is right now. So the turnovers on twos, they would even let Clark inside when he's still trying threes and he ain't hitting them with the amount that he's missed the way that shooting is in 2K24. Come on, fam.
Takes it back out to the right side. Can this go ahead and be a tough one? No, they miss it. It's the Philippines that have the ball, and they're going to try to score inside the paint, and now it's a 1-point lead for the Philippines, and we're right back to it.
India. Go and call it 5, mate. What do you got for us?
They kick it out to the right side. You've got 2.4. You better call timeout, and that's what they do. They call timeout. The Philippines are 4 for 19 from the three-point line, but that doesn't matter because they've got a 1-point lead.
Turnover last time. What about this time?
Here we go.
𝐂𝐇𝐄𝐂𝐊.
2.4. Here comes the inbound. Gets it to the left side. They got to get it in. Oh, and they're not going to get a shot off. They're not going to get a shot off, and you can see the relief from the Philippines, from Clark, and the disappointment. They had a chance to pull it off, but they just fell short. They were so close. They were so close. And the X-rays came back, and it showed that the Philippines still remain undefeated. The heartbreak on the faces of the Indonesian nation as they were that close. That close.
Great calling, India. Nailed it. Love listening to it. Honestly, if it looked like I was in pain, it's as I mentioned, on the point of view for Indonesia, not just an improved showing, they outplayed the Philippines for everything but the most basic, fundamental, straight, like a pass option. You've got 2 passing options and you play it early, you pass it early, not to mention you pick the wrong one, and then Philippines, I don't know, I ain't going to talk this game. I'll talk for the remaining half and 15 seconds, breaking down just OT. The Philippines, India, could not make a 3. They're down by 4 points. What was there? Like 46 seconds remaining, and you press high? You go up on them? Fam, I'm playing like the tightest box defense you've ever seen. Take your threes. Clark's missed his last 4 and whatnot.
It was just, you know.
It's hurt.
I know.
It's so doable. But hey, Philippines, clutch moments, the fundamentals for them, O boards, green time stand dunks. Shout out Don, I said they needed more than him. They didn't. He's done it again.
I mean, look, mortgage rates are high, but the Philippines made a whole mansion with the bricks that they had. But we're definitely going to need to go ahead and bring on an interview. We got to bring the man right back. Looks like we're going to get him here in a second. But Nate, I mean, how incredible is it, as we go ahead and get that interview ready, how incredible is it that we were this close to seeing an upset from Indonesia?
It would have technically been an upset. Not a surprise, but definitely an upset. Do I get way to win to 2K? Of course, fam. We all know that. But this matchup, we're talking about Brazil-Argentina. It's pretty close in terms of a modern rivalry of just the frequency that Indonesia get themselves into this position, and every time it feels like I'm telling the same story, watching the same story, that this time it was just the most doable. Never have I seen it been so achievable to only be eliminated by mine. Simple offensive, what do we want to call it, rushing, and defensively, just a loss again of confidence or a rush of blood to the head, also communication to allow the easy 2s when none of the 3-point shots were going. Like, I could go on, fam, for the benefit of everybody. I'll calm down now and put it out of our minds and lock in. In Singapore, India, because I really hope, more than anything else now, that does not cost Indonesia their chance at a top 2 spot. For Singapore, they're doing everything they can. Big score. The squad boosters, of course, India, maybe skill boosters even, are going to be key. Please take over, mate. I'm still rattled from that last game.
I mean, me and you both. So I'll tell you what, why don't we bring on an interview real quick? It is Ren Lucas from Indonesia, a.k.a. Fuego. I mean, just what an incredible matchup. Walk me through your emotions right now.
Still a little bit nervous and everything. We almost won. It's been 4 years. This close to winning, but no worries though. We still, hopefully we qualify, and that doesn't matter. We'll win in the finals.
just saving it for the big regional finals, Fuego. You always have a smile on your face. 3 years, as you mentioned. I've been talking about it on broadcast. I really hope you don't have it on because I was losing my mind. To mine, that's the closest you've gotten so far. Would you agree in terms of that game? You had it and lost it as opposed from trying to come back.
I do agree. That was just unlucky from us, so we just got to bounce back and win where it matters. It's the finals.
You know, you talked about holding Clark to 15 points or less. He had approximately, I believe, 14 points coming into the half, but that's okay because then he only had 4 points in the second half. What did you change to lock him up and have someone else beat you?
We gave him confidence early game. I think we respect him too much, so shouldn't be hard keeping him under 15, but we'll get him next time.
I love it. Those finals are going to be something big. If you can make it, though. I don't want to call anything like a Ghanaian experience again because I can only go through that once. We don't know what's going to happen. We think you're looking decent for a top 2 before skill boosters. Regardless of that, how are you feeling about today and about this group stage overall?
I'm feeling ecstatic and I'm proud of my team. And I'm so happy we can represent my country and play well.
Well, I'll tell you what, we definitely want to get a chance to, you know, see everybody compete. What I would love to do is for you to call your whole team out so we can go ahead and see them. See the love. I'm sure they're kind of, just bring them all over, get them in there. We'd love to see everybody. Such a hard-fought game. Just incredible. Incredible. Shout out to y'all right there. That is the Indonesian basketball team for eFIBA Season 2. We appreciate y'all for competing, and we wish you the best of luck. We will see how things play out for y'all when it's all said and done. But thank you so much once again, and best of luck to you moving forward.
Thank you, Nate. Thank you, India.
Absolutely, brother. Best of luck, and we'll talk to them in moments here, possibly. And I mean, Nate, we've said it from the beginning that it was that matchup that we were kind of checking out and circling, because that would kind of determine if, one, we'd get an upset, but two, if we would have Indonesia go in and punch their ticket to the finals. But we've got another interview ready for you. You know we had to bring back Clark, especially after the close matchup that we had. So let's go ahead and bring on Clark, the point guard for the Philippines. Hey, no hoodie this time. What's going on? You took it off. The heat got too much for you.
It got hot in here. I'm not gonna lie, man. It got hot in here, so gotta take off the hoodie.
Do me a favor, man. Describe your emotions and the tension in that room in the final minute of that overtime game.
It's more about just trying to get the win. Everybody was hyped up. Everybody was focused. I felt like the game wouldn't be close if me and Ice hit our open shots. But you know, it's a team game. My teammates came out, helped us get the W. They got all the offensive boards we needed to secure the W in OT. So it got hot.
Team game indeed, Clark.
It got hot.
Yeah. And how about straight off the rip here, brother? We shout out the big man. Dom, just absolutely insane. Not just keeping you in that game. He won you that game.
Oh yeah, Preach won us the game. He made those, contested dunks inside, and he got us the boards that we needed to win when we miss shots. Like I said, at the end of the day, it's a team game. You miss shots, you don't get tilted. Help one another, we got the charges back. So I'm just glad we got the W and sweep the qualifiers.
We talked about Ice. He definitely went cold in that game, 0 for 6 from the three-point line. I know you struggled a little bit in the second half because you had about 14 points in the first half. You only scored 4 in the second half. But I want to talk about your teammate 𝐂𝐄, who had an idea of what was going on the defensive side of things, as he had a leading 5 steals. Talk about how big his impact is for the game and the matchup you just finished.
I mean, he's the rookie of the team for that reason. 𝐂𝐄. He got those winning steals, I think. It was a close fight. If he didn't get those steals, I think we wouldn't get the win. So, the coaches, the management made the best team possible. So, when everyone's struggling, someone has to step up. And that's what this team means. So, yeah. Everyone's playing their role at the highest level. That's all you have to do to win everything. And that's what we did tonight, I think.
I'm good, India. I ain't got nothing more to say after that because Clark, you've done it again. The Philippines have done it again. Broken Indonesian hearts. It's just a GG. Well played from me.
All right, well, Clark, one final question for you. You know, we're waiting to see the results. Congrats on the undefeated eFIBA Season 2 in terms of the regular season, in terms of group play. Who do you want to face in the finals? Would you rather have Indonesia? Would you rather have Singapore, Mongolia? Who would you like to face when it's all said and done in the finals come November 7th?
For me, it's any team, but if you want the show, you guys want Indonesia, right? I want that too, but let's see what happens.
Hey,
you know, I'm a competitive player. It don't matter who the team we're gonna face. I just think I'm very confident with the team that we have. So, like I said, it doesn't matter who we're gonna face. We're gonna win, and we're gonna go to Sweden.
All right, well, hey, congrats on punching your ticket unofficially, of course, because I can do that type of math. We'll see who your teammate is going to be in just a few moments. Best of luck. And again, congrats to all your teammates, especially 𝐂𝐿. Way to step up in the final moments.
Yeah, thank you so much. Tell Fuego to stop the cap, man. Tell Fuego to stop the cap.
I tell you what,
Thank
you
so
can
much.
tell him yourself. You know what we'll do? We'll try to have both of y'all in an interview in a little 4-box. We'll have some fun with it. But hey, best of luck, man. See you next time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Wouldn't that be great, Nate? We just had a little 4-box, just had Fuego and Clark just kind of go back and forth as we go back to this one here. It's 121 to 28.
India, I said you've nailed it today, right? But what you don't realize is the wisest thing that you've done today is stay out of that beef and drama. Or here I am saying it's friendly, but I feel like it's like stood up today. Clark does not want a bar of it. As it progresses eFIBA Season 2, more on the line, like chance to Sweden. I ain't going to complain. I ain't going to argue. I'm going to ask the tough questions. I'm going to call it like it is. He is more than entitled to just let the, team game. It's on the court. That wasn't my finest game, but don't care, Nate. It's all about Philippines. We're on top. We're champions of Asia for a reason.
They were so close to pulling off the upset. Unfortunately, could not get the job done. But it's Singapore that's up 123 to 28. It's clear, obviously, that they're going to go ahead and get the dub as India tries to get the bailout pass to the right side. They're going to go ahead and miss. And it's going to be an easy 2 for Singapore. But yeah, 𝐂𝐿, man, not only did he have the 5 steals that we mentioned, but he also did not miss a single shot. Knocked down 3 for 3. So he really, really did step up in a big way. Sprinkled in 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 block. So showed up in a big, big way as a rookie in a big, big game.
Yeah, tactic, the decision, I guess, to sort of change the communication and behavior from what I said, again, as a friendly region and whatnot, it almost worked. Indonesia, and fair enough. What a surprise then that it's your freshest player, if that's all right for me to say, who just hasn't had any of that. It's just, another game of 2K. I don't really not understand the history between the nations, but you don't really have those one-on-one rivalries and whatnot. He steps up in a massive game. It's why Philippines are so good, man. Because honestly, that roster could go deep. We're going to talk about APAC, I'm sure, whether it's today or a little later. Yeah, who else could step up and do the same job? There's a bunch. Team game, but it's a squad game too.
They've done a great job indeed. And of course, TBD on who the Philippines will face in the Asia finals. We don't want to speculate. We've done a little bit of math ourselves, but we'll wait for our great operations team to let us know. India gets it past half court all the way down the line. A little spinorama. Kicks it back out to the right side. That's an AI player, so they request the ball to the left side. Calls a cut, gets it inside. That's a little bit of a hook shot that goes.
30, India. To be quite honest, I'm rattled after that last game. So if Singapore already kept the team to under 30, I don't think so. I can't remember. But hey, India, 2 more to sort of make it count, because I still forget if it's 30 or under 30.
Well, it won't matter if they can go ahead and get a basket here.
For my sake, please, after that one, man. Honestly, because I got the box score up. I can't help myself. I'm still like, And Clark might not like it, but it's true. That time it was Indonesians to lose. Normally it's the other way around. They sort of make like a late fight back and whatnot. And I am speaking broadly, like generally speaking, but Pritch like 23 and 11. I know 11 for 17 might not look too pretty as a big man, where you 14 of those are basically like standing dunk attempts, but 23 and 11. Clark does end 19 and 9. It looks all right, but 7 for 16 shooting. Ice 4 for 13. You're quite right to point out Clue. I just got to mention Social to finish it, please, because if we mention the entire team, but not the power forward again in 2K24, he did get 3 steals, you know, and that anchor role, it's important off the box score.
Amen, it is. And something that's important for us to mention is that Indonesia, when they played India earlier today, they held them to 29 points. So we know that for sure they got the skill booster from there. But of course, the official skill boosters, the official numbers, and everything else, we will wait to find out, as it's going to be Singapore that goes ahead and gets the dub here. It is 143-30 as they secure the dub, and now they wait to see what destiny has in store for them. Because are they going to move on to the Asia Finals, or are they going to be watching from the sidelines, from home, and cheering on their brothers in Indonesia and Philippines? It's
Mate,
TBD.
I don't know if they're cheering anymore about India. I've tried to run that today. This has been foundational, because what you're seeing is me trying to pick up on these reactions and be like, I can't remember, Clark even like jokingly be like, stop the cap and stuff at the end of an interview, but the competition is fierce. eFIBA Season 2, it's had a lot of fun. We have ended the day on like a competitive, serious note. I'm here for it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, no question about it. Just what a great. Let's just recap a few things, right? I'm going to kind of go through the score for the folks at home. So you had the Philippines that beat India 157-27. They had the triple-double, and they kept India under 30 points. You're going to hear that a lot tonight. So they get the skill booster. Then you had Indonesia beat Mongolia. You had Singapore lose to the Philippines. And then Mongolia went ahead and beat India. But the main matchups that I want to kind of focus on is you had Singapore that went ahead and lost to Indonesia. So Indonesia gets a leg up there. Then you had Indonesia that also held India under 30 points, which means they got the skill booster there. And then Singapore went ahead and beat Mongolia, but did not hold them to 30 points or less. They held them to 47. So that's not going to give them a skill booster. And then you just had the Philippines that won by 1 point against Indonesia, or else it would have kind of been like a guarantee almost that Indonesia was moving on. But now we've got to wait for the skill boosters. Let me get a gut check. Let me get a gut check from you. Who do you think is going to face the Philippines?
No, man, you've done so well again there, India, because, I might have notes to say something like that, but I'm still living, the last 46 seconds of the regular time between those two nations. Again, Philippines, Indonesia. Then we get to OT. What about, was it a snatch block at the end of regular time? I've even forgotten how we even got to OT.
Yeah.
I'm avoiding your question, because if it's not Indonesia, it's a good thing they're still smiling now. I really hope that they're smiling later, because not only would you not get that massive rival win, you might miss out on your chance to make it to Sweden. So, mate, I'll put them in for now, but Mongolia, maybe Singapore with that big win over India at the end. Let's find out together. We have no idea. If you think any of this is cap, it ain't. India and I, we don't know yet.
Yeah, listen, I'll go ahead and admit that I looked up Blue Wolves on the internet, but this one I have no idea what the answer is. I genuinely don't, and I don't want to say something and then, mislead the folks and the teams that are watching. We will wait for it all to play out. But yeah, those final seconds, man, in overtime, especially the misses, so many opportunities for Indonesia to go ahead and get the job done. Unfortunately, they couldn't. But here's the thing, this rivalry kind of reminds me of South America, because you had Brazil that was so close to losing to Argentina, that was so close to beating Brazil, but they just couldn't. But now those two teams will face off in the finals for South America. So bringing it back now to Asia, you had the Philippines that continue to dominate, and you had Indonesia that was so close to beating them twice. But now both of those teams, the underdogs, they are both going to need to beat the favorites, the Philippines, in a best of 3. So they already lost to them twice. Now they got to beat them at least twice. But who is that second team going to be, Nate? Who is that second team going to be? Let's go ahead and start things off with the group standings so that we can go ahead and find out together, me, you at home, and Nate as well. It's the Philippines, it's Indonesia, and it's Singapore, Mongolia, and India. Those are the standings right now. Keep in mind, this is not including any skill boosters or anything like that at all. Look how close the second and third place is. Indonesia is 15. Singapore is 14. Now let's go to leaderboard, which means we're going to take everything into consideration, not just today, and let's see what that looks like. But also keep in mind, Nate, this is without the skill boosters. And without the skill boosters, the leaderboard has Singapore in second place, and it's Indonesia in third place. Let me remind the folks at home, Nate, it was the Philippines that won, obviously, but it was Indonesia that held India to 29 points, which means they have a skill booster. It was Singapore that let 30 points be scored on them with India. Is that going to be the difference? Nate, are you ready to see the skill boosters?
Brother, let's do it. The final overalls with SBs. It's time.
Here we go. Philippines locked in. It's Singapore with 32. It is Indonesia with 32. And here's a 3, a 2, a 1. And here are your skill boosters for the Asia region. And it is Indonesia that has 3 skill boosters and Singapore has 2. Don't forget they held India to 29 points. And that is going to be the difference. As let's go ahead and show the finale, because I can do the math. You can do the math. And it's Indonesia that leaps Singapore. And they're going to face the Philippines in the Asia finals next week.
eFIBA Season 2 does it again. We say wait until the end of the region to make sure you get the right result. You wouldn't have guessed it. You wouldn't have known. And hey, Indonesia, you can keep those smiles on those faces. India, they're going to get another chance. They're going to the regional finals. We get to do this all again.
I mean, just incredible. What an outstanding performance from all the regions, which we appreciate them showing up and competing. But I think we need to get a group chat together with Ghana and Singapore so they can try to comfort each other and see what coping mechanisms they have to get over this grueling reality that is now them on the outside looking in.
And that's, yeah, real commiseration, sincerely, like Singapore, but also Mongolia, who are 1 result away from that looking completely different. And if not top 2, at the very least top 3, and changing the top 2, India, as in the nation, just to be very crystal clear, making their debut in eFIBA Season 2. Y'all might only have 5 nations. Y'all are going to expand. It might be the same nations again and again, but the quality is getting better and better. The games on the big stage of a higher quality too. Y'all are delivered. All 5 of you made this group special.
Well, again, we thank you guys for watching. A big shout out, Vince. You said it best. A big shout out to Singapore, Mongolia, and India as we say goodbye to them. And we will say see you later to you, because we will be back in about 25 minutes or so, because I've got to go ahead and change my hoodie out. I'm sweating from that overtime game. I got to make sure Nate stays up. So we'll be back with the Middle East in about 25 minutes or so. But for now, on behalf of myself, Nate, the team in all the way in Denmark, we appreciate you for watching. We'll be back in about 25 minutes. Guess who's back? Back again. We are back with eFIBA Season 2. This time, it's the Middle East game day number thrilled. And look, that 10-minute break is all we needed because we have got to continue the momentum to the Middle East as we just came from Asia. Today has been crazy. You saw the Indonesia take on the Philippines, and what a close matchup that was, with the Philippines winning by 1. But you know, if we've got 2 regions that we're showing you today, you know I got to get my man Nate the Great down here with me. What is going on, Nate? Welcome back. It's been a minute.
Hey man, yeah, I did literally sweat through my last shirt, so that one's gone. How are you going? Is that a different hoodie, or are you staying good, mate?
No, listen, we didn't have time for that because if I took off my hoodie, I was going straight to bed, and I couldn't get tired. Yeah, I still got a few more hours to clock in here, but man, we've got an exciting regional matchup here today. Because look, we've just done with Asia. Now we're going to go on to Middle East. So let's go ahead and kind of break it down because here are the headlines for today. You ready? I know. Game day 2 in the Middle East. The top 2 on the leaderboards are going to go ahead and move on to the next week's finals. And of course, those 2 teams will go ahead and play in a best of 3 to see who is going to move on to the eFIBA World Finals in Jönköping in just a couple of weeks. There are a lot at stake here, Nate. Are you ready?
Man, I'm ready for that pronunciation. As much as you want to give it to me, you are crushing it today. As for the Middle East, yes, please. There's a little thing called skill boosters that had a big impact on game day 1. Are they coming back with a vengeance today? Let's find out together.
Well, listen, we may be crushing it, but I'm definitely going to be the one crashing after we're done here. But let's keep it moving for now, though. We talked about it, eFIBA. Middle East, number 2, the top 2 of the leaderboard will go ahead and move on to the Middle East final. Now, these 2 teams will go ahead and play, the best of 3, all that good stuff there. But let's go ahead and actually take a look at the group standings, or, just kind of show the folks how it's going to play out because we have 4 teams on this group. So we want to go ahead and showcase exactly what those things are going to look like. Now, listen. I know from last time we were here, you had two new groups that would combine into it out to battle it out against each other. So let me go ahead and make this a little bit easier. Let's just go ahead and throw up the group standings because there's a lot of math. There's a lot of things that are happening right now. So we'll go ahead and make it a little bit easier for you as that's the standing. Just as a template, coming into today, you have Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and also Lebanon that are going to be competing against each other. But now we want to go ahead and take you, Nate, to the leaderboard. And that's what we want to showcase here so folks know exactly where things stand as we get into today's games. And the leaderboard says that it's Lebanon, as you remember, Nate, thanks to the skill boosters that are ahead in first place against Saudi Arabia, who's in second, and then is Bahrain and Qatar that go ahead and round out the 3rd and 4th. I gotta ask you, Nate, do you see a shakeup happening, especially in the top 2?
I like to talk about Saudi Arabia and their, what are we going to call it, response to what happened. Are you kidding me? Is what they're saying. I'm paraphrasing big time. You're going to hear directly from them exactly what they thought. We are top. We are going to raise our flag. Now, there's a direct quote for you. They truly believe they are the best in the region. They do not like looking at that graphic. They do not like what the standings say. And they are saying it's a lock. We're changing that today.
Well, look, they'll get a chance to go ahead and fix things and turn it up exactly how they would like. Now, let's go ahead and showcase exactly where the points will lie depending on you go ahead and finishing. So if you go ahead and, say you finish in first place, you're going to go ahead and get a spectacular 14 points. And of course, these are just examples for you here. But that's where things are going to be. And then we kind of move on and move forward with it. But that's the way that the leaderboard is going to look. We'll see what the top 2 looks like in just a second. But Nate, we've had so much fun already, and it wouldn't be possible without the folks in the community. Let me know what that's all about.
Man, I feel like I'm Harlan Sleeve through and through. And when we say that eFIBA Season 2 is all about the community, you can chat with me right now. I've got Vince in the chat to the left of me. I've been replying to comments in there. I might mention you all on stream. What do you want to see? What do you want us to ask? Like, is this too boring of a t-shirt that I've changed into? What should I have gone for? Is India's hoodie like 10 out of 10? The answer is yes. More seriously than that, exclamation mark survey. You can have direct feedback on what you've thought about this season because eFIBA Season 2 goes into Season 3 and so on. It's going to be back, fam. You have a chance to shape it. And if you'd like to give us your thoughts, you can win some things. You get to literally change the shape of a global competition, and you could win FIBA basketballs, eFIBA hoodie, NBA 2K24 game codes. It takes a few minutes, India. It's surely worth your time.
It indeed is. So make sure you go ahead and smash !survey. Now, something else that we're going to do. You got your magic finger out, Nate. I want you to do this with me. Let's have a little bit of fun. It's been a long day. You ready? You ready? You ready?
One per day. One per day.
Here we go. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Now it's time to dive into the skill boosters. There we go. Don't you just love the control that we have as we go ahead and dive into gameplay number 2? The skill boosters are not the same as they were last time out. So let's take a look at the 4 active for today. There you have it, Nate. Walk me through it.
Dude, that noise is the best thing ever. If you're brand new to eFIBA, friends, skill boosters are sort of little objectives in addition to games. So of course you get points for games, but you get a point if you complete a skill booster during a game day. So has your nation conceded less than 30 points in a game? Have you got a player that gets a triple-double? Has your nation got an assist-to-points ratio of 35% or more in a game? Number 4, Deep Breath, a nation winning against an opponent with 10 or more points in the overall leaderboard prior to the round. But as you'll know and as you'll see in this region, that ain't on the card. So we're looking at the top 3 today. The trip dub, are you sharing the rock? And conceding less than 30 points in a game. I need to get that word straight down. Every time we get to 30, India, I panic and I start being like, is it 30? Is it 29? How does it work? The wording's there. The wording's clear. And it's going to happen at least once today. Again, look, prove me wrong, but Qatar, be very careful because the other nations are looking to do that against you.
I mean, look, we saw Indonesia. One of the reasons that they went ahead and advanced is because they held India to 29 points, where Singapore held India to 30. So that 1 point, that one free throw is the reason that Indonesia is going to go ahead and move on to the finals.
You said
that's what?
Oh, no, I'm just saying he went out and said it. I was going to to it and be gentle, but mate, it's still raw.
Indeed it is, and what we are going to do is dive straight into the matchups here as you've got Lebanon taking on Bahrain, and this is going to be a fun one. It's the number 1 seed Lebanon that is going to have a target on their back. And of course, we've got 3 rounds of matchups. Everybody's going to play everybody, and we will see how things play out at the end of it.
I just want to make sure you know, India. Every time you say Lebanon number 1 seed, you're right. You're factually correct. But Saudi Arabia, coach, players, fans, they are ready for that moment when that's not the case. And don't be surprised if you get atted once or twice. They really do believe they are number 1, regardless of how things finished after game day 1.
We will indeed find out. We'll be locked and loaded and show you this game through and through from start to finish. As they go ahead and dot it up to the right side, that one's going to miss. The rebound is secured, and now they launch it all the way for an easy 2 the other way on the fast break, and it's Bahrain that has a 5-0 lead.
Friends in the chat as well, and players alike, new, I see you there. Looking forward to a big day, talking about top 2 spots once more. Some things change, some things stay the same. More yams, more paint play. What about this? Bahrain, straight out of the gate. Number 1 seed, we're talking Saudi Arabia. Friends, don't you dare forget about Bahrain today. Very, very proud basketballing and 2K nation.
Indeed they are. Will an upset be pulled off here? We haven't seen one all day long, but it's today going to be the day that we finally see it. You see Mo there playing for Lebanon, former 2K League pro, now playing for his country. I believe you also have 𝐂𝐿 on the team, who is a former 2K League front office individual. Held many different positions with the Pistons GT, with Nets GC. And now he's playing for his country. What better pride than that? As Lebanon's going to go ahead and get on the board, it's 7-2.
feel like the vibe is changing massively. Just having a quick look at social media and whatnot, and obviously things are getting decided. More importantly, like nations are getting eliminated. But we're not even up to some of those regional finals, India. It's going to be wild to see how, I'm going to say, storylines progress in eFIBA Season 2. That should be obvious, but you're making 2K League references there. We could have impacts on so many different things. I don't know what I'm, should say or shouldn't say. Point being, big game here, big day today. We're looking at social media. There's a lot on the line. If we're not going to call it full out, just a change in culture, change in intensity, and that comes with elite competition.
When in doubt, pull out. I'm glad you didn't say anything. A top of the key shot. That one's not going to go. As they're going to go ahead and get that one going to the right side. That one's going to be stolen away. It was a 7-0 run for Bahrain.
If someone tweets on it, can I talk about it? I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna chat with my mate India where it's safe.
That's like a pet peeve of mine when we're like hanging out with friends and they're like, oh, can I tell so and so about so and so? And I'm like, woman or man, whoever is being annoying, why? You know what I mean? Just like text if you can or not. Why you gotta bring it up in somebody's face?
Meanwhile, I'm like texting you while we have this game, so double trouble, good fun.
That's what I love. It's like we need one screen just for WhatsApp. As we're now tied up at 7 apiece. It was a 7-0 run for Bahrain. Now it's a 7-0 run for Lebanon. 2 minutes left to go. That's going to be a stolen pass, and we're going the other way, and that's going to be a quick foul. Is it going to be a clear path foul? You betcha it is.
What I call it, like, ill discipline, particularly if one of them doesn't go and whatnot. But you talk about pet peeve. India, how I say little things and I bring out the cliches and say like one transition bucket, la la la, and then we have things being decided by a point, by one skill booster. Discipline at this level of competition, it's no longer up for debate. If you're going to talk your talk on Twitter, got to back it up here on the court.
Every point matters, as that shot from the left side is not going to go, so they dish it out to the right. And the right shot's not going to go either, so we just go on bricking it up. 1 point lead for Lebanon. Holding on to the #1 spot, even though they've lost a game, and Saudi Arabia hasn't. Shout out to the skill boosters, and that's going to be an easy jam.
Bringing it back. Again, I said, new shout out that you're in the chat there. Big matchup against Yenchi previously. The paint is being where it's at today. We got quality 3-point shooting, I believe, in the first half of that last game of the day. But India's fair to say, on reflection of both teams, we did have to wait until the last game of the day to finally see some green beams.
Oh yeah, it was a blowout nation, if you will. And if you're just joining us, you're watching round 1 of the Middle East game day #2 for eFIBA season. And you've got Lebanon that is in red. I know Bahrain's got their red, but I promise you it's Lebanon that's in the red jerseys, and the home team, Bahrain, is in white. As that one's going to be fouled. Looked like it could have had a chance to go ahead and get blocked, but we're going to head to the line for 2.
Held my breath, to be quite honest there, India. I went to jump in and then I'm like, we've seen so many green time standing dunks. I wonder at this stage if you drive, stop, and then go up and jam it down. Oh my goodness. Maybe put some free throw in your build as well.
They just can't get the shots to drop right now, so you might see a little bit of a switch up of a game plan to just attack the paint and get the easy 2s, because the 3s just aren't going at a rate that you would like for them to. 7 seconds left. Dots it over to the right side, but the defense is all over it, so they're going to kick it right back out. Oh, and they fouled. Oh, and they fouled, and they send them to the line with less than 4 seconds. You want to talk about pet peeves, buddy? That's one of them.
Man, I'm saying discipline and low-scoring games and 1-point differences. Seriously, India, I know that I'm up for it, mate, but different times around the world. What about a late bucket? Yes! Get him up off his seat. I think that's a deep 2. Nice at the end of that first quarter for Lebanon.
That one's going to be tipped out of bounds. It's going to go ahead and stay here with Lebanon as they've got a 5-point lead. They're on a 14-2 run. Lebanon is slow start, but they've geared it up a notch. And that's going to be a foul.
That's one that I'm not against. 15 remaining. Professional foul. Nicely done. Sort of store momentum. I just don't think we've had much momentum so far. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂𝐿 can't get it to go again. Up the other end. Maybe something in transition. Kick it out. Double bailout. Left corner standing there. Waving the arms around. Left hash is now doing the same thing. Andy, are we watching the same thing right now? You would want to make that. And you don't. Goodness gracious me.
No, they're still having a tough time as they're going to take that shot. Looks like it's a contested one. It is a bit of an early release, and that one's not going to go the putback, but they go ahead and secure the rebound themselves. Man, all these rebounds just reminds me again back to the Philippines and the Indonesia game. They had 6 or 7 back-to-back free throws as they miss once again. Lebanon inside the paint, and here's Bahrain looking to take advantage of the missed opportunities from Lebanon at the top of the key. They've got a pick and roll action, but there's a loose ball, but they regain the possession of it, take it to the left side. 10 seconds left in this one. Has a little bit of a pick and a drop on that. On the right corner, right corner, right corner, right corner. No, that's fine. Don't listen to me. It's all right. I'm good with it.
Oh man, someone send my brother a care package or just give him a hug or something. He's had to sit through, as I said, the last game of the day in Asia. Look, some good gameplay from one team. We just wanted a good close matchup and some quality. We got it for a half. We're getting some greens. Lebanon are starting to reward you. It's frustrating when threes are hard to get and there's a wide open man in the corner with catch and shoot. Can we have at least one?
You asked for a 3, and a 3 shall not be given to you. Never, ever. Here comes a fast break opportunity. Was the foot on the line? It doesn't matter because he bricks it up anyway. All the way to the left side. Shot gonna miss. Yes, it is. That's another rebound secured.
Look, he took it though. They saw a man open. It's not quite the corner, but it's the wing. I'm just happy that it's less arm wailing and more receiving of ball and getting a chance to get in the game.
Down low in the paint, right corner, right corner, right corner, great! I mean, I guess I can't hold a button for you.
It's good vision from India, but unfortunately, it stops there. Pardon the lock for Bahrain. Not the best shooting splits, averaging around what my 30 to 40%. Apologies, that's not an exact number, but we're starting to get there. Beautiful people. Bahrain starting to respond. You know those jerseys as well, India, because at a moment where I'm like, what time is it? I must be losing it. It looks like, Bahrain's not in red.
I just want some gear, man. I just want some team to bring us some gear in Sweden. You know what I mean? I know it's going to be cold, so I might not be able to rock it there, but that's all I want.
Man, you went in on that Indian jersey as well. Straight to the point. I loved it. I was like,
hey, man,
it does look really nice. If you get to ask an interview question,
I don't look great. Like it makes me feel uncomfortable just in terms of like the type of cotton to wear jerseys. But like, if that was like a t-shirt or something, I'd rock out all day. I'd sleep in it. I don't care.
Oh, are you kidding me? Basketball
I would probably wear that underneath in Sweden, so that way I feel like India made it, even though technically I would have, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, double rep. Really nice mid-range, late into the shot clock, by the way. But dude, and Twitch chat right now. Firstly, ! survey, give your feedback. You can win some stuff. But Nate's got a question for your basketball jerseys. They're like the comfiest thing ever. They're the first thing I think of to wear. Do they not do it for you?
I'd probably just get the cheap ones, aka the fake ones.
All right.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Right corner.
I didn't see you.
Look at that. Look at that. You think he's watching the stream?
I'm just saying, all eFIBA stuff, mate. Legit. ! survey. India and I don't have a hoodie. We couldn't get a knockoff one, mate. If you're watching along, you viewers, it is a community-run tournament. Get yourself an official eFIBA hoodie. It's amazing. It honestly was so good. The smile on his face that's always there. I think he was smiling extra large for you, India, because he knew you didn't have one yet.
No, I did not. 21-14. Lebanon's got it with less than a minute left to go in this one. They've got takeover here as well, so keep an eye on the perimeter shooting. Keep an eye on the perimeter shooting, and they just keep on missing. Can't hit a button for you.
Oh man, you got to find the one guy who is then. I said 3's a magic number. I don't know if Clark took issue with what I said about that or
left corner,
straight up disagrees. Ooh, no need. No need.
I'm just going to stop.
Oh, look, it's open. I want you to keep calling it India because I'm respecting that we're both saying the same thing, so it's good to know. It always makes you feel a bit better. But, yeah, you missed 2 3-pointers. You don't make that third, it's pretty much game over for you. You got to wait at least a quarter. You got to start hitting dimes. You got to play some good defense. Anything to get your shooting odds back in your favor. It's just the way 2K24 works.
See what ends up happening with this one. It was kind of a bit of a back and forth, but you see Lebanon's got the little bit of an edge as they go to take that shot. That's not going to go, and that's going to weigh the end of the half as it's Lebanon on top 23-16. The big discrepancy for me, you would think that it's on the rebounding side. They've got a couple more opportunities. Lebanon does, and they're shooting a little bit better, but both teams struggling from the three-point line.
Oh, dear, poor Big Ank, 0 for 4 from 3. Your guards for Bahrain. 𝐂𝐿𝐊, 1 for 3, but 2 for 7 overall. So even some of those mid-ranges, or if I remember correctly, a lay and a dunk didn't go. When your point guard's 2 for 7 and half of those are threes, my advice is no longer of any value, India. It's not, yeah, maybe you don't shoot that third, or if you are, make sure you go for it. It's all right. You can't even get the stuff inside. You've only got 2 assists. Very, very difficult year for point guards, 2K24. Got to see someone else step up.
Who is going to step up is the question as we get into the third quarter, the second half. Will Bahrain be able to come back in this one? And who is going to indeed get things going on the offensive side? They kick it back up top. Kobe back over to the left side. Looks to set a pick. Looked like that one was almost going to be stolen away and plucked away, but they're going to maintain possession. 2 seconds left. That's the right corner! Bruh.
It's a bit of a bruh moment. You're getting your 2s in transition after them, India, so at least we're getting the scoring going up. But what you all can't see watching along from home is that the infamous hoodie, it's now up over their head. He just wants one of these to go. It's so hard. Right. Corner, a green, and the hoodie came off just in time. I was going to say it's so hard to watch that happen repeatedly. We're enjoying seeing that one go down.
You know, sometimes on TNT, you can click on which camera angle you want. So whether it's like the sideline view, the baseline view, the caster view, I'm glad there's no such option on Twitch for that because we act a fool behind the scenes here.
I actually really
that one's going to take it away. Well, yeah, because we see it. If the world saw it, I don't know.
No, I'm fine, man. I don't know. I know who I am, and I feel like I'd be consistent when we get to Yunshuping. You're just going to see the same overly excitable, weird mannerism too. But when I got the first chance to broadcast with you all, I was like, oh, good. It's not just me. I'm not the only one behind the camera, behind the mic who's up out of their seat or just in, you know, weird positions getting into the game. You see someone open wide corner and you're slamming the desk.
Oh my goodness. Not to mention the comms, right? It's the behind the scenes, the comms that are so comical. As Jumper gets that one up, but that one's going to be blocked. They got to get back, and that's going to be a violation as it is a shot clock that hits 𝐂𝐄𝐄.
Yeah, enough time for the extra pass, but maybe just assuming that they'd sag or start collapsing for the board. No, sir, block in your face.
We're going to have 3 round of matchups for you. This is the first one. As we go ahead and dot it to the left side.
Just having a look at 𝐂𝐿𝐊 left hash because India. Off the dribble. Oh no, I can just say it again for you. Shooting 2K24 hard. Miss shots even harder. Please stop, take shots. Please do something else. Instead what we get is a shot off the dribble and oh my goodness me.
I can't wait to see what the stat line looks like when we get a box score up. I'm going to try to see if we can finesse that here in a moment.
On cage.
We got to pull up the other things, you know.
Look, Lebanon transition D really good there. I will respect that. And in reply, really good early feed. You know what? It's not a 3-pointer India, but some good D early and the good offense to match.
Oops, I'm messing with my browser, so you're going to have to bear with me here.
Brother, you're all good. You're all good. Team effort through and through.
There we go.
Realize how much India carries what we got going on. We just sort of say multiple monitors. There's a lot more than that, and we're getting more and more quality every time. Bahrain, admittedly, it might be a transition to Lebanon with a big shot in response. And they got shooters. There's a reason that they're top dogs. Last time in this fixture, for example, Yumpa was 8 for 12 from 3, 28 points overall. 𝐂𝐿 just 4 for 10. Your point guard had the hot hand. You feed him. In this game, whoever it is stepping up. Hitting shots, making shots. Just keep giving them that rock, please.
Dots it over to the right side. Not able to go. I'm telling you, that right corner at this point is cursed, but the defense is not. It's 𝐂𝐿 who misses.
Is this just like the opposite of earlier? I felt like there was a game today and I was like, really good play, really good find, and it doesn't go. And then you'd speak into some really lovely bit. It seems to be going that way for you, mate. Yenchi inside. Good early feed. Really, really, really good comms. Obviously, we can't see the complete five and the complete squad. But for people that think it's just, I don't know, like an isolated video game, sort of just playing it by yourself, it is very much the team esport. You're going to see that live in Sweden. And the comms there on point. Nice early cut. Really good decision making.
Great job so far. Here about a minute left to go, but the defense just continues to shine. But is it truly the defense, or is it just missed opportunities with the missed shots? The box score will not showcase that, but you can see the feed live as they look to set another pick. Less than a minute left to go here in the third. It's Bahrain trying to find a bit of an open. They find the right hash. That's wide open. Is that going to be Cash? No, it's not.
𝐂𝐿, step up for me. Yes, sir. I said Yumpa last time for Lebanon. Get your shooting guard. Get it in his hands. 4 for 10 last time. It's all about how you start, friends. You can't come back in here. It's the reason we're seeing it, Ego. Do you got any insight as to why we saw it already today during Africa on occasion and the first game of the day? We don't know what the actual in-game percentages are. Obviously, no one knows. We do know that they're not going, and the very, very best players from around the world are not hitting their shots after you miss, as I like to say, 3 in a row. Why are we still seeing it, brother? Give me some insight, some wisdom.
I think what happens is sometimes it's just different shot timings from different spots, right? So if a contest is, say, 25%, your shot timing is different. As that's a snatch block taken out of the air right before the corner as we enter the fourth. But like I was saying, different areas will give you a different shot timing release. And then you have to add on that, hey, contest will go ahead and give you a little bit of a different release as well. So there's a lot of things that go into it. And then if you're fading away, if you're just pulling up, just so many variables. It's tough to shoot, no question about it. But, you know, they say, I think this is public, but there hasn't been any touch to shooting since the start of Season 2 in the NBA 2K game itself, 24. So, you know, plenty of time for folks to get adjusted to it.
I think it is more those, like, cold snaps. Shooters would shoot their way out of it. The amount of times we've seen 2K League and other competitions locally, fam, wherever you're watching around the world, we're playing the same game, retail version. That's what we're on here, playing Pro-Am. You miss like 5, just take the 6. There's not really much punishment, even with take. It's not a dead cert. Welcome to a very early with 𝐂𝐿𝐿. Goodness me.
That's a pretty cool name. I like that username.
You don't like human typo?
You know what? We might get a chance to see what that username is like later on in life. This is an 11-point ball game here with 4 minutes left to go.
Wonderful comment in the chat. Where is
I was just looking at that.
It's a community tournament, and it'll never change, beautiful people. Never stop your comments. That's what it's all about. Hayes or 𝐻𝐿𝐿, whatever you want. Play of the day for me.
He will be back in just about a week or so. He'll be back on November 9th as we get a shot from the top of the key. That one's not going to go. The right corner's open for a split second, but the defense is getting back to steal it from the lanes. Has the slip. Left corner's open now. They're just wanting to go ahead and use the clock, play it smart, no need to rush anything when you've got yourselves a 14-point lead, as they're going to look to go ahead and dot it to the right side. That's a contested shot, not going to go, but that's a tip ball, and it's going to be Bahrain that gets it.
Yeah, shooting take, going to it. 𝐂𝐿𝐿, as I mentioned, but We'll see again now, let's be honest. Trying to work around the screen. Here we go. It's telegraphed. You might see a second player come over to help. First two haven't gone. Welcome to number 3. I know the takeover is exciting, fam. I know you want to try it. I'm calling it before it happens. Just stop. Just stop.
The shooting woes continue as the shot from the right corner finds the bottom of the net, and that's going to cut the deficit down to 11. No, it's all good, Hayes. We understand. And look, we love the bald guy too. His energy, a.k.a. Mr. Energetic. The Dynamite. I'm just going to give him all the nicknames I can. The C4.
I feel like we should come up with like, yeah, a whole list or just try a different one each time in Sweden and see where we end up. We can keep a tally.
No, but he'll be back on November 9th with Europe, South, and North America.
Look, I can give you the hype if you want, Hayes, about 10 for 40 3-point shooting, but I generally try and save it. Yeah, for your big shot, your contested shot when it matters. 10-point game. Friends, if you are just joining and you're unsure, India nailing it earlier, a point that I would have easily overlooked. Lebanon in the red, Bahrain in the white. A big moment for Lebanon, for Yumpa to finally find some shooting fluency. Now with Take decides to dish it because Anchor's had the hot hand, but slight contest and no thank you.
I feel like a part of me wants to do my best impersonation of Vince.
Oh, I thought about it, but I don't think I'll ever be that tired.
But there's a fine line between having a good time and mocking somebody. You know what I mean?
Mate, you get tired, get fired would be how that goes down. So we'll let Vince, aka the bald guy, just be him.
Oh, that's a deep shot. That one's gonna go. The lead's extended to 13. I'll tell you what, Vince, when we get like to a bit of a closer game, then I can bring it. You know what I mean? That way I'm not forcing it with a 13-point lead.
And I'll just say, not a chance for me ever. I'm going down for trivia reasons, but not impersonation.
Shot from the right corner. That's going to find the bottom of the net as well. The threes have started to go, but a little bit too late for Bahrain as they continue to miss that one, but they go ahead and get the rebound secured. Who's going to get the ball? It's going to be Lebanon. Lebanon from the left. Lebanon from the left hash. $51 points for them.
The question in the chat, by the way, I know we always end up talking Europe. They are the biggest region. It's competition. It kind of makes sense. Who do you think's making it through? India, I got Turkey. Spain is sort of a boring second choice, but it's what I believe. So I went for a fun third option, which is that Sweden, despite not making it, they're just going to gate crash and refuse to leave, and the home crowd will be like, yeah, and we'll have a third lucky loser.
I'm not sure, man. I've got to take a look at what all options are. You've got Great Britain, you've got Spain, you've got Turkey. I believe France went ahead and made it. Poland as well. That one's going to be tipped away as it just goes out of bounds. Got a couple of seconds.
When you hear me go quiet, chat, whatnot, I think I am literally holding my breath because I start to see little things, and then there, just a reach animation or two. There's like, no reason. And welcome to the timeout. It's weird, I guess, when you watch this much 2K, is that type of stupid stuff, but then I get to see India's reaction, and yeah, I'm scared for the side.
Well, the first thing that I looked at was if it's like less than 30 and they don't want them to hit a 3 to get 30, therefore you secure a skill booster. That I get to say, okay, cool. We want to make sure we only give up a 2 and not a 3, so we secure the skill booster. But the only thing that you secured, unfortunately, they got the dub. It's okay, we're being positive here. It's Lebanon that's going to go ahead and secure a victory. They were down 7-0, but they storm on back with a great run in the remaining of the second half to go ahead and continue their domination as it is 53-35. Lebanon on top. As we mentioned, you had YL that was playing for them as well. Mo, again, a big fan of folks in the community as well. I see Nap leading him on, cheering him on. What are your thoughts on that matchup? Lebanon, Bahrain. falls down.
Oh dear, Bahrain 5 for 24 from 3 is kind of the story. You don't need to hear me say it again. You missed your first few. Please stop that. Start dishing it around. Play some good defense before you start your 3 shooting again in 2K24. The odds are not with you. The force is not with you. Whatever you're looking for, it ain't helping you. Green, respect Yumpa. A slow start ends up with 27 and 10. Yenchi, as expected, 10 and 17. I guess got a question around where Nu is, because he's in the Twitch chat. So if somebody in the chat, Nu yourself, if you could give us some enlightenment, is it just a rotation? Look,
Who?
Lebanon, job done.
What are you talking about?
I
just wanted you to say. I just wanted you to just.
Okay, I was like,
you're good. Well, I'll tell you what.
Go.
Who knew we're gonna get for an interview? That was terrible. We've been casting for like 7 hours, so let's go ahead and bring on Nu from Bahrain. What is going on? Welcome back to the show. You just had such a great start, 7-0 run. What kind of led to y'all not being able to hold on to that? Looks like you might be muted. I'm not sure if it's just for me. Nate, can you hear him?
Yeah, sorry, friend. You might need to unmute. I'm not there either.
There we
Hey, that's how you know you're one of us, by the way, if you do that.
We've all done it.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, talk to me, man. What happened after the run?
Yeah, man, we had a good start. 7-point lead. I think it was the main problem was lack of shooting. We kept struggling, with the shooting slump. But yeah, man, they're a tough team. Lebanon's a tough team. We could have closed the gap, but we were short here.
If you don't mind elaborating on that, because you're going to watch the video back, the broadcast, and be like, Nate, stop going on about it. But the shooting slump, I'm trying to educate and help people to learn about the difference from 2K23 to 24. What do you do to get out of it? What sort of does the team do to change their play?
I mean, with the lack of shooting, I think we should have implemented the back doors often. I think Lebanon had a great game plan where once they got the defensive rebound, they just immediately went, backdoor or inside the paint. That's where, they abused it, I think, and scored majority of their points. But now we were really short, like I said, with the shooting, and we should have implemented the back doors, often. But hey, it happens, it's basketball in the end. Can't really do much.
Well, you've got a bit of a break, and then you go ahead and face Saudi Arabia as your second matchup of the day. What's going to be the conversation going into that one?
Yeah, like I said, take things, step by step. Unfortunately, we were short, but I think we have to fix our defense as well, especially with the back doors, the corners, and especially with the shooting. It's hard, shooting with the shooting slump. Once the team, once you see like majority of the team that misses, and then it has an effect. But yeah, we have to implement. I think rely on twos more than threes, in my opinion. So yeah. Just basically take the easy basket.
All right, thank you. Easy basket, which I tell you what, I was going to lead into another one. If I could go straight to Barclan, because power forwards have been, I don't know, understated, undersung during 2K24. And what have we got? 12 and 10, but more than that, it felt like good defense stemmed from that man.
Hey, that's how power forward better. And yeah, it is. Just like I said, would take the easy 2-man against Saudi Arabia. They're a really good team. Fix our defense, and hopefully, we come strong against Saudi Arabia. They're undefeated, so we're trying to make a comeback. Just lose their unbeaten streak. Trying to give the fans what they want.
Well, let's do this, because I know we're still waiting on gameplay, so I'll continue having a conversation with you. Give me who your favorite is outside of Bahrain in your region. So in the Middle East, who is your favorite to come out of the region to win it and go to Sweden? Who's your favorite?
Yeah.
And then go ahead and give me a tournament favorite on who you believe is going to take it all once everyone gets to Sweden, the top 8 teams.
For the Middle East, I have 2 of my brothers. Saudi Arabia's point guard, 𝐂𝐄𝐂. I think he's really underrated, and he's been putting a lot of work, this year. So that's my guy right here, 𝐂𝐄𝐂. And another one you have to watch out is the power forward of the Middle East. He's one of the best. It's my guy, Sam
Sami PF. He's one of the best as well. He's very underrated. Got to look an eye on. I think Saudi Arabia will win the Middle East crown, but for the title, I think it has to be. I have to support my boy Breaker the Beast. He's captain of the French team. He's really underrated, and you never know. Maybe Turkey is a really good team as well. I think it's going to be neck to neck, but I feel like it's either going to be between France and Turkey.
So no love for any. Sorry, real quick. So no love for any North American team.
Pardon?
So you don't think North America is going to have a chance against Turkey?
I think Europe is very underrated. I have to support our Europeans, and I think it's between France and Turkey. But if I had to go, the heart, I have to back up my guy, Breaker the Beast.
Hey, I love it. Nate, you got anything else?
Yeah, I was just going to say, the friendships really run deep. It's been really encouraging to see the smile on your face. I'm trying to, hype you up, and you being a humble king. How are you enjoying eFIBA Season 2 overall, regardless of what happens after today? What's the experience like for you?
Man, it's an honor, representing Bahrain at the end of the day. Whether it's we come up short or we're winning. At the end of the day, it's a huge honor. Shout out to the federation itself, and especially my teammates, man. They put a lot of work in, and especially shout out to you guys as well. You've been putting a lot of work, entertaining us fans with the commentary. You guys are awesome, man. So especially this, I think it's gonna be eFIBA is gonna definitely evolve in the upcoming future, man. It's an honor, representing you guys as well. So yeah, man.
Awesome. Well, hey, we appreciate the love. We always love the kind words. So thank you once again. We appreciate you for joining us and wish you the best of luck. You do have one more matchup against Saudi Arabia, your brothers. And look, why don't you go ahead and tell Sam and the real GOAT there in the chat to load up so we can get this game going. Yeah, shoot him a little text, give him a little call, and let him know. We're waiting for gameplay. Appreciate you, brother.
Them boys are dangerous, though, so you got to watch out for them. Trust me.
All right, we definitely will take your word for it, because we are going to have Saudi Arabia taking on Lebanon in just a few moments. But thank you again for joining us there. Nate, we've seen 𝐂𝐄𝐄 play last time. We've seen him play a few times, even outside of eFIBA, and he is an electric player. There's no question about that.
Bring it on, fam. I've sort of been begging the production team. I'm like, Saudi Arabia, understated. That was me before the tournament. Then after match day 1, I'm like, look, undefeated, how good? And then the skill boosters kick in. All of a sudden, you're like, oh man, maybe Saudi Arabia ain't it. So I'm like, I'll make another video until you'll realize 𝐂𝐄𝐄 is him. 2K League quality. Lock it in, lock it down. Only other thing is, India, I'm realizing that some of the subtlety doesn't quite work on this remote broadcast. Can't wait till we get in person and some of these in-jokes, some of the body language starts hitting. We got a webcam. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at our king from Bahrain. It's a lot.
Well, look, I've got my popcorn ready. We're going to go ahead and start things off here. It is Lebanon taking on Saudi Arabia, the first seed taking on the second seed, the rematch. Last time these two teams faced, it was Saudi Arabia that got the best of them, but it was Lebanon that came out on top because of the skill boosters. Let's see if Lebanon can continue the win streak that they started earlier today as they beat Bahrain.
Look, and the other thing that I don't look at, I'm saying there's a lot going on in here. We're really excited for this game and whatnot. Twitch chat popped off. I think you referenced Go in there, but I missed it all, mate.
Why am I getting smoked by Sunny in our e-official Twitter? I just got tagged, and it says, because, I said, so no love for any North American teams. And then the caption goes, we know who you're referring to. No need to hide it. USA Gaming. I'm not biased. Why are you trying to get me in trouble?
But I mean, yeah. I didn't bring him up, but you did.
I know.
It's the right thing to do, because we're trying not to talk about them. For what it's worth, I think it's almost like active anti-bias, which sometimes is just as bad. But if you wanted to go on region, individual scores, world record scores, you could sort of talk about them all day. It's kind of why I think eFIBA Season 2, 61 nations, it's a great opportunity to get outside US of A, just at least for the match days that don't involve them, if not more. And yeah, you've heard from the Bahrainian brothers, if that's all right for me to say. that there are at least 2 Saudi players that they believe are already 2K quality. For me, GOAT is definitely him. Jury's still out on the rest, which isn't to say, you know, it's not possible that more of them could make the grade, make the league. I'm just saying it's a pretty big claim, a pretty big call. Maybe some of these things will be decided in Sweden. Opinions will be determined in India.
We'll see if they'll go ahead and come through in the clutch. Yeah, I mean, look, favorites are favorites, you know. For me, I just want a hyped up matchup. I don't necessarily care about who goes to Sweden. I just care about close, great gameplay, as that's going to be Bigfoot steps out of bounds, and we're going to go the other way. So yeah, as long as we get great gameplay, you know, I'm good. Buzzer beaters, overtime, you know.
You're going to have it, man. You're going to have it. Again, if you're just joining us, friends, we might have started in Asia today. We move on to the Middle East. Underrated regions, both. And hey, if you want to get revenge tour happening, Saudi Arabia, undefeated, top of the group. Or are they? Because their skill boosters kicked in. Lovely cut, fine feet, just by the way. The SBs, and all of a sudden, Lebanon on top. We head into today. Game day 2, Saudi Arabia, looking for, of course, 3 more wins, but looking for those skill boosters. I'll quote it one last time for today, India. Coach Rayan saying, we're going to fly that flag high. We are number 1.
All right, hey, see you later, pal. We'll do our best not to miss you, as we're tied up at 7 apiece.
Hey, I was like, I can go if you want, mate. Solo cast, you know, if it's not your vibe. Sorry, I'm not the bold guy, so I'm not Chris, but hey.
You know, when eFIBA, I think it was called eFIBA Open. I don't know if it was the first one or the second one. I actually casted the whole game by myself. Like, I'm talking the whole through and through the games for like 5 hours. It was fun. It was the first time I ever did any type of casting, so I learned a lot. No question. As you get a fadeaway shot from the left side, that one's gonna miss as well.
Yeah, solo casts are wild, man. Anyone who's done anything like this, I reckon Twitch streaming actually gives you a solid insight for.
You did it for Command Center, didn't you?
Dude, yeah, it goes and goes. 7.5 hours of straight up broadcasting, not to mention rehearsal. You gotta love it, man. And 10 apiece first quarter. You warm your way into it, never knowing when there's a big moment, a big block, a swing, left-hand side. India, you wanted green beam. Saudi Arabia, gonna give it to you.
They sure are, and they're also gonna go ahead and take the lead. Again, if you're just joining us, it's Lebanon in red, it's Saudi Arabia in white, and that is, ooh, the beauty that did not get swatted away. It was left hanging in the air. See, now I just want to watch Vince broadcast. Like, well, I know a couple of sayings and a couple of phrases he likes to go to. We all have those, right? But now I like really want to study his broadcasting just so I can like pick up on a few things for Sweden, you know?
You nailed it as well. When the last time we came out there, and I'm like, oh, I'm not sure if I have a thing, and I think I got summed up. My entire life got summed up in about 5 words. India's got a gift, friends.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, that we all have phrases. Didn't I nail you? Yeah, I did in rehearsal.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Crushed it.
It's going to be a foul. Shooting 2. First one's good. This matchup could easily be a chance to determine who is going to take the #1 spot in the Middle East, going to the finals, which is going to be win in a best of 3. Here's Saudi Arabia. Beautiful play call. Swings it to the left side. The corner defender doesn't pitch, doesn't move. A missile. A missile. A muscle. As we're going to go ahead to the left side.
Man, end of shot clock plays. We see the best separate from the rest in the Philippines. I think there were 3 offensive possessions in a row. We literally got down to the last second, and it's that poise, waiting for that last cut, making sure that you mix it up and it's not readable every time. Sure, you want to grab the rebound, but you can just score off it directly. Go for it. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐿, even the deep 2, they're happy to let him take that, let's say.
Here's Lebanon going to have to go ahead and chuck that one up right before the shot clock hit 0, and they're going to get the rebound right back. To the right side they go. 10 seconds to work with. Dots it to the left, but the defender's right over there. That's going to be a tip ball, but there's going to be Lebanon that gets it right back. Top of the key, shot, green beans.
Woo! Something about the red. Red means green, apparently. A bit surprised that they've stuck with them. Lebanon, just looking at the traditional sporting world. Working here in eFIBA Season 2 in NBA 2K, baby.
They're going to go ahead and take the midi to make it a 4-point ball game. And that's going to be a loose ball. It's Saudi Arabia that's got it. They're going to the left. They wanted a 3, but instead they shoot a 2, and it's going to be the basket that matters as the lead is now extended to 6. You have to think that if Lebanon has some trouble here again, they would want to call a timeout to slow things down.
Right corner? Another whole breath moment being like India's either going to lose, I don't know. Yeah, please reward the man. He knows what he's talking about, but the pressure, the big moment. Again, this game could well decide who finishes top. The top 2 is what it's all about. So don't worry, second, it's not bad. But that's why I keep bringing up the rivalry. That's why I keep bringing up the Saudi Arabia. Top 2 isn't good enough, India. It's a matter of pride. It's a matter of this is how we view ourselves. If it doesn't say so, at the end of today, on that beautiful leaderboard graphic, it's simply not good enough.
All that matters is which 2 teams are going to go on to the finals, because then it's anybody's game in a best of 3. This could likely be a preview of the Middle East finals that we'll get a chance to watch on the 7th of November. I feel like the folks at Denmark are like, stop saying the 7th. Because for them, it's the 8th.
Man, we start there. You can't... I'm leaving it. I'm leaving it. I'm fine with it, India. As someone from down under where it's never the same day. You just roll. That is junk at the other end. The easiest 2 of your life for Lebanon to take a timeout. India. There it is. Finally, a little bit longer we would have liked, but this run needs to stop.
You should have paid attention if you want to hear what I'm saying as they call the timeout, and they call it a little bit too late perhaps as the lead expands to 10. Lebanon looking to cut into this deficit before the half. They got plenty of time to do it. Get the blitz, get the open man for the midi. The midi's not going to go. The shooting woes continue. They're launching it down the court, and it's Saudi Arabia with the full court run. The fast break.
Yenchi gets to respond, which is good, but some of these dimes are fantastic. You can see him on your screen. Chia, absolutely... what do we want to say as quality as he is passionate. And if we get to hear him talk again, you're going to see exactly what I mean. Have some more quality. Saudi Arabia, or someone else at least, start giving them the respect they deserve defensively. Grab that as well. Would you like more transition points? Just Chopper just run it up with Mamba. Can GOAT take over 1 through to 5. It is supreme.
35-19. Fades away to the right side. They're going to go ahead and pass it back out as the defense was right there, but Lebanon gets a wide open shot. They go ahead and miss it. Get the offensive board secure, though. Right back up top, a little bit closer to the center, and they go ahead and green it to the middle. The lead is now cut down to 13. Can we see them in the single digits going into the second half? We've got about 6 more quarters of basketball left for the Middle East. 𝐂𝐄𝐂 running around, gets the midi from the right elbow.
You know he's confident. You know that's his spot when he starts running straight back as soon as that wrist has gone up. There is zero doubt. The teammates as well in response. Maybe that's a great little illustration of the difference between these sides. Lebanon, fantastic. Quality. Saudi Arabia, world class. If I don't see them in Sweden, India, it's going to be a big, big surprise. Dare I say, more than almost any other region.
Ooh, okay, I like that. I like that take a lot. As the left corner shot's going to miss, you had 𝐂𝐄𝐂 who has badge. Thought he had a couple of possessions to take advantage of it, but that's going to be a loose ball. Get it all the way to the right side. And that's a deep right hash shot that's going to miss, and it's going to be Lebanon that has the rebound. Now they're looking to push it up the tempo. That's going to be a smart foul, and that's going to be a quick timeout.
Love that. Little things, India. You know I'm about them. How many times do we see a unprofessional foul, to be quite frank? Fouls late in shot clocks, fouls in the bonus. on the other side of it, on the side of the same coin. Smart fouls break any chance of momentum, any chance of a run. Really make sure at halftime, Lebanon just got more questions than answers.
Lebanon all the way from the logo, bring it back inside the free throw line. Another shot that's missed. Here's Saudi Arabia. They're going to go ahead and get fouled. That's going to be the one to give for them. It is 37-22, less than 24 seconds left, so no shot clock. They can take all the time in the world, but why do that when you had an open three? But you missed it. As Lebanon, 7 seconds to work with, playing hot potato. Back over to the right corner. Finally, he goes ahead and shoots that one and greens it.
A little bit disappointed not closing out the 24. 1.3 remaining. I was going to say backcourt attempt. Timeout forced to be taken and taken. When we're talking about attention to detail, beautiful people, let's have a look. With 1.1, it's not a game winner. It's not to send it to OT. We're going to run a little something, something. Sam has got vision, finds Chopper, contest. And indeed, that will mean shot is harder time, does not go. No surprise who your player of the half is. No surprise who your leaders at the half are. But hey, Yumper trying his best. I think 4 for 12 overall now on your screen. It's been good from 3-point, but those middies, contests at the rim are everywhere. Very hard for him to get going offensively. We're going back to 2K23. Maybe India, some behind the back dribble spam, just work behind the screen when you're 3 from 4 from 3 and the 2 ain't going. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I'm just glad that the tendies are gone, the tendencies, because those were kind of tough.
Facts. Oh,
10-point lead here for Saudi.
No, come on, man. The early passes there. Yumper, I'm saying, what can you do to get him going? I'm saying he's good from 3. You give it to him earlier there, India. You give him the option of whether he wants to take a catch and shoot or a little dribble because he's got that entire left-hand side. Good news is for Lebanon, really nicely done from the inbounds.
Yeah, you just got to make sure that you don't have something premeditated. Sometimes it's okay because you want to know where you're going. But you also have a quick react and have the IQ that if a defender is going and shading a certain way, like right there, you saw the right corner kind of hit the steal button instead of just moving up to go ahead and contest a shot. Unfortunately, the other team missed as Lebanon, beautiful patience, but man, they just can't seem to knock down a shot. And right there, maybe he had a chance to go ahead and have the putback, but decides to give it right back and nonetheless to go ahead and get the 2 anyway.
Look, respect out of the break, third quarter, moving quarter, the deciding quarter, and it's Lebanon coming out, showing some good fundamentals, not necessarily questioning the decision making, just slowing it down a little bit. Maybe Saudi Arabia, and when they're early into their offensive set, it feels like that's when they're most fluent. And I hope that they hit something nice and early. And next defensive possession, we down into the final 5. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐿, 2 hands in the face. This is a run confirmed.
Don't look now because now it's a 6-point game. Lebanon looking to make it 5, and indeed they do. They're looking to come from behind as you get a timeout called, a smart one by Saudi Arabia.
Make it 4. India, I tell you what, I'm declaring it a run. A run it is, and it's really, really good, of course, from Lebanon. It's a great test for Saudi Arabia. Can they respond in a pressure cooker situation? After all the talk from myself, from Bahrainian brothers, it's time to show why you're number 1, or hey, Lebanon going to start to get us all. I need the video on us. Nate, you're going to do on Saudi Arabia. We're number 1 of this group. There's a lot of talk coming out. Maybe going to get decided on the court once more, India.
It's an 8-0 run in favor of Lebanon till that 3 just goes in for Saudi Arabia, which makes it an 8-3 run. The lead is back over to 7. They got a nice cut from the right corner.
There's big shots, and there's green in them when they ain't going, and then there's doing it in a situation like that. That last 3 from Grote 2K. It's why we're saying 2K League quality. Yes, sir. Can he back it up with a solid dot? Khalid is not quite there. Straight back to you, and before it goes, back to back. The run seems like a distant memory.
Anytime you think you're getting close, Saudi Arabia just pushes you that much backwards. Lebanon doing everything they can. Beautiful rebound. That's a big one. Got a little bit of a Randy Moss situation, and that's going to be an and one the old-fashioned way.
Sheesh. Yes, please. Yes, please. Throw it back, baby. The classics never die. Yumper's got the timing down. Thankfully, the 93% goes. 5-point game. Oh, man. We waited until the last game in Asia for consistent quality at both ends. Oh, thought that was a dead cert steal, just by the way. We're getting it here, India. 2 top nations, mostly, if not impeccable, up their decision-making. Largely smart fouls. And defensively, I know we ain't going to talk about it, and I know Twitch chat's like, why are you talking about defense? They have both been more than sound. Rotations on point, not a lot of sort of wide opens or miscommunications to speak of. 3-point ball game, bring it on. We got ourselves a potential classic.
It's a 3-point ball game. Will Saudi Arabia pull it right back to double digits? Or is it going to be Lebanon that's going to look to tie it up after a defensive stop? It's GOAT. Brings it right back out. Shot from there. It's going to be a green, and that's the lead that it gets extended to 6.
Wow, I said big-time players hitting big-time shots. That is big in every sense of the word, including the man himself. And there's the one to give. Smart foul. Smart play yet again. Oh man,
Lebanon.
easy feed, but Yenchi's feasting. We don't need to talk about his qualities. Field goal percentage is up there with some of the best. His actual build seems on the, if not post-hooking, even just close shots, don't seem to be going as much as some other players, and the standing dunk doesn't seem to be there, but on the cut, on the drive, just seems to have a bit of extra pace in his build, gets there before a contest can even occur.
Shot from the left side. It's good. And again, every time Lebanon gets closer, it's Saudi Arabia that says, not today. And what do you know? Look at that. Look at that. 10-point lead.
Oh, man. You heard, again, prior to this, the interview. Who's the other player? Maybe 2K League quality, and we're in Sam, and I'm saying, yeah, I'm not so sure. The poise before that 3, another small thing. Chat, if you're watching along, very, very tempting just to go up with the catch and shoot. But you get an unfavorable catch animation. Take your time. All the time in the world. It seems like the best players have.
10-point lead here. About 3 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Got it over to the left side. The wide open shot is good.
Wait, moving quarter, India. Someone say that once upon a time, where you really find out who it's going to be, who's going to step up, who's going to take the game, and maybe even more. There's still time and time again. You step up in the third, and the pinch, a blitz. Have some fun with it. We'll pull up nice and early. Okay.
Yeah, maybe, they tried. But hey, they've got themselves a nice lead going into the fourth quarter. We've got 5 quarters of basketball left before we decide who the top 2 teams in the Middle East are going to be, as Lebanon misses from the right side to start off the fourth. Excuse me, Saudi Arabia misses to start off from the fourth. My apologies.
What type of steal block animation I just see there? Left hand covered about 3 passing lanes and a shot if it wanted to occur.
Tried to get the steal there but couldn't. But down low, Lebanon gets the dunk on the cut.
Maybe just allowing Yenchi to take it then. I've explained in detail. Yenchi on that drive on the cut. It's going to happen. He's going to beat you. He's going to make it. Maybe they're happy to offer him that. Prioritize sorting out that 3 ball, making sure Lebanon can't get too much separation.
That's going to be a 3 ball from a beautiful pass coming in from the big fella. Lebanon. Oh, and that's going to be a violation. No. Bit too careless there, as that's going to be a backcourt. Thought his teammate was in front. Indeed, he was not. And now it's a big fadeaway inside the perimeter. And it's not looking pretty for Lebanon here in the fourth quarter.
when you have proficient teams, by that I mean, what? Okay, by the way, just didn't think that was going ever. 3 people collapsing on you, you still go up, respect. So try and go back to this. You got a proficient team, you're scoring regularly, that's good. It's a wonderful thing to have fluent offense. If you have a team that is greening every 3, those extra ones, if you like, add up so quickly. That 16-point lead, now 17, it came out of nowhere. And I don't know about you, here we were talking about the 3rd moving quarter. We're going to see who steps up. It's slipping away big time. Maybe it's already gone for Lebanon.
Especially if they can't go ahead and get 3s and instead settle for 2s. As Saudi Arabia bringing it up the court. He's got GOAT
Impressive
2K.
2s, but sorry.
You know,
I just love
you're
seeing
right.
the small man dunks.
But unfortunately, impressive or not, it's still just a 2. You don't get extra points for it. By the way, I love that this gamer avatar is like a bald guy in terms of a haircut. That's what Khalid has as his character. It's got a bald guy.
It's like the receding vibes as well. Like you're trying to make it work, but you haven't just gone like full Vince and been like, I'm going to own it, I'm going to rock it. Mate, he's known now as the bald guy. I didn't come up with that. That was Twitch chat. If I'm saying it's a community tournament, I'm backing that. Good, bad, hail, shine.
I ain't say anything.
True.
The world can't see my face. Only you can. That shot's going to be contested by Lebanon. Bit of an ugly release as well. Big Unk needs to make a decision. Gets it out to the top. Looks to be a shot that's not going to go. Wide open for Saudi Arabia from the left side.
I know it's take. I don't know it's the corner, but it's impressive. You're going to see these shooting splits, fam. And Chopper has stood up. I said 1 through to 5. Watch him make it rain, or at least attempt to. It's so hard to defend. But honestly, it's got to be the most obvious comment ever. But when you don't know who to stop, you don't know who could get the hot hand at any point. In 2K24, where we're saying point guards got it tough, maybe you got to start playmaking. I could say this all day, and we can end it with emphatic green time dunk. To be fair, India today, that's been the only thing to end these sort of ruts teams have been in.
I feel like if a certain team wins in Sweden, you have to shave your head. Like, say if Team USA wins, you know?
Yeah, I might pick another team, but we could talk about it. I'm going to need to see something the other way, because
yeah, I mean, maybe, tell you what, Vince will do the same thing.
This feels like it has all the legitimacy of trivia all over again.
Heads I win, tails you lose. What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly those vibes. On the cart, really good read. I was going to say that Chopper's just been able to receive it, be wide open, hit it again. I was hoping that was maybe a fake cut, because I think he's 5 for 7 from 3. Look, to his credit, they went for it, thought they'd mix it up, and he was matched stride for stride. That's all to say, India. 1:07 remaining. We know who takes this one out. But hey, we played this game before. Lebanon, courtesy of the Skill Boosters, finished top. We're going to have a repeat of that story. Is that even possible?
We will see as Lebanon knocks it up. They're not going to be able to knock it down. We've got one more matchup coming on. Lebanon is done for the day, as they will go ahead and take a seat and watch from the sidelines what happens between Bahrain and Saudi Arabia.
Guess who's feasting still? Chopper, man. He might get a high score for himself in eFIBA. If you've seen some of the results, some of the tallies, that's no small feat. Not sure if defensively they're just sort of, I won't say given up, but yeah, the ball in Yumper's hand. It's a respectful end for at least one of the teams. Guess who wants more? Saudi Arabia. Trying to have a look at the skill booster connotations. Obviously 30 or less isn't happening, but maybe assist the points. Is there any type of triple dub watch in a score of 73? As good as big man is, I'm not sure he's on for it here.
I don't believe so. As Ginobili look-alike. He's going to cut inside.
Where? Yeah, 9, 10, 12. Is that what I saw?
Yep, you did. So you need Uchiha, if I'm pronouncing that correctly,
Friends, start of the game. I'm sorry, India, because I got to take it. I got to run with it. I got to roll with it. Saudi Arabia, we believe we're top. Those skill boosters, we said it's what it's all about. 3 seconds remaining. I didn't even think about a timeout. You know, it's going to be 1.5. So there are 5 players on him. It does not matter. Triple-double. Saudi Arabia righting the wrongs of game day 1. A huge moment that could have big connotations in this region. What a shot.
The awareness, if they truly did get the triple-double there, the awareness to know that you needed
11,
a
13
point.
ton.
Oh,
10 rather. I can say words and numbers.
Goodness.
11, 13, and 10. Confirmed triple-double with that shot. 1v5. That has to be one of the shots of the tournament.
And who knows, maybe that goes ahead and tips the scales back in their favor. It's those skill boosters, man. I'm telling you. Wow. You gotta love it. They can really go ahead and change things up. Of course, here in a few moments, we'll get you an interview. We'll go ahead and get you the standings as well. But are you at all surprised? Because Saudi Arabia seems to be not just a better team on paper, but it seems like anytime they go ahead and play Lebanon, Saudi Arabia just shows up and shows out every single time.
Yeah, it's really, really good point, because I've probably only talked about it in terms of individuals. I'm saying 1 through to 5, who's going to be the man, the player to step up and take over, but we are seeing the team take over, sometimes even literally in the big games. It's again, nothing that I haven't said in the video. Go follow eFIBA on socials right now. See how Saudi Arabia have been prepping for these big games, for this tournament. There's a reason they're clutching up.
Well, let's go ahead and talk to Mustafa Saab from Lebanon. Mustafa, welcome to the show again. We got a chance to talk to you last time. How you feeling right now after playing that game against Saudi Arabia?
You know, it's not the best feeling, but I think we're already locked in for the regional finals or whatever it's called. So I think just looking forward to that and making the right adjustments and, you know, showing up and making sure that we make it to Sweden.
Love it. You get that chance. Top 2 is what it's all about. We're sort of getting excited for top spot. How do you feel that you sort of fared up in that game? Was that an accurate reflection of your abilities, or not so much, hoping for better?
I mean, we made a run and we cut it down to 4 to where in the 4, like, I think it was like near the end of the 3rd quarter, but then they got the corner 3 and then an inbound steal 3 and then another 3. And then the game was over at that rate and we were already looking on to the next week. So overall, you know, we could have definitely played better and we will play better, and we just need to make the right adjustments. Because overall, you know, they brought out the pop, they switched out some players. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good, man. The show is all yours. So, like, how do you adjust to that, right? How do you, if a center is on a big man, he's a masher, or if then you got a popper, how do you adjust on the defensive side?
I think overall we tried something a little new to where I was guarding Hash, but I think we need like a lot of team defense to where everyone individually guards their own man, and to where we can help on the pop, and to where, you know, it's not easy because like the point guards on their team can only score when they have takeover, and if they don't have takeover, they're honestly boxed. So they get their assists off easy shit, and then, oh, sorry, excuse my language. They get their takeover off easy stuff, and then from there they get their points. So you just got to stop them from getting takeover.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mustafa, I know you're in the U.S., so that'll be a $20 fine that you can go ahead and Venmo me if you'd like, yeah?
You're straight to India, probably, as
I
well.
got you.
Look, I respect the honesty and I respect the passion, talking about the guards and whatnot. What about for your team, though, offensively, what are you looking to do a bit better?
I think offensively is just we need to force a lot of turnovers and make sure we hit our shots. Like, we got a lot of shots up, but we didn't make many. On their end, they got a lot of turnovers. And we didn't any. But you know, that's it. Overall, we got to do better.
And then one final one for me here. You've got you that has 2K League experience as a professional. You've got YL that has experience in terms of being at the front office. What are some things that you're able to instill in the Lebanon, whether it's culture or offense or defense, taking from the experience of being a professional at the highest level?
I think honestly, you just take a lot of the things that you learned and you try to teach other people, like how to do them, why you do them, what's the purpose of them. You know, overall, just like teaching, you know, you know, Team Lebanon, they do have people who, you know, play the game and they are aware of like how to run a normal pick and roll, what type of defenses to play. But then you have to throw in the mixes of like different defensive rotations, stack, triangle, and so on. And then on offense, you have to talk through different motions. Oh, I'm just calling you to cut just because we're freeing up the court. I'm not telling you to cut because I'm gonna throw it to you each time. So a lot of different things that you just have to like teach them and then adapt to. And then overall, you start getting better as a team. And, you know, it's a little hard for us because, like, you know, I'm on delay the whole time, and, you know, so, but, you know, we'll get through it.
No, I totally understand, man. Well, look, wish you the best of luck with your NFTs and also with your matchup if you do move on to the finals, brother. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you, India. I appreciate y'all for having me.
Absolutely, man. That is Mo right there, professional in all standards. But it's time. We did this with Asia, and we saw the impact that it had. Now it's time for us to go ahead and do. Yeah, you remember. It's all right. It's all right. I won't lead you down the wrong path. But it's
I was
time.
really excited for a potential like swipe again, but I forgot I only get one of those a day.
You want to try it on the count of 3? You want to do leaderboards on 3?
No. I nailed it once. I'm happy. I'm rattled, but I'm happy.
All right, well, I'll tell you what. We'll go ahead and show the group standings since you don't want to do the leaderboards with me. Let's go ahead and check out the group standings before we go to tip off our final matchup between Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. Here are how things are looking. In first place, of course, is Saudi Arabia as they go ahead and take the dub over Lebanon. Lebanon is 1-1 on the day, and you now are going to see a matchup between Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. If you have Bahrain that pulls off the upset against Saudi Arabia, then they could potentially have a little bit of an interesting matchup by maybe taking out Saudi Arabia for the 2. Or where does that leave Lebanon? There's just so much for us to figure out. It'll be interesting to figure it out together as we've got one final matchup for the Middle East left. It is Bahrain taking out Saudi Arabia. On paper, Saudi Arabia's got this. They've been dominating, right? You would think that Lebanon is the better team on paper, and therefore Saudi Arabia beat them by double digits. So you would think that the team that Lebanon beat will be an even easier matchup, right? Isn't that how the logic works?
Dude, it's so good because that's the second time now, as you said, this stage before today in Asia and again Middle East, you actually just talking like my notepad looks. It got like arrows going around and being like, if X is better than Y beats Y by 20, and then
Y
Z
equals
gets a
MX
skill
plus
boost,
B.
Something like that, like plus SB. Basically, why not find out again with us? If you waited until the end of the day, so to speak, with Asia, you got your twist. You saw it with Africa before. Who's to say it won't happen with the Middle East again? I will say it would have to be the biggest upset of the lot so far. eFIBA Season 2, you never know. And then, hey, result of the game, it's important. Skill boosters, fam. I ain't saying it again. India, I'm a bit worried if I bring it up once more, the pain of that will hit those involved. It's to say, we don't know, you don't know. Let's find out together. I just want to see some greens from the corner for you, brother.
Well, look, I told the chat that I wanted to be more like Vince and kind of provide a bit of flattery and trying to present and broadcast the way he does. And so now my camera is acting up in a similar fashion. So Vince, you know what? It's karma. I take it back, brother. I take it back. Everything I said, I just take it back. You look good. Tie in everything. Don't even worry about it. Matter of fact, it was Nate that called you bald. You should get on him. But anyway.
I was like reading out the Twitch chat, bro.
Oh, man, we're waiting for the gameplay to go ahead and start up. It'll be so interesting. Oh, my goodness, especially if we see an upset. Especially if you see Bahrain beat Saudi Arabia. But so far, Saudi Arabia has just been undefeated. Just like the Philippines, they're undefeated. Just like Brazil, just like United States, they are undefeated. And now they have one more matchup where they're going to put that undefeatedness on the line.
I feel like, for me, prepping not just for today, but even looking at the tournament and the different regions, reading through the rules, which I know I've talked about a bit, not the sexy part of the competition, but very important. I did wonder if the regions with smaller nations would be a bit more straightforward, that maybe it looks like the skill gap would be sort of accentuated, particularly for the smaller regions. However, FIBA have worked out those leaderboard points. It is spot on, and it leaves me literally scrambling, making notes. It's no exaggeration, fam. India and I do not know those standings, even with skill boosters, until the very end. It ain't drama. It ain't made up. It is for real. We can do our best. We try and keep you updated. Bring on these smaller regions. They've always got a surprise or two in store.
And of course, we did take a look at the group standings for today. The leaderboard we will take a look at after this matchup is done between Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. Waiting for those two teams to go ahead and tip off here in just a few moments. It'll be interesting to see who do you think has the best chance to beat Saudi Arabia? Let's say Saudi Arabia makes it to the finals, right? I would say, I guess Lebanon, but even then, I'm just not sure how tough of a matchup it'll be, especially if Saudi Arabia throws a different look at them in terms of bringing out a popper, in terms of bringing out a masher. Let me ask you this. If you're a team owner, if you're a GM of one of these nations, would you rather face a center that's a popper or a masher inside?
Yeah, I'm definitely outspoken on this a lot, 2K League, locally or otherwise. Firstly, shout out the federations who have been absolutely crushing it. And you don't want me, you don't need me as a GM. You're doing fine. But if for some reason I accidentally slip into the role, man, the poppers have been on point. I've been really consistent on this all the way up to 2K24, when at least even I myself have got this small inside center that I'm running. I'm looking at Pro-Am and seeing offensive rebounds be massive. So many points, so many reasons why your inside center should be it. And then I just see the spacing. I see a big man get like 20-something points off 6 to 8 shots. You get that fluency in offense. I know you lose a bit in rebounding, but if you're a good team overall, I think it really is a big, I'm not going to be able to say this word, differentiator. Is that a thing? It gives you more options.
Nailed it. And again, that's what it's going to all come down to. But, kind of just recapping what we've gone through today, since we have a little bit of time, we talked about the European countries that are going to go ahead and move on to the final 6. You, of course, had the European nations. There you go, Nate. You had the European nations that go ahead and move on, all 6 of them, including Poland, that went ahead and snuck in through the lucky loser knockout round. They went up against Ukraine, but they went ahead and took care of business, as they are going to be the 6th seed. And here we go! It is the tip-off. It is Bahrain taking on Saudi Arabia. Will we see an upset that could potentially knock out Saudi Arabia or potentially knock out Lebanon? Or will it just not be enough? We will all find out together. We've got 20 minutes of basketball left. Here we go.
Let's get it, friends. Again, if you missed the interview or you are otherwise unawares, friendships in these smaller regions, very common. Bahrain, Saudi Arabia is more than that. Regularly playing against one another, and then as an extension of that, helping out one another. I ain't going back to Asia and talking about the dynamics that have changed there today. I'm a bit scared to go into that one more time. But here in the Middle East, it remains friendly. It remains almost like coaching and feedback. They just want their region as a whole to be recognized for what it is, one of the most underrated from around the world.
You always want to go ahead and grow together. What is it? I think there's like a cheesy saying. I don't even know what it is. I think it's something like, if you want to grow fast, do it yourself. If you want to grow further, grow with others. Something cheesy like that. So it's always great when your competitors on the court, but brothers and sisters off the court helping each other out, as the shot from Bahrain is going to drain, and that's a 3.
Didn't know I was commentating alongside 𝐂𝐊, but good to know.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't think he sounds like that, but yeah. Go New York Jets.
Yeah, there you go. You nailed it right there at the end. Carry with the Jets reference. Well played. India can do it all, fam. I tell you what, that ball guy's decent, but
I'm gonna need you to stop calling him that.
I'm in trouble, man. I was already in trouble. We know that, but
you know what? If you check the group chat, I think you got kicked out just now.
I was in that.
That's going to be a foul. The team in red is Bahrain. The home team in white is Saudi Arabia. This is the final matchup of the night. Oh, and he went ahead and stepped out of bounds. It's going to be Saudi ball.
Vince, you're not wrong, brother. Not wrong at all. Friends have been talking a little bit today about the differences between 2K24, 2K23, particularly for our newer viewers or people just watching on FIBA stream maybe for the first time. And you get those bump contacts where players are getting bumped out of bounds left, right, and center. Big men stumbling out of bounds, sure. But guards, it's why you need strength on your build, 1 through to 5. Not the only reason, mind you, but it's not a glitch. There's just no invisible wall, so to speak, holding you back anymore.
Final match for the night. That's going to be a violation as they go ahead and step out of bounds again, and it's going to be Saudi Arabia ball. That's twice now in like 2 minutes.
I'm glad I made the point. Didn't realize it would be so relevant. I really hope it's not for the rest of the game. Chopper's shooting. Very relevant beforehand. That's going to be, what, over the backfield?
It's going to be a turnover nonetheless. Here's Saudi Arabia. Got themselves a 3-point lead. Here's a slip. Feeds it to them. The right corner pass came a little bit too late. The rotations did not get to the left hash, and they're passing the rock around. Bahrain looking to return the favor of the 3. But at this point, just want to get any basket as that one's going to be tipped away. He's going to stay with Bahrain. 7 seconds. And that's a foul.
3 points, under 2 minutes remaining. We've been keen on the upsets. I'm famous for saying eFIBA Season 2. Anything can happen. Going to need to get a bit of a wriggle on offensively. Welcome to the great collapse. Welcome to your popper being able to defend the paint just fine. And that's your first of 2 to give the final 2 minutes.
Next one sends him to the free throw line. The man with the triple-double that got them the skill booster passes it inside. And that middy's going to go.
So last time, 54-33. I want to double-check with King Vince's stats. Oh, lovely read and steal, by the way. Previous results, don't you worry. Saudi Arabia are locked in to this one. Again, friends, this is game day 2, so we're sort of just repeating the dose in the region that has 4 nations competing in it. No surprise. The big man is on your screen right now. 19 and 16. Also got a few blocks in there. And Sam, who's been a chat favorite, who's been a player favorite. Maybe it's time for me to start putting more respect on his name. Some of these outlet passes, by the way, maybe an underrated part of Saudi Arabia's game. We know they can shoot 1 to 5 in here, but from the rebound, that break starter is a Hoff. Is that what I saw? Yes, please. If so, I love it. Passing on builds, make it a regular thing, please.
Those fast break opportunities have helped Saudi Arabia have themselves an 11-point lead against Bahrain. Great rotations, great showing. That's going to be a great steal by Saudi Arabia. As they're looking to push it, lost the ball, but they're looking to regain possession. They do, and that's going to be a foul on the reach by Bahrain.
Just the 3 points. It's all good to be the brothers, the friends of your team, but on the big stage. Your last game of the day here on eFIBA stream, on the FIBA stream, wherever you're watching. Please be following eFIBA on socials. Get around to eFIBA.basketball if you're looking for scores and standings and things. But hey, it's only live. You're going to find those final standings with the skill boosters added.
And we will find that out together with just over 3 quarters left to play in the Middle East regional qualifiers, game day number 2. As Saudi Arabia gets it over to the left hash, the contest comes in from Lebanon as they get a defensive stop. No shot clock, 18 seconds in the first. Little pick and roll action. Oh, tries to get a cut from the left side, but that's going to be a turnover. Can they take advantage with a 3? You betcha!
Man, and that's 𝐂𝐿𝐻𝐿 out of here. I don't know if that's a disconnect, a see you later, or a grayed out. I really hope it's not the latter this early on. Barden ain't there. Or the... Look, what do we want to call it? It's 19-3. Top 2 was important. India, I want you to try and bring this back for me if you can, because positives. I'm that guy. What do you got for me? I'm starting to...
It's been a great defensive showcase by Saudi Arabia, right? With the steals that they have, continuously getting those extra possessions for their offense, which has helped with those transition buckets, the fast break opportunities. You know, both you and I do, and as well as the folks that play 2K, the best type of offense is a fast break offense where you're just getting those easy buckets, but it's the first half, or excuse me, the half court offense that's the toughest to get buckets on.
Well, friends, if this one is to continue on, hope you enjoy some big scoring, big margin. A team being held under 30. We're talking skill boosters. We're talking assisted points and whatnot. See exactly what goes down if there's a ruling and whatnot with these disconnects. What we do know is 30-odd seconds in the second quarter. Saudi Arabia on top early. Disconnect, a few more. It's time to start making noises in India, like brow, brow.
It is unfortunate, is what it is, but I'm not sure if the results could have been a bit different. As that's going to be a jump ball, as New held on to that one a little bit too quick. The only one in the matchup. The man is prideful. Does not want to go out like this, but he may have no other choice.
Yeah, there's a reason that we even got a jump ball for what it's worth. There you go.
And that's going to go ahead and have that. We'll wait for the official word from our league ops to see how they're going to go ahead and have this situation taken care of. But it's Bahrain that, whether you want to say it's because of the lagouts or whatever the situation may be, it's them that's going to go ahead and struggle a little bit as we come back on camera. Hello. Hi. How are you?
What's up, baby?
But Saudi Arabia, though, just continuing their dominance so far here in eFIBA Season 2, the Middle East region.
Yeah, look, I'll say that this isn't the first time it's happened, and certainly not in this league. It's esports, fam. This is a competition with 61 nations from around the world. In the similar instance, early on in this competition, rulings were there. It was all very clear. Players understood wherever goes down, wherever goes down. It doesn't give us, though, India, much to analyze. Saudi Arabia on point. The only sort of thing that I've got here that was a bit different, maybe unexpected, if you like that, the steals in the lane. Some of the animations, not just obviously then to read it, but I don't know, is it right stick? Is it square? I know that the patch out when you were sort of flicking up on the right stick, that's occurred. They seem to have brought it back. They are tenacious defensively.
And you know when that right stick comes into play. Remember, what was the other glitch that a lot of folks were trying to abuse? It was the holding L2. It was, you just hold L2, and if a pass is kind of thrown your way, you would just go ahead and, what was that? What did you just do there?
Yeah, it was like grabbing it out of the air and also like holding back from what we say down here, which is yoinkies. It's mine now.
Oh, okay. I just like the sound impact. It was like Mickey had the sound.
It was half-hearted, but it was meant to be like you're grabbing it out of the air. It's mine. You're ripping it.
Cool. We
Sounds
just
like
went from
cat
Mickey
now,
to
so
you being a cat. Yeah,
I'd like that to.
I mean,
be a
cat
thing.
and mouse. So maybe
Saudi Arabia. What do you think, India? You happy with the gameplay? Right corner.
I mean, I'm happy with the gameplay in terms of how Saudi Arabia came out, but of course, if I'm a fan of Lebanon, if I'm a fan of Bahrain, not really happy. I know they had disconnects, but unfortunately, I don't think they could have gotten down shots. They had not just the greatest judgment in terms of where the passes should have gone. So there's a lot of little things that just continue to pile up like a domino effect. I think that ultimately hurt them. We are still waiting for the official word, chat, so just be mindful, just bear with us about if Saudi Arabia is going to get the dub, or if we're going to go ahead and come back and replay the game with Bahrain, maybe with a spread. Whatever the case is, we will get the ruling to you here in just a few moments. But again, this is crucial. Whatever they decide, whatever Bahrain is dealing with, this really does impact who plays in the finals, especially if it ends up being Bahrain over Lebanon. I don't think it's going to be the case because you had Lebanon that beat Bahrain, but you never know with the skill boosters what may happen.
And hey, yeah, I'm still not exactly sure on top two. We're quite sure, but not exactly sure. I said, the last 2 times you and I have been here, India, we got that little twist at the end. Skill boosters, results going the way that they did, and the manner that they have gone. You truly never know with eFIBA Season 2 until the very end. The skill boosters, I love them. What about that late bucket, the 1v5 to get that triple-double? You just wonder, could that sort of be the comfort zone that Saudi Arabia needed?
I mean, indeed, it'll be interesting to see as they continue to work on that. But let's kind of go back for the folks that might be joining late and didn't get a chance to watch the Asia matchups that we had early on. Just what a dominating performance by the Philippines throughout this tournament. I mean, just continuously putting on the numbers. They go ahead and score 221 points against India to set the world record of eFIBA here in Season 2. Matter of fact, I believe that record might be held for Season 1 as well. So just a dominating performance by the Philippines. And then, of course, you went ahead and had Indonesia that just snuck ahead of Singapore to take the second spot. Nate, I mean, just what a great matchup we saw late into the day for them.
Yeah, and I think across the 2 game days as well, that we'll just come out and say it, it's probably the region with the most blowouts. So in terms of individual games, India and I sort of being like, all right, we kind of feel like we know what's done here. We're not trying to rub anything in, but then you don't want to say the same thing, like 3 and another 3 and left corner 3, left hash 3. So you start to look at the groups and the overall standings in that sense. Asia just absolutely delivered until the very end. And as I mentioned, what I'd been calling, you could trademark it until today, the friendly region, everyone helping each other out, oh, you know, sunshine and rainbows. The interview sort of brought the heat a little bit. I'm looking forward to that regional finals for sure.
Well, listen, I don't know if you ever dropped out of school or not, but it's a great out for Bahrain, which means that they are going to take the L, and it's Saudi Arabia that's going to go ahead and get the W, which means they go ahead and stay undefeated, which pretty much goes ahead and locks them in, of course, unofficially to moving on to the Middle East finals. So the biggest question ends up being, who are they going to face? Is it going to be Lebanon? Or does it end up being someone like, say, Bahrain because of the skill boosters? We'll figure it out, but we're working on an interview right now. And what are some of the questions, chat, that you would want to ask the Saudi Arabian players? Let us know, whether it's on the offensive side, the defensive side, the chemistry, their opponent, whatever it is that you want us to ask them, let us know in the chat. But what's the number one question that you're going to ask Nate? Matter of fact, you got to tell me. You'll have the opportunity, as we'll go ahead and have Bargaf from Saudi Arabia. Let's go ahead and get him on. How's it going? Welcome back to the show.
Yeah, hello. Thank you.
Absolutely. Tell me what you're feeling right now, knowing that you just completed game day number 2 and you are still undefeated.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to my teammate to make this happen, to win, to reach to the final, and it's just the beginning. Still we need to win the final and win the Middle East again, and we need to reach to the Sweden. As I said before, our goal to take the championship from the Sweden against all the team from the world.
You've said it's been your goal from the beginning, but I want to talk about that shot at the end for your triple-double. Have you ever hit anything like that before?
Actually, yeah, I did. I did tough shot like this, like 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐖 actually. So we was focusing on the triple-double in that game, so we can take a skill boost. And yeah, I practice like this daily.
I mean, hey, practice makes perfect, especially with those plays, no question. So I think it's safe to assume that you prefer being on a popper than a masher.
Yeah. Huh? Again, sorry.
Do you prefer to play, with a big man that can shoot, or just inside if you had to choose? I know you kind of have your positioning set, especially with the shot that you made, but what's your preference?
I prefer to play popper, so I can make more space for my teammates and make more shot for me, and I can score from anywhere.
You certainly can. You and your teammates. I was saying before, from your point guard to yourself, it feels like anyone could take over a game. Is that how you feel? Just give the ball to anyone and they'll probably green a three.
Yeah, of course. Actually, I see myself in playing center like 𝐂𝐄𝐂. I can play an assist. I have the vision to make more assists. Yeah. So, yeah, it's me like this. I play like this. It's my play style.
Well, we've got a great question from the chat. Our man Vince, he wants to know, how has esports community grown in Saudi Arabia? And I want to go ahead and tag the announcement that Saudi Arabia has made in the expansion of a lot of esports programs, tournaments, big money. So how has it grown in Saudi Arabia from your perspective?
Yeah. First of all, I want to say thank you to our government in focusing in esport. And alhamdulillah, we reach to the world. We can do all tournaments for all the games, and our leadership, they announced just maybe before 1 week, they will do a World Cup for all the games. So we hope to develop more, and actually we hope to see the eFIBA championship in Saudi Arabia next time.
Hey, talk about aspirations and getting there, because at that World Cup launch, I got it in. Not just Asari. What about Ronaldo? You're taking over, and it's wonderful to see the hype. You've done your part today, friend. Thank you very much for some incredible gameplay, and well done on a great group stage.
Okay, thank you, and see you again, inshallah.
Inshallah, and inshallah we'll have eFIBA in Saudi Arabia. Your words to God's ears. Appreciate you, my man. Best of luck in the finals. We'll see you on the 7th of November. Good luck.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And Nate, are you ready? Because it's time to find out who is going to play Saudi Arabia in the Middle East finals. So let's go ahead and kick it up with the group standings, because you know we like to go ahead and start off slow and then kind of ramp it up a little bit. It's Saudi Arabia. Now, these are the standings from today, all right? You've got Saudi Arabia and Lebanon. Those are your 1 and 2, as Bahrain and Qatar, both of them lose their games, and they are going to be the 3rd and 4th team. Are you ready for the leaderboards?
Let's do it.
Let's go ahead and show the leaderboards, which is going to take into consideration game day number 1 and game day number 2, but it may not have the skill boosters because we like to have a little bit more suspense. So let's go ahead and show the leaderboard and where we are in the Middle East region. And there you have it. It is tied up at 31. Bahrain is a little too far back at 24, and Qatar at 18. But for good measure, let's see who the skill booster is going to put as the number 1 seed and who's going to be the number 2 seed. Here are the skill boosters, and guess what? Last time it was Lebanon that leapfrogged Saudi Arabia, and this time it's Saudi Arabia that's going to leapfrog Lebanon. And your number 1 seed in the Middle East is Saudi Arabia by 1 point, as they are going to host Lebanon in a best-of-3 for the Middle East finals for a chance to be invited to Jönköping, Sweden at the end of November during DreamHack Winter. Could you have it any other way, Nate?
I tell you what, that shot you heard from the man himself, it has rocked this region. If you missed it, I'm sure we'll see it on socials. eFIBA, get on it right now. 1v5, the last shot of the game that the 𝐂𝐄𝐄 clone says, oh yeah, I practiced that. I make that. It's not the first time, Nate. Calm yourself down. Well, hey, it's got you a skill booster. It's got Saudi Arabia on top of this group. That's how close the margins are.
Well, and of course, if there's anything that you want to make sure that we change, if you want to give us some feedback, don't forget to hit !survey. You get a chance to win some gear, some hoodies, some basketball, some gameplay, and all that good stuff. But man, your final thoughts here on today, Nate.
Look, shocks, twists, surprises until the very end, if not necessarily because Saudi Arabia finished on top. The way that they did it, I'm outspoken on Asia. I'm leaving that well alone. Some regional finals, we got some decisions that need to get made.
Well, that is going to do it. My name is Nate Suleiman. On behalf of myself, Nate, and all the men and women that make this possible, especially all around the world in Denmark, we thank you for watching. And all of the regional finals will be played on Tuesday and Thursday. We'll see you then. Good night, y'all.